What's up, people? Tuesday night, hanging out. Anybody else hanging out? Is anybody out there? I don't know what else is actually going on in the VC or the music community tonight. I'm sure there's probably something going on. Right now that I'm at 0 people, there's probably something big going on for all I know. Here, all by myself. All by myself. That's okay. Because I come here to hear myself talk because I love it. That's what a lot of people end up saying. But people say Dusty likes to hear himself talk. But anyways, to the 3 people that are here, how was your day? Tomorrow and Thursday will be my weekend. So Wednesday and Thursday. That's my weekend, so decided to come out here and hang up for a couple of hours, see what people are up to. I know Lisa is going to be coming soon. She was saying she's probably going to come up because I know that people just love seeing her adorable face. Most people do. Hey, what is up, Mr. Fantasy? Mr. Fantasy Island is here. When he says, hey, Dusty. Yeah, I know that people love to see Lisa's face. What is up, Satan? Hey, Dusty, good evening. Did we, trying to think, did William ever deduce who Satan is? Or did he say he was Satan? Don't quote me on that, because I don't want to start any more fucking rumors. I don't want to fucking become part of the lore. But did he say that? I don't know, I don't remember. I know that he did something on one of his streams. He said something about it, said who it was or what. I don't know. Said, hey, Satan. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you before. Hey, we've all had plenty of nights where we dance with him, right? Yep. So yeah, pretty quiet evening here in Southern California. It's kind of warm. Kids outside fucking making a ruckus, of course. Weird thing. The other day, I'm sitting here minding my own business, watching TV, whatever the fuck I was doing. Kid comes and knocks on the door. Really fucking weird, strange. Kid comes and knocks on the door. There's probably like maybe 2 or 3 kids, whatever. And he's like, you want to buy a brick? What? He's holding a brick in his hand. I'm like, oh. So I get defensive. I'm like thinking, motherfucker, you can try and hit me with a brick or some shit, I'm like, oh, I may look old, but listen, young punk, I'll wear your fucking ass out, So he's like, oh, you like to buy a brick? And I'm like, buy a brick. And he's like, oh, okay, thanks. And he just like walks off, and he's like knocking on the door. He's trying to say he's trying to sell a brick. It's a good brick. I swear, man, people don't watch their kids. People do not watch their kids, man. Hey, Nick. Lisa said, hello, I'll just gonna get some water. Lisa. We had a good earthquake yesterday here in California. Yes, we did. It was like here in Orange County, it was more just like a roller. It just kind of rolled a little bit. I just slightly felt it. I didn't feel it like too heavily, but it was enough for me to feel it. So, enough for that. Paulina says, hey, everyone. Nick says, Paulina. So yeah, it was just a little shake, a little roller. Oh, by the way, people who know anything about Southern California music, we actually had a really big loss. Jed the Fish from KROQ FM 106.7 here in California, Southern California, passed away. 69 years old, lung cancer. Didn't tell anyone he was suffering from it. Just kind of like pulled a shockaroo on us, and he passed away. 69 years old. Now that I'm 53, to me, I'm like, that's kind of young, but, whatever. Now I say that shit. You always hear people say that, like, oh, he was so young. And, when I was, like, in my 20s, I'd be like, fool was 54? What do you mean he was young? Now, yeah, that's freaking young. When you start living life, you start going, yeah, that's a short amount of time here, and, short amount of time here on Earth, Why watch your kids when you can have the school do it, for fuck's sake? A lot of earthquakes on the West Coast lately. The end times are near. You're telling me. Yeah, we're getting ready for the end times. We had an earthquake in Julian, California. Let me see. It was strong here in the Coachella Valley since we were so we're close to where it was in San Diego. Yeah, Julian, I think it was. Yeah, Julian, California. Here you go. Paulina, how was your Coachella? Oh, boy, you opened the floodgates back to ski. I hope you got a couple hours. No, just kidding. Yeah, I was reading an article. Actually, a couple of different outlets were saying something about it that they were saying that they don't know if some of these major festivals are going to be able to continue because they're doing the time payments on time now. And they're saying that what's happening is some people aren't keeping up with their payments. Now, I don't understand how this actually is supposed to work. Now, the way that I always thought that it was supposed to work was that you had time payments up until the event and that your ticket had to be paid off before the event started. So you started like way back, so many months ago. So by the time you got there, I don't know how it works. But they were saying the tickets for Coachella were like $500-$600. I know it's great, for the younger kids, see some of those acts, but I would not pay $600 to see Lady Gaga or, some shit like that. Speaking of fucking like pop rock people in pop rock, Katy Perry goes up to fucking space, comes back, man. Funnier than shit. People are just like ragging on her, talking about how cringy she is, which, I'm sorry, yeah, bitch is cringy now. Katy Perry's cringy as fuck now. But I guess it was Wendy's who always fucking has snide remarks. I think they pay someone just to have fucking snide remarks. That's what they do, And like, and I guess freaking, it was kind of funny because Wendy's tweeted, "Can we send her back?" Uh-oh. And she's here in Avatar mode, of course.
I will be out of Avatar mode in a minute. But didn't she like kiss the ground when she landed or something?
She got off of the ship and she had a Daisy, and I guess she said something about her daughter's name is Daisy or some shit like that.
Yeah, Orlando Bloom's problem, not mine.
Yeah, she said her daughter's name is Daisy. So let me see here. They take the money out of your account each month, right? That's what I'm thinking. Leading up to the event, yes, yeah. I can tell.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it for me, especially with my mobility. I just think it's not worth it.
Yo, Fox Guy, what's up? You know what? Hey, Fox Guy is like total Lagunitas, of course, me, creature of habit. What am I doing?
Hey,
I really need to start freaking breaking out of my comfort zone.
I got
Nick says, oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say? You got Pepsi? You gotta lay off the hard stuff there, Lisa.
Well, because I went to Costco today, and my dad wanted bread. So we got him bread.
Did you get one of those big weenies?
I got a hot dog. Yeah, the food court's open again. The food court opened a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. They remodeled it.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, oh, did you get a big wiener? I know you like them big wieners.
Drinking is bad for you, Satan. You would know, Satan. You're in hell. You've probably done a lot of drinking.
Drinking is definitely bad for you. I mean, it's something.
But in moderation.
Yeah. So, here's what I've done when it comes to like my drinking. How I've cut back is that like I have a 6-pack right now, and that's all I buy is a 6-pack. I limit myself. So that way, if I drink this whole 6-pack, I'll catch a buzz. I'll be done. And by the time I catch a buzz, I'm like, I'm not getting any more beer. That's it. So I limit myself, And 6-pack for a big guy as big as me, it gets you a little buzz, but it's not going to get you there like you would expect. So this is the way I maintain. I just limit what I have on hand.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but I only drink probably like lately I have not been drinking actually beer at all, IPAs. I've been like this is the first one I've had like probably in like weeks. When was the last time we did a stream? The last time we did a stream was the last time I think I drank. No, not even then. It was like before that.
A couple weeks ago, or maybe last month?
Yeah. Was it last month? Yeah, because it was like not last, because last stream I was just drinking tea and Pepsi.
Yeah.
So it was the stream before then. That was the last time I drank. So which means I'm probably going to go up after 3 or 4 beers, watch.
Yeah. No, I've never seen you slur your words on stream, so.
Come on, Lisa. Come on, Lisa. You don't have to be like the advisor to me like I'm Trump or something. You can tell me the truth.
Okay. When Anthony was up there, yeah, you kind of did.
Oh, man, that was a long time ago. No, I know I've had a couple of other streams where I've been freaking
I haven't seen you slur your speech, but you get a little like, hey everybody, it's me, Dusty. Yeah, you get.
I'm like, it's me,
friendly.
Dusty, and then like when some of the hotter chicks go to be like, hey, what's happening? What you doing, baby? How you doing? Long gone the days of $40 concerts, most definitely $40.
Yep.
I've seen Stones, Courtney, Bowie, etc. for less. I saw David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails for like, it must have, I mean, I thought I was paying big money back then. It was like $60, something like that, almost $60. And I thought I was like, what the fuck? You're fucking ripping me off for $60. You know, and I was like in Loge or some shit like that. Was like 1995, 94, 95.
That
still,
was a
like,
lot back then.
Yeah, I thought I was getting fucking ripped off. I'm like, and I had to go stand in line. I think the only time that record or music people stand in line anymore is for record store day. That's about it.
Yep.
People don't stand in line anymore for concert tickets, of course. Maybe we stand in line like if there's going to be some kind of a signing and you have to go buy a record or something. But that's something most of the young kids do. It's not something so much that
if they want to get a signing of a book.
Anymore.
If people want to sign a book, they stand in line for that.
Yeah.
Logo. Or you stand in line for amusement parks when you want to get on rides.
Oh, there's Nick. Nick's all $5 for good effort bands, and we liked it. And we liked it. And I went to go see Black Flag, and I walked 7 miles in the snow. With Doc Martens that had no laces.
I mean, record store day just became a shit show. You know why? Because a lot of these scalpers are buying the records and they're selling it for like ridiculous prices. It's just record store day is no fun anymore.
Let me see. PPAC Living Room, Warwick Musical Theater, Lupos. Nick, you probably seen a bit of those venues. Those are what?
That's Rhode Island. The Lupos, I remember. Okay. That's Rhode Island.
Rocket from the Crypt let anyone with a tat of their logo in for free till everyone had them.
You ever seen those videos on TikTok where they have a machine and you put in a quarter and they pick the tat for you, and then it's like Russian roulette tat.
Oh, fuck
and
that!
You're stuck with whatever tat they pick. I'm like, dang, that's like really putting your faith into somebody. You know what's the most common, the number one tattoo that's tattooed, right?
What?
Tribal tattoos.
Not anymore. That was like 90s, wasn't it?
It used to be. Nowadays, what would it be? Like, what would men get tattooed the most? Or women? Women
I don't even know.
Right? Well, that's a good question.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I guess it would be flowers, and I mean, that's still, I guess, in vogue. But I mean, tribal tattoos, no, those are like douchebag, because they're douchebag tattoos now. Sorry to anyone out there who has them. Hey,
I mean, I'm not against tattoos. I'm not opposed to tattoos. I think they're good if you're getting them. You're getting them because in remembrance of it. I think it's nice or a favorite band. But when you get them on your face, I'm like, dude, that's drawing the line. I saw a guy who had one on his face.
Nick says, I've done that mystery tats. I've also got a bunch of dumb ones. You know when you usually get the dumb ones is out here in California. I don't know if they do it all over the nation. But I know out here in California, we end up having where it's, there's a certain day of the year, or maybe it's a couple of days of the year, where a lot of tattoo shops will do $20 tattoos.
Yeah.
And they have like a limited, like, it's usually really small tattoos, but they have like a limited, like, they have limited flashes of what you can get, and like they have different, like I remember we went one year and my ex, she got like a tattoo of a cupcake with a bat in it or some shit, some weird, like a bat sticking a
cupcake with a bat. That's so random.
Really fucking weird. But those are the kind of tattoos they had, and she just had, it became like this tradition where we went every year, and she would go get something silly, and I'd just be like, I wouldn't get anything. So.
I thought about it. You know what I would get? I thought about it if I ever did get one. I know this is kind of random, but I would get the skeleton flea from 21 Pilots.
The what?
The skeleton cleat from 21 Pilots.
That's pretty
The
cool. I
logo?
almost got that. I did almost get that myself.
Because
my daughter was
I
gonna do
mean, my sister's like, why would you tattoo 21 Pilots on you? I go, because they're my band. They're one of my favorites. My
Hold
sister
on
goes,
again.
"You
This
know-"
cat is going nuts. Hold on. I'll be right back.
My sister's like, that's stuck on you forever, right? And I was like, I don't care. I love 21 Pilots enough to get them, tattooed on my arm. It was either the skeleton cleat or either those lines, the lines that 21 Pilot has.
Grab it from him, please.
Yeah. Well, Satan's very formal.
Okay. Sorry, Binks is acting out. That cat is just too much. It's like he's like, oh my god, he's like, oh, the big fat man is like occupied. Now I can act out.
Yeah, but what's up, Wild Things? Once you get enough, you stop caring. Yeah, depends on what you get, Nick. I was watching LA Ink, and this couple got their date of when they got married on them, and I was like, that's a disaster for recipe or whatever. Getting your date you got married on you. Yeah.
You wouldn't get a W on each cheek.
No.
A W on each cheek, so that way when you're like laying down, you put your legs up, it says wow.
I mean,
but then when you bend over, it says mom.
No, when you think about it, people do get their butts tattooed, yeah, because they want to have something to remember when they're looking. Yeah.
I had always been told, do not get a woman's name tattooed on you. That was something that my mom had told me since I was little. Do not get a woman's name tattooed on you. And it was like so funny because like, the ex, she totally was like trying to push for it. She had like, I don't know how many guys with their freaking name tattooed on them, over the years and shit. So I was like, I'm stupid. I'm going to do that shit.
You know what you should have got tattooed on there? The crazy one.
I know, huh? No, you know what I should have turned around and I should have got like a squirrel taking a shit with an arrow pointed to the shit. And, because I always said that she was nuttier than a squirrel turd. So I could say, that's you. That's for you, squirrel turd.
I take it that 21 Pilots are your number one. Would you get it? Nope, I wouldn't get a tattoo of BTS. I wouldn't get a tattoo of One Direction. Actually, my number one favorite group of the modern time is Tame Impala. But Tame Impala just doesn't... It's just not something I would get tattooed on me because they don't scream tattoo worthy. The reason why I thought about getting 21 Pilots because I just love that band so much, and I thought, it's just kind of cool to have like a little tiny skeleton cleat tattoo on my rib. I thought about it in the past. I'm not doing it, but I thought about it.
Loser List said, I watched part of Coachella on stream, and I'm glad to say I never had a desire to go. Mind you, there was only had bands that interest me. Assuming they had only had bands that interest me enough to watch like surf lyrics. I'm not going to say, that I'm. Once in a while, I'm in the mood for like, maybe top 40, pop music, whatever. But I just feel that like that's Coachella is like mostly. That's what Coachella mostly is. It's like top 40 pop music, and it's like people that I would not pay that much to go see. It's like I wouldn't even go buy these people's albums, so why would I pay that much?
Well, I thought Lady Gaga did well. I liked her.
Well, Lady Gaga, she's the exception, most definitely.
Lady
Gaga, some of the
Gaga,
other people just.
Post Malone was okay.
Yeah, like Post Malone's like Post Malone. It's like, don't get me wrong, I like Post Malone as a person. I respect Post Malone. I think he's a great guy. But I don't really own any. I think I own like maybe one of his albums because I think somebody gave it to me.
Let me guess, Hollywood's Bleeding? Probably.
Then maybe I have two because I have that one and I have Beer Bongs and Bentleys.
Beer Bongs and Bentley.
Let me see. Nick says, I've got mom tattoo and a heart on my left foot. Looks like wow written on boobs to me. Pinky! She said, too shy. Hush, hush. Why do I?
That guy had the coolest hair. The guy in his band, Kaja Gugu, had the coolest hair.
I had always heard that if you had a tattoo on your foot, you're a badass. Because foot tattoos hurt like a motherfucker.
My cousin got a tattoo on her rib cage, and she got the most common tattoo, a cherry blossom. She got it on her rib cage.
That's supposed to be bad too. The side rib cage, I heard that was really bad.
My cousin just, she got a lot of things done.
At Claire's,
Claire's.
We talking about Claire's.
That's where I got my ears pierced. Was at Claire's when I was a baby.
I'm about to say I did not tattoos. I mean, I've gotten I got one of the first time I pierced my ears was at Claire's. I'll admit it. You know, after that I wanted to be cool. I went to the Gauntlet and when it had them do pins or whatever. But yeah, the first one I had done especially. Lisa got a Mickey Dolenz tat above her ass crack. Fortunately, like the No Regrets commercial, the tattoo artist spelled it Dolan.
Oh, that's a funny one. Mickey Dolenz has a TikTok now.
She actually has a portrait on her butt cheek.
Did you see the video of the people who got bad tattoos and got it redone? A lady got a tattoo of a bunny and he's shitting on her ass crack. I'm not even kidding.
Missing those? Yeah, I could care less for most of those bands. Lady Gaga bores me. I had tickets to go see Lady Gaga and I sold them. That was for the Chromatica Ball.
Yeah.
Ball. And pretty much they were given to me, and I turned around and sold them at the last minute, because there was people that really wanted to see her way more than I did.
Yeah.
But I was interested in seeing it because she does put on a damn good show. I'll give her that.
She does.
I do like Lady Gaga, but
I love Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Mayhem. The album is just fantastic. I think it's her best that she's done in the last 3 years.
My body is a temple, lol. Nope, Pinky, you don't have No,
she doesn't have a tramp stamp above her butt or something. You don't have a tramp stamp.
Pinky hits me as a type who would have one that just she's she'll have one that'll be hidden, but she knows you'll never see it. So it's just she'll just be like.
Why does she strike me as the type that might have a butterfly tattoo? She doesn't want you to know.
She's got skeletons.
She doesn't want you to know she's got a butterfly tattoo. It's probably like a monarch butterfly.
I really want to say that Coachella's totally top 40. There are artists that were headliners that really aren't on the radio all that often, like Maria's, Clairo, Maria, and Fierce. But see, for me, that whole list of people you just said, $600? Nope.
No.
I
would rather see a bunch of top 40.
I don't give a shit about any little. It's I don't think I would even pay $20 a piece to see those people. So that's what my point is about.
I mean, I know who Marina is. I know who Clairo is. But you see, this is my problem. This is my problem with Coachella. There's a lot of artists there I don't know, and the ones that are the main acts, we gotta admit, the ones that are main acts are definitely top 40. Green Day, top 40. Lady Gaga, top 40. Post Malone, top 40.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're definitely top 40 artists. Everybody's heard them on the radio. The main acts are the big kahunas, the ones who are been on the top 40. Those people like Maria's and the Clairo and all those other bands, yes, they've been on the radio, but they're not, as popular as the ones
I'll admit that
I'll
admit that some great moments happen at Coachella, that you would not see anywhere else. I'll admit that most definitely. Like the Bernie Sanders thing, and also there's been many other things in the past. But
off the top of my head, the Bernie Sanders thing, when Benson Bloom brought out Brian May for Bohemian Rhapsody, and the crowd was totally stunned. The crowd had nothing to say, and I was like, "That's Brian May. Put some respect on his name."
Exactly. That's what I'm going to say right there. What Satan said. No one is going to Coachella for the music. Yeah, nope. If you have money and you're paying for it, you're not. You're probably going for something else.
Have you seen the
thing
videos?
is that. Well, the thing I'm going to say is when you see all the influencers going to Coachella, you have to realize most of those people did not pay.
Nope.
They did not pay. They're getting their tickets for free. They're probably paying for their B&Bs or air and breakfasts, and they're probably paying for their for stuff
I've
like
seen
that. But I don't
seen
think
a
they're
lot
paying
of
for
videos.
their tickets.
I've seen a lot of videos with influencers. Torrid invited some plus size influencers, right? ASO invited some people. A lot of TikTok people got to go for free. They didn't have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
They were said, "Here, you got an Airbnb. You guys can stay for 3 days, and we'll pay for your tickets." A lot of people got free tickets to Coachella. Not everybody paid.
It's a free concert from now on. It's just I'm too old. It's there's just not enough artists to warrant me paying that much for it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from.
I just put it this way. It's Like Paulina, I mean, I understand that Paulina goes to it. You know, she goes to it for free every year. She enjoys it very much. That's great. But I just, you know, she can talk up and down about how great Coachella is. It's not going to matter to me.
You won't.
It's
You
just,
won't
it's
get
not my
me there.
thing. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's not my thing because, I mean, every year that Coachella has happened so far, it's just like maybe, you know, like I said, there's like one or two, you know, groups that I would be like, oh, I wouldn't mind seeing them, but not for $600, you know?
No.
Yeah. Let me see. Pinky said, I dream of the Salton Sea Sunday. I will see Coachella, but when it's just the locals. Palm Springs got called off. I still need desert time. That's right, huh? She was supposed to actually go out to Palm Springs.
Oh.
She was supposed to go out to Palm Springs, and unfortunately, me and Pinky are not going to be able to go on the cruise. Me and her are going to go on that cruise, but there's no way to do it because I realized that I need to get a new car because I've had the same car for a little while now, and with the tariffs coming up, I'm afraid the price of cars are going to get very, very expensive. So I better push the button now, you know, and get a new car now before shit starts going downhill. You know what I mean?
My parents were thinking of doing that too. Did you? I'll tell you. Speaking of cars, I'll tell you something that happened on my street. So about 3 or 4 days ago, my neighbor across the street has a really nice car. These guys decided to go speeding down the street of where we live, and he totally damaged the front of my neighbor's bumper of her car. It's totally damaged. She's gonna have to get a new car now. They didn't catch who it was.
I think you said Dusty's afraid of the Kraken. Is that what you call it?
Kraken?
I'm just kidding.
Dusty's not afraid of anything. That man's got more components than
She calls
all
it the
of-
Kraken. Hey, I've got some things I'm afraid of. Some things, you know.
Are you afraid of roller coasters like me? Because I'm afraid of roller coasters.
Yes. Yeah, now in my older age, yeah, I wouldn't do it. You know, when I was younger, yeah, you could take me to Six Flags and I'd be all over the place, but not anymore. Joshua Tree, Graham Parsons on my bucket list. That's right. I mean, they took him out there.
Yep.
But they didn't leave him there. They brought him back, didn't they? He has like a regular grave now, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I think that's the last place he was when he passed, was Joshua Tree.
No. What happened was he died, and they took his body out to Joshua Tree because his friends thought that they were. Haven't you seen Grand Theft Parsons? Johnny
No, I
Knoxville?
haven't. Nope.
The way the legend goes, and a lot of people say it's not a legend, it's true. Graham Parsons, what they did was when he passed, they stole his body. His friend stole his body and said that he wanted to be set on fire, like Indian style or some shit. I don't know what it was. So they stole his body and they went out to Joshua Tree, and they were going to try to set him on fire, but they realized it's not going to fucking work. It's not that easy to light a body on fire, you know, because they thought they'd light it on fire, they'd have ashes and whatever. So what basically happened is people saw the fire and they got caught, you know. But I don't know how much time they did. You know, I'm sure it was like just creating a dead body or whatever. But I could have sworn that he was like very normal.
Because I could have sworn that was the last living place was Joshua Tree.
See, there you go. Pinky knows the story. It was Phil Kaufman that stole his body from LAX. There you go. He died in the Joshua Tree. And, you know, I've only gone to Joshua Tree once, and I kind of felt the vibe that people talk about out there. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. We're going to light it on fire.
I've been there once. I mean, who hasn't been to Joshua Tree? I've passed through it. And it's a pretty nice place, to tell you the honest truth. Joshua Tree. It's like you have to visit it once in your life.
Oh, he was being shipped to New Orleans. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. He died at Joshua Tree. That's what I've been told by people over the years, that he died at Joshua Tree.
Okay, Kaufman brought him home.
Okay.
A new business idea: cremate your friends.
Oh, that's what's happening to my uncle tomorrow, because it's so much cheaper than burying him, so they're going to cremate him.
Oh, so is that the reason why he took the body? He had access to him because he was transporting him then. So that's the reason why Kaufman took him then.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering, I've never had access to a body in my lifetime, I don't think.
I don't think you can have access. Once someone's dead, they take them to the... If they got murdered or they died under suspicious stuff, they take them to the LA coroner, right?
Yeah.
And then they would run a test on them.
I remember when my mom passed.
Yeah.
I remember when my mom passed. You know, we were going we were going back and forth for like different things. Like, I'm not gonna, get into details, but she passed away from cirrhosis of the liver, so she had turned pretty yellow, so they had to put this dye in her, and they were just like, and the mortician, and now that I look back on it, it was kind of probably inconsiderate asking me to come back and look at this, but he was like nervous that if I put this in, she's going to turn this color, and I'm afraid that, this and that. So he was like trying to like show me, like her arm or whatever and stuff. But the thing is, when you go to see a body in a mortuary or in a, funeral home, it's like by law, someone has to be there, and you have to sign papers too.
Yep.
And stuff like that. So that's why I'm like going, how did he have access to the body? Phil Kaufman, also famously in Terminal Island with Charlie Manson, produced the Lie album. Really? So this guy's had a very interesting life. He should be doing a freaking story of his life.
I'm assuming there's someone at the funeral home that has to prep the body, right? So people can view it. Because when they do a viewing, right, they have to put the embalming fluid in the person to preserve them for the funeral. That's what they did for my uncle. Because they wanted to have an open casket for my uncle who passed away from cancer, so we got to see him before he
passed. Well, if you're going to have a viewing, if you're going to have a viewing, let's definitely have to do it that way.
Yeah.
So.
I love this song. Ooh. Did you get the picture disc for RSD that they had of Kira?
I just sneezed, sorry. For 17 seconds, yes.
Yeah. That's the one.
Of this one. I've pretty much got all of them up until Wish.
Well, because they did one for Record Store Day.
Did they do Head on the Door this? I could have sworn I thought they were doing Head on the Door.
I think that's the one they were doing because I saw it and I thought of you. I was like, oh, he's probably gonna get that.
Yeah, I usually don't worry about them too much, because usually the Cure picture discs, they don't sell out, and they make a lot of them.
Yeah, they don't, and it's a gamble. It's a gamble. They sound good.
They actually, all the ones that I've bought so far sounded good. Yeah. But I know that Wish was the only one that I haven't. I didn't get Wish and I didn't get Show. Everything else I've bought. Yeah, so I'll probably pick up Head on the Door. The Head on the Door, the one that I had the Rhino repress.
Yeah.
It plain sounds like shit. I never liked their.
Oh, that's weird because Rhino's supposed to be good according to what I've heard. That Rhino are supposed to be good, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, they were charged with stealing the casket. So they were charged with stealing the casket without the body. Satan's I feel nauseous. Satan, how can you feel nauseous talking about dead bodies? Come on now, Satan.
No, you know
created the dead bodies.
Satan, one time, I kid you not, I was really interested, so I watched a bunch of documentaries about funeral homes. And there's a lot that goes into preparing a person for their, funeral and for where they're getting buried, and the family has to decide what they want to do with the person before they're put in the ground. Like, do they want makeup? What outfit the person's gonna wear? Do they want an open casket or a closed casket?
I have no idea.
And then there's this one that I watched. It was a family of funeral people. It was a family business. Everybody in the family was in that business, and they were like a small town. Everybody knew them. They were like the only funeral home in that town.
There was a show. I don't know if it was on. I don't remember if it was on Netflix or was it what streaming service it was on. But it was a family of I want to say it's in New Zealand. What do they call it? Toas? I forgot what they call their tribe or their race.
Oh, Maori?
But, I think Maori.
Maori is a very big race in New Zealand. Yeah, Maori tribe.
But it was a television show about a funeral home on Maori land and stuff like that. But it was really fucking interesting. I remember I watched it. Next thing I knew, I was 6 episodes, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I discovered it after they had 4 seasons. So, oh my god!
I watched one that was similar about this funeral home in, I think it was out here in the United States, and it's just very interesting. Yeah, there's a certain tribe in New Zealand called the Maori tribe. And basically, when a person graduates high school or graduates college, they do this kind of tribal dance called the haka or something. It's some kind of a dance that they do, Maori people do. It's to honor the person when they've done something, joyous in their life. You can look it up.
Maori.
Mori.
M-A-O-R-I.
R-I. Yeah. Okay.
Rhino is mostly pretty good, but they put out some stinkers. Yeah. I mean, most of the remasters they've done are the reissues. They've come out sounding pretty good. A lot of them, though, I mean, well, actually, no, most of them. There's only been a few where I've been disappointed. Like when they redid the whole complete Depeche Mode catalog, all of them sounded pretty good, except for Songs of Faith and Devotion. Was not impressed with that. I totally was not. Oh, hey, what is happening, Vinyl Dreamscape? How you doing,
Hey,
Sean?
Sean.
Hey, Sean.
I mean, didn't they recently redo the Black Sabbath albums for Rhino? Or what company was it that recently redid the reissues for them? Because I was kind of looking at them.
I think that was Warner Brothers. Or was
Warner
that Rhino?
Brothers?
Was it Rhino?
Because I was like, I would like to get Masters of Reality. I think that'd be kind of cool to have.
I doubt it.
No,
We
he
had
told
heard
me
that
that
too.
same shit.
Yeah,
He told me that same shit. He said he met her in New Zealand and that he owes her $1,500 and that he went to New Zealand. You know what I said to him? I straight up said to him, how the fuck can you afford New Zealand when you can't even afford to clothe yourself?
Well, I was saying he had also told us he had a daughter here. Remember, wasn't he? Had a daughter here or
yeah.
something?
And then he sent us the picture.
I don't know. Who knows?
He sent us the picture. It wasn't even the names don't match up.
Yeah, I'm just I don't know. Whoever knows, we'll never know.
He's a pathological.
Hey, Dusty. Hey, Groovy. What's up, Dawson?
Hey, Dawson.
I'm the dandy highwayman. There you go. Yeah, but yeah. So I know that Depeche Mode's getting completely remastered again. So I mean, they just got done a couple of years ago doing them all. Rhino had redone them all.
Who's redoing it this time? Who's redoing it this time?
I have no idea. I don't know if Warner Brothers is doing it or if there's a separate companies doing it. I haven't really read too much on it. You know, the one who told me about it was Bill from Left to the Dial. He was the one who was talking about it. That they're going to be redoing it.
Well, you know, Nick, you better keep those VMP releases because they're going out of business. They're going out of business, so those things are going to be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, like another company that I was kind of I was listening to the other day. Oh my god, yeah. Hold on. I was listening to this the other day. Oh my god, this thing sounds like shit. You know, this thing sounds like shit. I do not remember it sounding that bad. I used to have a pressing of the original Slash.
Yeah.
Pressing. Sounded phenomenal. This pressing, shit. This one sounds like crap. You know. I mean, I was really listening to it. I was going, fuck. There is so much splatter, and I know it's not my cartridge because my cartridge. Like I said, it's aligned and everything else I was throwing at it that day sounded fucking excellent, but this one, it just sounded like shit. So,
Fox Guy, the baby's doing good. Sebastian's doing good.
So I love this. The little quack. You said have the baby good health.
Sebastian's doing good. Sebastian is now 3 days old. I went to visit him yesterday. He was sleeping. My sister is gonna be busy with Sebastian and Sierra.
Right? You know, it's like me, I have two different pressings of See How We Are. Fortunately, one of them was actually VCLT. Nick had given it to me years ago. He had given me one that was completely sealed. Original Elektra, pressing. Then I had, before that, I had a pressing that was of, I guess the repressing. Original sounds so much clearer. You know, that 180 gram vinyl, all that shit did not make any improvement on the sound. The original sounded fucking excellent.
Yeah.
So usually I'll end up playing the one that Nick gave me over, the repressing. I have a 3-month lease myself.
That's nice Fox.
I love that X album.
I mean, it depends on what
Nick
press
said that. Oh yeah, that's from a great collection I bought. I pretty much have them all. I mean, there's a couple that I probably would like better pressings of, I would like to have a better Wild Gift and maybe a better Under the Big Black Sun, but still, it's like it's not that bad. I mean, the crackles and pops aren't that bad,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff like that. So they're still pretty clean, you know. But I just feel like I overpaid for them because there's this place over here. It's called why is my mind going blank? The one that's like right down the street from me, the one I'm always telling you about, is called Rasta Cowboy Records. That guy, I mean, you know, I don't even go there anymore. He's just such a ripoff. You know, you go in there and the records are not even clean. They're just like, it's like he buys them in these collections and I think he just throws them in his bins.
Oh, that's the kind of
Toss
record store I never go back to.
Yeah, it's like he turns around, he just tosses it in a plastic and throws it on the bins. Like he doesn't even clean it. It's like, you know, you go to left of the dial and, you know, because music's spot on tonight making these sofa dance. There you go. That means your booty shaking up and down the sofa. Quite a sight from what I've heard. So anyways, no, it's like he turns around, he takes I mean, you go to left of the dial, he takes records and I mean, he goes and he like cleans them and he runs them through, you know, one of those hummingbirds or it's called the humming guru or whatever the fuck it is. He runs them through one of those, ultrasonically cleans it. Then he runs a vacuum and, you know, when you get them, they are the most pristine that he can get them. You know, and then on top of that, he's got a really good eye anyway. So he'll turn around, and he'll buy the vinyl from someone, and he'll look at it and know if it's going to be salvageable, you know, stuff like that. If it's going to, you know, be able to be cleaned or whatever. So, like I said, I'm gonna take you over there. Actually, to tell you the truth, on the 27th through the 2nd, if you can actually get your sister to bring you down, I'll take you with you.
My sister can't because my sister's busy with the baby, so I have. No, my sister's busy with the baby right now. The baby was just born. She can't come out.
Okay, because I'm going to say I'm completely available during that time to, like,
I don't know.
take you over to, like, left of the dial and shit like that.
Well, I'll have to figure out a way to get over there. That's the thing. My sister is busy.
You know, maybe I'm just going to have to come out and get you, I guess.
You're going to have to come out because my sister just had a baby. The baby's 3 days old. There's no way in hell she's getting out of that house.
Yeah, because, I mean, but the thing is, make sure that you, like, save up a little bit of money, because when you go to left of the dial, believe me, you're going to want to buy shit. You're going to... And the thing that's great about him, like I said, you turn around, you, like, pick up a bunch of records, be like, oh, and then you take a bunch to the front, and then he usually be like, okay,
Does he have a good 45 selection?
I'll take $4 off that.
Does he have a good 45 selection?
Yeah.
Or does he have, like, what I'm looking for right now is I'm looking for 45 and,
So, Uncle Dusty, there you go.
I'm looking for more 80s records. Because I have a lot of 60s and 70s, so I'm trying to fill the gap with my 80s. So what I'm looking for is Talk Talk. I'm looking for more New Order. There's a lot. I want to get the Hurting.
This is true.
Yeah, well, we'll figure out something. I don't know. We'll figure out something.
I mean, as long as you can get down here, I can go ahead and take you home, you know?
Yeah, we'll figure out something.
Life's what you make it, Talk Talk. I mean, as long as it's, like, after traffic, because, like, fucking traffic, goddamn.
Well,
Traffic
what?
Back up there.
Is this the weekend? That's the thing. Okay.
No, I think it's actually 27th. Yeah, it's Sunday.
Yeah, my mom's off Sunday.
Yeah,
I'll talk with her.
Pinky said, well said, in my opinion. Yes, this is true. I understand that, Paulina. I'm just afraid that she's going to go in there and embarrass me. She's going to go in there and be like, hi! Oh my god, I want to buy everything!
No, you think I'm going to embarrass you? We can do that. You can do that pretty good.
I'm going to have to, like, tell my friends. I'd be like, oh, she doesn't get how much. She doesn't get how much.
You're going to lie to them? I was at Costco today.
They only let her out of the house on certain days of the year. Sorry. They only let her out on certain days when it starts to get warm.
Oh my god. We'll see what happens.
You make this just sound like totally. Just smile and nod. Smile and nod, boys. Smile and nod. There you go. Yeah. I mean, but like I said, left of the dial, he's always willing to work with you. I mean, I don't know how this guy has, like, an encyclopedic knowledge of, like, what he's paid for records. Maybe he's a little spectrum. I don't know. Because, I mean, he will automatically look at a record and he will know how much, you know, I don't know if he knows how much he spent on it or what, but he will like turn around and look at it and like, what's it say? What's it written on there? $19.99. Give me 15. You're good. You know, or he'll say that one. Yeah, give me 10. 10. That's good. You're good. You know, so he does that all the time because he's constantly moving merchandise. So, but yeah, he's really good at that. So, and the thing that's great about that though is when he does that, he starts sucking you in because when he starts giving you discounts, then you want to go back and buy more. So instead of like being there and being like, okay, well I saved $50, you try and take that $50 and go, I want to go spend this $50, and you go right back in, you know, and start grabbing more records, you know. So you walk out instead of walking out with a stack like this, you walk out with a stack like that, you know. So that's how he pulls you in. Now the other place I go to, Analog Records, not so much.
Yeah.
That guy, if you buy a whole lot, I mean, you have to buy a whole lot. Maybe it'll take $1 or $2, maybe up to $5 off the whole purchase. You know, he's not really one of those type of people. So there, it's like anything I buy from there, I gotta really, really want it. You know, if I'm gonna buy it. So, but Ross the Cowboy, I wouldn't even deal. I mean, it's just like lately, it's been like the quality's been really, really bad. So. What's this stream about? Well, that's a good question, Charlie Burton. It's probably about everything and anything. You know, you talk music, TV, movies, sex. We talk about everything. Pizza. Yeah, pizza. We talk about everything here. You never know what we're going to talk about. What's up, lovely Miss Kimba?
Hey, Kimba.
How are you doing?
Oh, 1 second. I got a phone call from my mom.
Uh-oh. Take a spin. Take a spin. Just kidding. Nick says, hey, Kimba. But Kimba, everybody loves the lovely Miss Kimba. So, yeah, like I was saying earlier, I was like, you know, I wanted to go on the cruise with Pinky. We were going to go as friends with Dirty Birds. Anyways, no, we were, but, you know, got text back and we like saw how much we get, and I was like, I need a car. You know, I've been on this one for a couple of years, and the car was used when I bought it. It was new used. But yeah, I'm gonna need a new car. So, want to get one. I want to get a 2025 or 2026. You know, let's see how it works out. And I need to get something that's American made. Although I'm full of myself saying that I want to get American made because it doesn't matter because the parts will still end up being freaking import if something goes wrong. So I'm never going to get away from those fucking tariffs. You know, but at least maybe on the initial price for the car, I'll get away from the tariffs. You know, so. What is happening, DJ Trish? DJ Trish, how you doing? Trish. Yo, Dusty, what's up, Mike? But, like I told you, Pinky, I'm going to make my way out there sometime this summer, hopefully. Should I bring Lisa with me? I was kidding.
My mom has a question. What is there to do out there? She asked me, what's fun to do in your area?
Me?
No, because she's going to take me out there. She said she'll come at 1 or 2.
I don't know. Why don't we just have her go with us? She can go around with us.
Because she's not into record stores. She's into eating. We'll figure it out. But she said fun.
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, thanks for considering Sunday, because that's the only day she has off. Because every other day, she pretty much, since the baby is back and taking care of, my mom has the day off to do other things.
Pinky said, yeah, come up. Bring Lisa too.
I've never been on a... Let me tell you something. I have to take my anti-sickness meds before I go because I get seasick on a cruise.
No, I was talking about if I drive up there. I was thinking about driving up there and like going into San Francisco for the day or whatever, you know.
I know.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about San Francisco. I've only drove through it. I've never been to it. I've only drove through it.
Yeah.
Nope, I've only drove through it.
It's actually been quite a few years since I've been to San Francisco. I need to get out there, actually. Oh, Trish, you were so kind. Hey, guys, please give Dusty a sub. I think everybody that's subbed to me is already here.
I told my mom.
Would be great.
I told my mom you have a lot of Vietnamese restaurants out there.
We do. Trish,
I checked. The highest rated one highest rated one in your area is called Han Hong something or Han Long.
Yeah, we have a place that's like right up the street from me here. It's called Honda Ya. It's actually Japanese food. It's not like Korean or
Yeah,
Vietnamese or anything
my
else.
mom likes
Freaking
Japanese to a
awesome.
certain
They're
extent.
pricey.
My mom likes Japanese food to a certain extent,
Uh-huh.
but she will not eat Korean food. We took her to a Korean barbecue one time, and she's like, "Oh, I'll never do this again." So secretly, my sister said for her birthday that she was gonna take her to a buffet, and my sister secretly took her to Korean barbecue again and didn't tell her.
You know, I went to this Korean barbecue in LA that was right next to the Museum of Death. I don't even remember what the name of it was. I know that it was an upper class place though.
Was it Road to
But-
Seoul?
Maybe it might have been. I just know that it was an upper class place, not cheap at all by any means. But oh, excuse me. I please give me a little bit of the burps there. No, but yeah, we went, and I remember I like pigged out because I love Korean barbecue. But when I went to the Museum of Death, it was like, I don't know why, but I just felt queasy. And I don't get queasy about shit like that. I mean, death, gore, none of that shit bothers me now. But yeah, I went in there and I was feeling kind of like, whoa. Really, Pete? Sweet. You know, the thing that I was disappointed with, Pinky, was a lot of the, what do you call it? A lot of the exhibits seemed like stuff that I had seen before online. You know, like there was this one where it's like they have like a whole exhibit of this couple. This couple, get me? This man and woman. I guess her ex-boyfriend. They were all involved in methamphetamine, whatever. Her new boyfriend and her chopped up the ex-boyfriend and took pictures and Polaroids while they were doing it. They're butt naked, chopping this guy up. You know, and all those pictures ended up on the internet. I remember seeing them like in the early 2000s, like on Rotten or some shit like that.
I love this song.
But yeah, so they have all those pictures and frames on the wall, which I'm pretty sure like you end up having like a regular person come in, they're gonna look at that wall and be like, "Oh my god, look at these fucking pictures, are freaking horrible." But I'm just kind of like, dude, I've seen these pictures for years. I'm like, I'm paying this money to see this shit. No, but they do have like Ross Williams' Christian Death. They have like weird shit. Like Ross Williams' Christian Death hung himself by putting a noose around. You know, like in apartments where you have a closet, they have like storage on top. They have like these swing out doors. You know, usually like 70s type apartments will have it, like a swing out door. Well, he somehow like hung himself by putting a rope over that. They have the door that he hung himself on at the Museum of Death. G.G. Ellen, the very last outfit he ever wore. If you look on YouTube, you can see G.G. Ellen wore this outfit at his last gig, and it's the outfit that supposedly he died in. His brother Merle donated it to the Museum of Death, and it's there. And I swear to God, the man smelled like shit. The man smelled like shit. You can go ahead and smell through the plexiglass, and it smells like shit still. Still smells like shit. You know? So, you know, Mason. Let me see. Museum of Death smells like formaldehyde. It does, because they have a lot of like old like artifacts there that are from like old funeral homes. Yeah, Kimball watched a fun little movie last night, Carmen, with Jodie Foster and Margaret Robertson. Not great, but good. That was good. Museum of Infamy in Niagara Falls has a men's exhibit also. Dude, I have kids in the room. Why would you have kids? Oh, sorry, you know, but this is not a kid's stream.
Yeah, not a kid's stream.
Yeah,
I was
not a
gonna
kid's stream,
tell
Charlie.
you-
Sorry.
I was gonna tell you, since you speaking of museums, since I will be coming up there, I think you know what museum we should hit. That would be
What?
kind of cool to see. There's an exhibit at Fullerton. It's called the punks. It's a punk exhibit, right? But it's not just any punk exhibit. It's the punk artists of the Orange County area. It's in Fullerton. It's pretty cool.
I've met Merle. You know, Merle, I watched there's a documentary that came out a few years ago about Merle and his mom and G.G. Ellen. And they made it before his mother passed away. And they're showing Merle, like, his home and everything. It's just like, he is like such a normal guy now, Merle. And it's like, when you look at it, you know, when you think about it, he came from like this horrendous band called the Murder Junkies, and, you know, his brother, and, you know, you just think of all that shit. And you're just like, they show this scene where I swear to God, he's like pulling up his helm. Grass is finely manicured. His bushes are all nice, nicely painted. Total suburban home, you know. And his neighbor's coming up to him and giving him cookies. She's like, Merle, I made cookies. here you go. You know, you're such a great neighbor. Blah 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 blah. You know, it's just like he's so fucking suburban now. You know, it's like crazy. But then you walk inside his house and it's all like freaking like all this serial killer memorabilia and shit. But he's a fucking nice guy. You know. But I know that he does like to hang out with the family. You know. Stuff like that. So, Vinyl Dreams Cat. That's one of the first things I saw on cable ever at my aunt's house in Rome, New York when I was a kid. So there she goes, because Manson. Yeah, there you go. Museum of Death. Is that the place where they showed JFK's hearse? No, I don't think his hearse is there.
Maybe that's in Las Vegas. I know there's a museum in Las Vegas that shows stuff like that too.
Hi, Dusty. At least it sounds like a site I like to dearly departed site. Yeah. I actually never got a chance to go on his Scott Michaels, the Dearly Departed tour. I never got a chance to go on it. I wish I had, but I mean, I've been to most of the spots he goes to anyway, so. Said hearse. Interesting. Love those early Cuban movies that you never see anywhere else. It looks great. I watched She-Freak last week, so another Cardi movie would be cool. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Kimba. Keep kids out of the stream. The same for kids. Kimber, remember to watch HOTS, H-O-T-S. I was in the room when Merle got the call about his mom. Oh. Yeah. There was like a really sad moment in that documentary when she's like talking about her son and she's like, you know, everybody talks about GGL and this and GGL and that and all the negativity around GGL and stuff. So, you know, I forgot what she said his real name was because I forgot what his real name was, but she's like, to me, he was just da-da-da. He was my son. You know, and all these people like say all these like negative things about him, this and that, da-da-da. And also she was talking about like when they would piss on his headstone, because like people would go to his headstone and they'd piss on it and shit on it and stuff. And then finally I think somebody knocked it over. And then after they knocked it over, supposedly the person who owned the cemetery kept the headstone in a freaking locked shack for a few years, before Merle was able to get it back, and he gave it to the Museum of Death for them to put on display. So it's there now. I haven't gone since he put that on display, but I kind of would like to go see it. I know that's something which I wish it was. No, I believe you, Pinky. You're not really much of a liar. You never know who's lying. I tell you what it means, but I'd have to whisper in your ear. Jody was still young, but really good as she always is. Robbie is super cool, cutting all the deals. Don't forget Gary Busey, V Dreams Kate. Kimba, if you watch it, that will make sense. Whisper part. At Right Fox IC7, Gary was great. I had forgotten what a good actor he was back then. The latest video Scott did was one about Jack Cassidy, Here Bring Death, 1976. You know, I had seen the thumbnail of that, and I didn't watch it. I should have watched it. Because, thanks to Tim, I've had kind of like a renewed interest, of course, in the Partridge Family. You know, since I should have watched it. So he burned to death? I didn't realize he had burned to death. I mean, I didn't know how he had died, but... How did David Cassidy die? Was it just plain a heart attack? I don't even know how he died. So, as I pour myself another IPA here. Dang, I'm starting to feel these IPs already. See, that's the benefits of not drinking a lot in between. If I don't drink for like weeks in between, I can catch a good buzz cheaply. There you go. There's a free movie called Analog Love about mixtapes, Henry Rollins. Yeah, Henry Rollins does a lot of different documentaries. He did one about records not too long ago. There's one that I'm trying to find. What is the name of the guy who did it? Alex Zweig, I think is his name. Z-W-E-I-G. It's he made a documentary I don't know how many years ago, during the 90s, called Vinyl, which is like a documentary that everyone in the vinyl community either fucking loves or they fucking hate it, you know? Because he really, really, really made vinyl collectors look like pathetic, you know, like, you know, agoraphobic people that just stay in our little freaking basements and collect our records and we never leave, blah, 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 type thing. I mean, I think what he did was he went and found the extreme of what people in the hobby look like are, you know, and he kind of like exploited that, you know, but he made a follow-up that, from what I understand, had a couple of people from the vinyl community that we may know who were in it. that he made maybe 3-4 years ago, something like that. So yeah. But yeah, like he had this one guy who was like, he said, he's all, I'm trying to collect every record that ever existed. I want to be like, I want to own in my library every song that has ever been recorded. And he looks at him like, fuck, there's no way you can do that. What the fuck, you crazy? He's all, yeah. He's all, I want to collect every song that has ever been recorded. He's all, you can't do it. He's all, you're talking about like, you know, English, French, Spanish, Russian, you know, Japanese. He's all, every single recording that's ever been done. He's all, there's no way. It's not possible.
There is no possible way.
Yeah, but this guy really believed he could do it. And then also he said that he had a photographic memory. And he says, I can tell you any one of the records in my collection, I can tell you the track listing off it, you know, off the top of my head. And he goes, he's all pull record, in record. So there's a bunch of like K-Town records that are like there in the stack.
Oh,
like,
JJ.
And he turns around and he grabs one, you know, and he's like, oh, okay, what record is that? And he says, it's Rock Explosion, blah, blah, whatever. You know, Rock Explosion on your boobs, whatever. And he's like, okay, no, not that one. He's all, pick another one. So he goes and he picks another one. He goes, okay, this is Rock All Over Your Booty Cheeks, whatever the hell it is. You know, the guy goes, okay. He's all, okay, I will tell you the whole complete track listing. And he tells him the whole track listing of that record. And I'm just like going, damn. But that's what he says. It's like, okay, those records over there, he could have probably memorized. I mean, like, did he memorize the whole collection? It's crazy. And then there's another guy that guy was really creepy. Guy had records everywhere. I think that was the one who had records in his bathroom. Records everywhere. You know, and I guess some of the records were on the floor. They had fallen on the floor. And he accidentally stepped on one. And the guy has a connect. Out of all these hundreds of thousands of records he has in his house, you know, he freaks out about the one shit record, you know, Hawaiian record that he stepped on. And he's like freaking out. It was crazy. It was crazy. You know, he's like, oh, well, we should go get shelves. Put your records on shelves. Whatever. Crazy. Let me see. Let me get back. Catch most of these. Yeah, kind of like a needs parking nerds. Yeah. The Fox guy says, sorry, drug spelling to take over. Looks some standing to church. That's great. We'll check it out. Let me see. It sounds like something Stunty would do.
That
I think
reminds
that dude,
me
David
of
from
someone.
Second Flyers, is everything.
No, not David. No, that reminds me of the dude in Brazil. Have you ever seen a video about the guy in Brazil who has 6 million records? And out of the 6 million records he has, he played Cat Stevens' greatest hits. You can look up the video and you can watch it. This guy literally has people that are helping him with his collection. His collection's in a huge warehouse in Brazil. And this guy makes, like, he's not even ashamed about the fact that he has 6 million records, right? And, you know, I start to think to myself, you know, I have like close to like 600 and something records, right? Even I look at my record collection, I'm like, boy, I have a lot. I was going through them today and I realized when I get out there, you know what I need to really buy when I get out there? You just reminded me right now when I go out there. I need to, does Bill and Michelle sell outer sleeves?
I think he does, but if not, Porta Sound has them.
Because I just realized I only have inner sleeves and I need to get more outer sleeves because the ones that no tea and shade to Q87, but Q87 gave me some really shitty outer sleeves that ripped really, really badly. They gave it to me for free, and they're like, oh, I hope you enjoy them, and they ripped.
You know, I'm not sure. Well, I used to buy these sleeves. I don't remember what the name of the company is. I don't remember what it was now. And I used to buy it from Amazon. I used to have it on repeat. So it was like, I would just go ahead and re-click the link, like rebuy.
Because
they would send them to me.
I bought Invest in Vinyl's inner sleeves, and they're great. Invest in Vinyl.
No, I still buy. No, because they're still available on Amazon. I still buy them. But the thing is, I used to buy these outer sleeves by this one company. I mean, they were just perfect. They were resealable. They were just the right length. You would put the thing in, it would like fold nicely. And I went and I bought some new ones from a different company because, you know, Amazon does this thing where they say, you know, oh, well, we don't carry that anymore, but we carry this, which is comparable. So I ordered those, and they came in, and I was just like, oh, they're crap. I didn't like them. They feel cheap. They feel thin. You know.
You sent it to me one time when I was asking you for recommendations. If that's the one.
Really?
Because I asked you and Paulina for recommendations of Outer Sleep. Because I don't buy a lot of records, but since I'm going all the way over there, I have a feeling I am going to need some more Outer Sleep.
What the fuck? No way.
Josh Groban's not dead. Fucking get out of here. I know that shit like the back of my head. You can't fool me. Fuck you.
Fuck. Oh my god. You better double check, Lisa. You better Google that shit.
Wait,
I know we got multiple people here saying it.
Oh, fuck you guys. He's not fucking dead. Oh my fucking god, he gave me a heart attack. Shit. Fuck you, Trekker. Fuck Fox guy. He's my favorite artist. Oh, fucking cool on you guys.
It got me because Happystar said sorry to hear about Josh Groban, and then Fox guy said rest in peace for Josh, and then Charlie turned around and said rest in peace, love this podcast. I was like, oh shit.
First off, Charlie, he doesn't have a podcast. But Josh Groban, recently Josh Groban did a couple of Broadway plays. Not recently. Oh, this is so funny. You're playing this song right now.
You are so pretty.
I was just listening to this song.
Really? You know what I thought was really crazy is that they're doing another one of those like 80s freaking tours or whatever, you know, where they do a multiple.
Yeah.
Now, one of those I'd pay to go see.
Yeah.
Now, but I think Big Country's supposed to play.
I love Big Country.
And I was like, wait a second. The lead singer died like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, why the fuck would I want to go see Big Country without the lead singer? Huh?
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. Yeah, she did that, Dusty.
I've been listening to this song on repeat and the song by The Lightning Seed. I've been listening to that on repeat. I don't know why. It's just I've been on that.
Pure and simple?
Yep. I just been on that kick of listening to like late 80s, early 90s stuff. So also I've been listening to that song by what's her name? The one that goes do 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 do.
Are you like one of those like Spectrum people that gets like all excited whenever they play fucking Fireflies?
No, I fucking hate that song. But I love Owl City. I love Owl City, but I fucking hate that song.
I love Owl City, I do, but he is like such a Spectrum magnet.
You know what? Let me tell you something. Funny you say that because he is on the Spectrum. He had said it in an intervw that he has.
Oh, he is? Maybe maybe that's why then.
He's on the Spectrum. I know my people. When I saw him, I was like, dude, he's on the Spectrum. And my sister's like, how do you tell? I go, just the way and his mannerisms. It is a great song. Pure and Simple. No. It was that band. What's that band? That 90s band.
Right, that's your payback. There you go, exactly. People say that's your payback because you told everybody George Benson died Sunday.
Well, because let me tell you something. Google said he died, and I got freaked out. I was like, "What? George Benson died in 2015?"
Kim, but the Firefly song makes my skin. You know the thing about the Firefly song is I loved it. I did love it, but it overstayed its welcome. So it's like after like the second year of Fireflies, I was kind of like, okay. Yeah,
you remember when he did that other song?
It got kind of cringy.
Remember when he did that other song? Woke up on the wrong side of bed today.
He was just kind of freaking. He was trying to recapture, you know, because I forgot who he played with, because I saw him open up for somebody. I forgot who it was. And when he played, I swear to God, no offense, but there were so many Spectrum people out there who were just kind of like, it was like Dawn of the Dead. You know, he's playing freaking Fireflies and they're just out there drifting.
I'm gonna let you in on a little.
Dude, really?
My poor sister Angela, she sat through 2 Owl City concerts because of me.
This guy, I think I like this guy, Charlie. She said, "Rest in peace, George Benson. I love this podcast."
Oh man.
That's gonna be the new catchphrase there, Charlie. Rest in peace, so-and-so. I love this podcast. Rest in peace, Joe Rogan.
I don't think too many people are gonna be sad over Joe Rogan's death.
Lol, Dawn of the Dead. That's what it was like. Remember the scene where they turn around and in Dawn of the Dead where they turn on all the lights and they turn on the music and all the displays and all the zombies are like, ugh. That's what it was like, man, when he played Fireflies. All the freaking Spectrum.
Oh my God. When that thing wouldn't stop playing, when the thing wouldn't stop playing, like the machine was broken, and he kept playing the song. Oh, I love that movie. Ager, the director, he's done so many good movies. He's a great director.
Holy shit. Okay. If anyone likes the Bad Ministry, they just released an album of remix of their early tech pop industrial goth songs like Every Day is Holy. Not really necessary. But, it sounds like it could be kind of fun, but I mean, classics in there. But I'm pretty sure that, because everything pre-Twitch era, Al Jorgensen fucking hates, man. He hated everything he did pre-Twitch. And he's like voiced it like so many times. Like with Sympathy, he hates that fucking album. I thought it was a good album for what it was, but yeah. Like Work for Love and shit like that. So, what is happening about hard things in windy Chicago, the Windy City? Bella's in the house when she's got an avatar of my kitty. Looks like my kitty Binks. Totally. It's Belle. Everyone in Big Country, then delete singer committed suicide. I don't know. Did he? I don't know. I didn't really read too much on it. I remember probably about 7 years ago, I went to the 80s New Wave bar. And, excuse me. Oh, sorry. I think that my freaking allergies are starting to kick in again.
Welcome to my world, my allergies.
About like 7 years ago, we went to a New Wave bar, me and my friend Caesar. And we went to, I know I should freaking, wash my hands. No, but, and we saw Naked Eyes played. And it was just the one guy. It was funny. He came down, when he came down, I was like, oh, hey, can I get a picture with you? Blah, blah, blah. It's the main singer or whatever. He's all, sure. And he's all, would you like me to sign something? I'm like, no, I just wanted to get a picture with you. He's like, okay. My friend Caesar turns out and says, hey, what happened to the other guy? Weren't there two of you? And I was like, the other guy died.
No. The other guy died of cancer.
Yeah, I was like,
he died in the 90s of cancer.
Uh-huh. Let me see. I saw that meme. It's so freaking hilarious. I got to get that t-shirt,
I sent you that. Because I was like, you need that shirt. I tried to find it online to see if they had your size because I was like, oh my god, that'd make a good Christmas gift.
Hilarious. Yeah, it's like I earned my joy to be the shirt. It's all straight lines.
I had to send my mom some stuff. My mom was like, send me some links to Bitter Meats restaurants, so I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me see. Al did an interview recently saying that he's finally come to terms with Sympathy and Twitch. So they're doing a final tour and only doing those early tracks. Now, I know that he's supposed to be doing those at Cruel World, isn't he? I think at Cruel World he's going to be doing those. If I'm not mistaken. Naked Eyes. Me too, Bella. Non-drowsy for yeah, it's the season. I had a really I think I might have had COVID because I lost my sense of smell and taste again, but yeah, I just had a really bad bout and I just got over it probably about like a month or two ago. Was this? Rest in peace, Dusty Cousins. Yeah, it's starting to hit me again. Hay fever time.
Yeah.
Fox guy, it's expensive.
I mean, do you have an air purifier in your house?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for reminding me. I've had it turned off the past day.
You know
Maybe that's the
what?
reason why I'm starting to sneeze again.
I have my Shark air purifier on all the time, and I swear that thing has really helped me a lot. I got it from Costco when it was on sale. Mm-hmm. My dad went and, for Christmas, instead of buying us a gift, you know what he did? He got me, my sister, he got us air purifier for Christmas. And I was like, yeah, it's a gift that keeps giving.
Uh-huh.
Oh, April, May, next month, it's going to be May.
It's going to be rough.
Yeah.
It's going to be rough. I just put like a pot of water on top of the radiator. I have a Navage, which usually cleans me right out. Whenever I have problems with my allergies, I use that thing, and like I am cleared up by the next day with no problems. But Usually. I think I'm just allergic to Lisa because I haven't been sneezing until I got into a stream with Lisa. Now I'm starting to sneeze.
Bullshit. You sneeze off screen without me.
As soon as Lisa gets out here and says, "Hey," I'm like, "Achoo."
No, look. I asked ChatGPT to make my dog into a human, right?
Uh-huh.
And this is what they did.
Oh my god! Did you go on the whole action figure thing?
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
You know why? Because someone told me about it, and I made myself. It was cute.
Uh-huh.
My friend messaged me and said, "Hey, where did you do that? It's cute." I just discovered it one day.
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay, I'll tell you how I discovered it. I was in my Elder Emo group, and people were posting all of these, like, action figures of themselves. And so I was like, where did you guys do that? They told me.
Yeah, pretty sweet. Yeah, it's through ChatGPT, isn't it?
Yep.
ChatGPT.
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, but when I made the picture, my dad looked at it. My dad goes, "It looks nothing like you." My dad goes, "They made you look like different." I was like, "That's the whole point, Dad."
Your dad hits me as one of those guys who's just like, everybody would be joyous about something. Your dad's just like, meh. The whole vibe with just like two words.
My dad said something really nice to me. You know what my dad said to me this week? He looked me up and down. He said to me, "Whatever you're doing right now with your hair," he goes, "don't change it." He goes, "I like the dark hair."
Exactly. Leave it alone. Stop fucking with it. Leave it alone.
He said, "Whatever color you're doing right now," he goes, "stick with it." He goes, "Do not do that neon color." He goes, "When you did the neon color, you look like Ronald McDonald." And I was like, "Well, thanks, Dad."
No, he's right. Whatever it is, because right now, I'm going to blow you up here. Your hair is a natural earth tone. Yeah. It looks very nice.
Thank you.
It's very presentable.
Thank you.
You know, it doesn't look like it's burnt. It's like it's grown in. Do not cut it.
I haven't.
Yeah, because I know that you have a tendency, you're like, "I'm going to cut it." And then you like turn around and you cut it yourself. And the next thing you know, we got a freaking like, you're wearing a beret for the next month or two.
You know, the thing about it is, one time I went to a salon back in 2004. My mom got a discount because she knew the guy who worked there. So my mom was like, "Hey, I invited you to a hair salon to get your hair done." So that's the one time I went.
Every time she does a live outside the coop, she'd be sniffing with watery eyes.
Oh, yeah, people love seeing the chickens on Friday.
How many chickens do you have now?
We have about maybe 12 or 13. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, fucking Colonel Sanders. Damn, you got a lot. Fuck.
But you know what? I'm going to ask my mom. 1 second.
What are you asking Mom? What are you asking Mom for? Do you have a fucking rooster, Lisa? That's like such like a Vladio thing. Such like a hood thing to have a fucking rooster and it wakes up the whole fucking neighborhood. Yeah, I've always thought it was like a whole freaking like gangster thing right here. The beautiful Miss Pinky says, "Buzzcocks." Yes. So are you still gonna go on the cruise without me, Pinky? I hope you do. You deserve to have fun. You need to get away. I wish you could have went with me this time, but I do plan to visit you sometime this summer. Without Lisa, just don't tell her. But that isn't good enough, Pinky. You have to say, "Yes, I'm going without you," and it kills me. It kills me that I'm going without you. And I'm going with a broken heart, but I will be able to get on the boat, and I will go. That's how you're supposed to think.
Yeah, my mom says we have 13. My mom says we have 13 to 14 chickens.
Jesus Christ.
She said that she gets like 25 eggs a day, and she said that she can give you a bunch of eggs because she has too many.
Tracker, you nasty.
Tracker.
There you go. That's more online for what I was looking for. That's better.
Lisa
She's going without me on the cruise, and she said, "Lol, I'm devastated." That's more what I was looking for.
Look, Fox, I'm not gonna lie. I love my famous bowls from KFC. Not gonna lie, the famous bowls from KFC, I've been getting them since high school. But I'll just be honest with you, is it just me, or has KFC gotten really salty at times with their chicken? Like, really salty to the point where it's like a turn off to eat their stuff. Or is it just me?
Said Trekker, I went through menopause. I'm all tame now.
Well, I know how that is, Pinky. I'm going through premenopause.
She take Lisa's mother eggs testing. She has all the eggs she needs, Charlie. I'm like, oh,
no. My mom is gonna give you eggs anyway. She's going all the way there. You're getting eggs. She said it already that you're getting eggs. She's gonna give it to you.
Trekker. Well, Pinky, congrats. There you go.
Trekker, there's nothing wrong with being on menopause. I'm gonna be there soon, so it's nothing wrong with it.
Said, well, Pinky, congrats.
Oh, I love the song.
Yeah, I think actually it's coming up on this list, Belle. If you stick in there a little bit, I'm pretty sure it's coming up. Most definitely. Said, lol. Trekker, ha ha ha. Well, I mean, even though you're, like you said, maybe you have lowered estrogen levels, I mean, at least be lucky that you're not, like, growing, like, beards and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm
some
lucky.
Women, they can, like, start...
Well, some women, the reason why they grow beards is due to PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome. Some women can't help it. My mom, she waxes people, right? And she has women that have that issue. And unfortunately, when you have PCOS, you're more prone to go hair in like your lip area, your chin and stuff, grow on full beard.
God damn, Lisa.
What?
We say one little thing and you have to be like Debbie Downer. You're like, well, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I'm just trying to make a woman feel good about having beards.
I'm just fucking with you, Lisa. I'm just fucking.
No, because you know what? I don't have that problem.
Lisa, going through the changes, all you this bunch of stuff. You want to know something? Like, the thing that I find is crazy is when I see those freaking memes where they take Archie Bunker and they take fucking like Sherman Hemsley and all these people. Sherman Hemsley story incoming in just a moment. And they take all them and they like compare their ages they were when they did those television shows. And you're like, fuck, so you mean I'm older than Archie Bunker was? You know, when he did All in the Family? And Archie Bunker looked like he was a fucking ancient man. But they're like, no, he was like 6 years younger than me when he did that show or some shit. But I had read a story, or actually I had seen a story. It's actually on YouTube where they were talking. Somebody's talking about, I forgot what comedian was talking about. He's all, so the most unusual thing that ever happened to me was one time I was like taking blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I started tripping. He's on, I'm in the room and it's like me. Oh, wait, no. It's Jack Osborne. He's all, I'm at this thing, you know, and I'm like, you know, talking to people and I took this certain drug and I was starting to trip and, you know, I'm sitting there and it's me, Marilyn Manson, and Sherman Hemsley. I'm like, fuck, Sherman Hemsley? You know? Yeah. And I'm like trying to like picture this in my mind, like Jack Osborne, Sherman Hemsley, and fucking Marilyn Manson sitting there talking while he's tripping balls.
Well, you know, Jack Osborne. Just saying, it
was hilarious.
Jack Osborne looks like his dad a lot.
Jack Osborne was the one who actually stood up and he's become like the whole savior of the family. He's the one who's running everything now. You know?
Well, yeah, because I'm sure an Osborne wants to, you know, get it, Ozzy Osbourne out there doing everything, even though he's not in the help to do so.
At least you're going to get a goatee and night sweats. Your motorcycle will go away.
Well, you know what,
Mojo
Belle?
will go away.
Belle, I'm 42. I'm going to be 43. And they said that's about the time when you experience those things.
Fox guy said, Lisa's mom waxing people. Name something I didn't think I'd hear tonight for 500.
She also does facials too and nails.
My father was like Archie Bunker. It was like so funny because you watch freaking All in the Family nowadays. You watch the episodes nowadays and you just like cringe. You're just like, oh my god.
You couldn't get away with the stuff that they did in the 70s that Archie Bunker said. They wouldn't have flied nowadays. Now, what did you think about the remake of All in the Family when they did it with Woody Harrelson?
It was good. I mean, because he was like trying to like he was trying to channel, Carol
reinvigorate,
so
right?
Great. Yeah, but I think the thing was like so cool is I saw a meme not too long ago where it shows like Archie. It says, "This is the reason why men my age are not we're not little petunias and we're not whatever. This is the reason why we're like tough." And it shows because we grew up watching people like this. It shows like Archie Bunker. It shows like George Jefferson, Red Fox. It shows all these people. We grew up watching these people, so we're not offended by anything. My mom had me at 41. So Lisa could still have a baby then.
Well, yeah. As you know, I've heard of women having babies at 45, like Hilary Swank. had a kid at 46 or 47. So it is possible, but it's not common, but it is possible.
Menopause means men go away because the men go on pause.
Yeah.
Is that like that climax song? The men all pause when you walk into the room. Like that.
I have no idea about that song.
Yes, you do. Lisa has an extensive collection of Apollonia 6 and the Mary Jane Girls. Don't tell me you don't, Lisa. Lisa's like, oh, freaking play Mary Jane Girls in my house.
You mean Mary J. Blige?
Mary Jane Girls. You never, Lisa, you never heard of the Mary Jane Girls?
No.
What are you doing with your life? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I was a 90s kid. That probably came out before I was born. Wait,
You know,
let me
it
look it up.
doesn't put me on pause. Yeah.
No, not for men, but women it does.
I'm just kidding. Pinky has like, Anne has no interest in me. Sherman Hemsley was like 38, Red Fox 50 when their series started. Jesus
Oh.
Christ. Yeah, it's spitting facts.
I've heard in my house. I've heard in my house.
You know, the thing is, okay, women, unlike men, some men, not all men, but some men, but women mostly, are like wine. They become better with time.
Yeah.
You know, they become more vintage, they become sweeter, tastier. Men, not so much. Some, not so much. Not me. Not me, definitely not. Definitely not. I kind of like go like with the whole like, what's his name, Adam Sandler thing, where he turns around and he says, he's like, oh, you know, he's like, I think when I get old, I'm going to look like Buddy Hackett. That's me. I think in another like 10, 15 years, I'll look like Buddy Hackett. Something like that. So.
Yeah. You know, as I mentioned in a previous stream, you know, I started getting like the white and grays when I was 31. So I was pretty young when I started getting it. And it's just, you know, it's something that you get used to, your hair getting to a certain color. And I think when I first got my whites and gray, I got freaked out about it, and I started dyeing my hair with the box dye because I was freaked out about it. And then my dad told me it's completely normal for people to have white hair young in his family because he got it at 18. Oh, I love this
the odds of getting
song.
knocked up after 40 is the odds of getting knocked up after 40 is like 50. It's like 5%. I'm sorry.
No way.
All my 40-year-olds in here, hit me on my DMs. Just kidding. I'm just
No
kidding.
way, Kimbo. Don't make me feel bad, man. Kimbo, I'm 42.
I'm all hit me my DMs. You know, if it's only 5%, if you're over 40, hit the DMs. Vinyl James says the Mary Jane Girls produced by Rick James. Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they were his discovery. That's what I'm saying, Fox guy. I like those odds.
Fox guy wants his Indonesian princess. I don't know where she is.
Literally. Me too. I mean, we're not like Trekker. Trekker likes like kind of young.
Well, I do know for a fact that as you get older, especially for women, they say that we lose our sex drives when we get menopause. Our sex drive decreases once we get
It
menopause.
says 5% bumping uglies. How often? I don't know, but you keep on talking that way, Pinky. And I might have to take out a loan to go on that cruise. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. Ask your doctor if you don't believe. Yes, I've done some research. That is an incomplete statistic.
No, because Kim Kardashian's in her 40, and I'm pretty sure Kim Kardashian has got a lot of guys that would like to bump her.
I know the mother of my kids, she was talking about getting a hysterectomy.
Yeah?
And I think the only reason why she did it is because she was afraid of, like, going, like, you know, she's going to grow a beard and shit. But she's already going through the change of getting whiskers and shit.
Well, yeah.
Revenge for the
But
divorce.
sometimes there's many reasons why people get hysterectomy. Because they don't want kids. Cancer. That's the only ones that come to mind.
I'm like, yeah, with the divorce, you got half my money, but, you know, you also got whiskers, too, so fuck you. That's what I tell her. I guess I'm safe. I'm almost 65. Joy is going on 60. So, Jeff, you're the older guy. He likes Jeff's into younger women. There you go.
I mean, she's not younger by much. Only 5 years. Not big. My parents are 21 years apart.
You know what I think happens, Belle? I think a lot of marriages end up running into the same problem like my marriage ran into. It's like a lot of people, I think, get together when they're very, very young, and then they decide they're going to have kids when they're very young. And I think for women, you know, like I remember one time talking to my son about this. My son's like, I don't necessarily believe that. And I said, no, I think it's true because it's what happened to your mother. Women end up having babies, and they try and settle into this role when they're really, really, really young because they feel that that's what society wants them to do. So they want to have kids, and they want to be the wife, da-da-da. And then as they get older, they're kind of like, well, fuck, I gave up my whole life for this shit when they hit middle age. You know, when the kids get older. You know, and they're like, fuck, you know, I gave up most of my main years to take care of this man and his kids, and then they want out.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, I want to go out and do my thing. You know, I've only been with this man for so many years, you know. You know, I didn't experience, you know, all this dick or all this.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, the thing is, like, for me, I had a rough time with it, but I had to realize, you know, yeah, you know, I strapped her down with kids when we were very young.
Yeah, but...
You know,
but
it's a hard pill to swallow, but I had to be like, it's true.
It is
you know,
true,
I
but not
down
all
with
people
kids, you know?
not all people are that way. Because my mom was really young when she had me, right? And my siblings.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom did not think that way. I think it depends on the person, to be honest with you. Because not all people have that mindset. There are people who married when they're really young, right? Like, look at Jen and Dave. They married when they're really young, and they're still married. So not all people have that mindset of needing to leave a marriage just because they married young.
Okay, well, see, Belle, I mean, that was smart. You know, like she said, I was 29 when I got married. Like I said, most women, they get married when they're like 20, 21. Most of them want to get married at that age. People are going to say, you're a fucking asshole, Dusty. No, they don't. But, you know, some do. Not all, some.
Well,
you know, yeah, Belle, women are not to be defined by, yeah, most definitely. I mean, definitely agree with that.
A lot of millennials nowadays are getting married later in life.
Which is what I told my daughter. You know, I told her those who are financially dependent on men have to play a silly game with silly boys, and they have to put up with a bunch of bullshit. Which is why I told her, and I was on her so bad to go to school. You know, I told her, you need to get your education. You need to do this, you know, and I said, you cannot hitch your wagon to somebody else's star. You have to get your own.
You have to. You have to.
You have to get
my sister Danielle, she has a degree from Cal Poly Pomona in graphic design. My sister Angela has a degree from U.S. Santa Barbara, and my brother has a degree from UCLA. So yes, having a degree is a good thing, I think, to have in case the relationship you have with the guy fizzles out. You have something to fall on when you have that degree. Now, I don't know her situation. I don't know why she doesn't have a degree, but I'm assuming maybe because college is not for everybody. I don't go to college. It's not for everybody.
Gen Z don't even want kids. You know, actually, most of them don't.
No.
Now, my daughter and her fiance, they both say that they don't want kids. I turned around and told her, I said, you got to be careful, because usually the ones that say they don't want kids are the ones who end up having all the kids. This is what ends up happening. My son, I haven't announced it, but, you know, something's in the works. But I haven't said anything yet because I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, but my daughter, yeah, she says she does not want kids. You know, she said she will be perfectly fine being an aunt. And I was like, okay, well, we'll see.
Well, sometimes it accidentally happens, you know.
Fox, I call my own shots. I'm 6 figures. Yeah. I was married and purposely never had kids, and I'm okay with that. I'm not your typical woman. I don't have to do what men say, rely on men's perceptions of me. And I think that's what makes, you know, and I'll say it here, you know, Lisa, I mean, that's what makes Anne so attractive, is that she doesn't fucking have to answer anybody. It's like she has her own thing going on. It's like she doesn't need you. And I think when a woman does not need you, I think that's kind of sexy. And,
that's
you know,
admirable.
it really is. Like, you know, like a woman, like she could do with you or do without you. You know, either you're going to get in with the program or you're not. You know, type thing. And I think maybe because that's the way my mother was, maybe that's the reason I'm attracted to women like that, you know? You know, because my mother was very like that. It's like, either you're going to go to the program or you're not. You know, and she was like that with men, you know, after my father. She was like, you know, either this guy's going to, like, you know, fit in or he's not. So.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I think the women that rely too much on men. when the
Yes.
women who rely too much on men, I think, you're setting yourself up for a downfall. You have to be able to be okay with being with yourself as well. I think that's the thing with some women is they just rely too much on a guy.
No,
And
they
that's
aren't, Charlie. Don't say that. All
kids
kids are
are
great.
no, no,
All
no.
kids are
First off, I'm going to get on my soapbox and talk to you, Charlie, for a minute.
Nice, Jeff.
I
Rick
thought the
is
same
the-
way as you, Charlie. I thought the same way as you before Sierra came into this world. I was like, oh my God, kids, I don't like them. But since Sierra has came into this world, I have a newfound appreciation for kids. And I do want to be there for her, and I want to see her grow up, and I want her to have all the things in a world. And I do care about her as if she was my own
I'll be
kid.
right
So
back.
no, I don't think kids are lousy. I think you have this perception that kids are lousy, but once you become an aunt, or once you become attached to some kids, you start to realize that you know what, you want the best for that kid. And I used to be in that boat when I was in my 20s. I thought, oh, kids are lousy. I don't want anything to do with kids. But as soon as Sierra came into the world, and as soon as I started taking care of her, it's been a privilege. It's been a joy. It's been a pleasure watching her grow up, watching her learn words, reading her books, teaching her about the world, teaching her about her new brother, Sebastian. I just realized that, it's not for everybody, but I would not change it for the world. I would not change it for the world. I am not 100% on board with kids, but I love her. She means the world to me. She is just that one person that I'm just glad came into the world. Now I'm getting off my soapbox. You don't have to be with a guy to be happy. I want people to let that sink in. You don't have to have a man in your life to be happy with yourself. We have this preconceived notion that women need to be with a guy to be happy. A woman can be alone and not have a man and be perfectly fine. Women do not need men to be happy. We do not need men to be happy. So I just want to put that out there. We're perfectly viable. We're perfectly viable to be alone. I did it for 10 years, guys. I did it for 10 years, and I was content for 10 years. I didn't rely on anybody. For 10 years, I was enjoying my life. I was going to concerts. I was going on vacations with my family. I was enjoying things. I was perfectly content with it. And you should be able to be content with yourself. If you can't be content with yourself, then what do you got? You have to love yourself. Because, as they say in that movie, Little Miss Sunshine, if you can't, or RuPaul says, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love anybody else? True words. Hey, Laura. I just had to say something about that because I used to be on that boat that, oh yeah, I'm anti-kids. But as soon as Sierra came into this world, I realized that, you know what? She's in my care now. And I want her to, have a positive influence in her life, a positive role model. I think, the thing about it is, I think about all the things in the future that I would love to do with her, like take her to Disney.
What kind of shit you talking? No, I'm just kidding.
No, because
Just kidding,
because Charlie was saying that kids are evil, and I said until Sierra came in this world, I kind of thought that way. But when Sierra came in this world, it really changed my tune. It really changed my tune.
Kimba? Who is Charlie? I am old. I am not a viable option for becoming biologically. Nobody wants to have babies with you. They want to practice having babies with you. I'm just
Pinky,
kidding.
you don't have to have kids to be in a relationship, Pinky.
As I show my tooth is chipped, I know that turns ladies on. I gotta go to the dentist. Oh my god.
Are
I'm
you
not looking forward to that
becoming
next
like
week.
me? Are you becoming like me with
There's a chip right here on this one. I bit into a bad freaking chicharron, and my tooth was not as strong as
remember
I
the
thought
time
it
when I
was.
got a chip on my tooth from eating a rib?
if this relationship isn't working out, hey, you ain't stealing my lady. What are you talking about there?
First off,
Hands off,
Trekker. First off, Trekker. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Dusty.
That's awesome, Bill. That's awesome.
No, you're not having her.
No, Pinky guy. By the way, what did you win? But I bought absolutely nothing.
0.
Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, I kind of like set out our record store days.
Well, but if I happen to come across that one record, I definitely want to get it. You know what record I'm talking about? You know that Vince Guaraldi trio did the egg-shaped vinyl for the Easter vinyl? If I happen to come across one of those, I want to get it.
Another person can't make you happy. You got to make yourself happy, no matter what. Yes, this is true. You got to make yourself happy. You got to make yourself happy.
100%, Belle.
I have 3 boys, Belle. They're great. So proud of them. Laura! How you doing, Laura?
Laura, we haven't seen you in ages. Where the hell have you been,
Sorry that I did not say hi.
Where the hell have you been, Laura?
Give me a hint. You know everyone. Why don't they are natural protectors? I don't know. How is Lisa doing? Tell us.
My weekend has been pretty good, actually. I got to see the nephew on Monday. The nephew is chilling. I had some bad Chinese food this weekend. Yeah.
Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. CWC. Wait. They're trying to tell us who, like, Charlie is. Bitch, please, I just felt like saying that. Something is Charlie. Motherfuckers act like they forgot about Charlie. Are you Charlie?
No, because she
You're
did the middle finger.
Are you, Charlie?
She did the middle finger. Speaking of Green Day, they were at Coachella this week. Green Day.
Why don't you be hiding from YouTube, Laura?
Why are you hiding from me? You don't need to hide from us. We're pretty
on this
damn
side,
cool.
we love you. Yeah, on this side, you already know we don't do all the drama and all this shit. We love you.
Laura, we don't care about the fucking drama. We love you.
Dusty, what you drinking? I am still drinking Voodoo Ranger. Still doing. Okay. No, I will not dox you. I don't know not to dox you.
I won't dox. I know your name, but I won't dox you either. I know your name, but I won't dox you.
I just put it this way: even if I know what your name is, unless you want to say it, I'm not going to say it. You know. But I actually,
this is one of the greatest songs written in the '80s. That intro is just so fantastic.
You know, the thing that's so strange is that people do not realize that Gary Newman had a whole career before this with Two-Way Army.
Yeah.
You know, Our Friends Electric, you know, Down in the Park. He had a whole career before this album ever came out. You know, but people are always like, oh, Cars. Okay. Other thing that people do not realize, Gary Newman, his whole career has been envious of Depeche Mode. When he did that, What's in My Bag, his face was just like, I mean, he talked about his favorite album being Songs of Faith and Devotion. He was like, I wish it was the album I had made.
That's kind of not a way to be.
So let me see. Right, Pinky, black owned and open. Here in my car. Well, I love y'all. No, I've been down in deep depression. I finally let go and grieve the loss of my brother. You know, the thing is, Laura, when something like that happens, it's like you can't expect that, you know, your grieving is going to be in any, you know, amount of time. It could be years. I mean, it's been like 20-something years since my mother passed. And there's times where I have days where it's just, I really feel like I can't do anything because I miss her so much. My father. It's
totally
always
feel
going
you.
to be there. You know,
I totally feel
it's
you,
just
Laura.
Each day you just kind of got to do what you got to do. You know. I'm sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
I'll speak from my perspective, Laura. So, I lost my grandma and grandpa on my mom's side in 88 and 89, around that year. And you know, the thing about it is, even though they're gone, I feel like the wounds just never fully heal when you lose somebody. Because, you know, there are things that you'll see that will remind you of them, right? You'll be somewhere, and you'll be like, oh my God, I remember when I did that with my grandma, or I remember when I did that with someone that passed away. I think, you know, the thing about it, Laura, is you know, they say time heals the wounds. It takes a long time for someone to fully be healed by something. And I've been there. I've been in that deep depression. And you know what's so funny is I found a card from a person that I knew that passed away. I found it in my room. And I was like, that is so random. But you know what?
Now William is after Jason R.
Roxa.
Huh.
I have no issues
Rojas.
with.
Okay, man.
I have no issues with Rojas. I don't know why people are having issues with him. He's such a cool dude. Like, why is
To tell you the
people
truth,
bullying him?
I really don't think that Rojas has a problem. Look who's here! It's my other girlfriend, but watch out.
Oh, it's his other girlfriend! Yeah.
It's my cruising partner. What's happening?
Hi.
You two are gonna be like
How
the
you
White
doing,
Lotus.
sweetie?
I'm good.
The White Lotus. The White Lotus.
Yeah, that movie's
Just
about people on a
chilling
cruise.
I'm just appreciating the music so much tonight. You've got such a good playlist going. I wanted to thank you in person.
Thank you. Yeah, I just it's not even, actually, to tell you the truth, since Jed the Fish passed away, yesterday, I was like looking at K-Rock and I was like trying to see, like, do they have a Jed the Fish list of like stuff that he specifically played? And I found this one that said K-Rock the Good Years. And I was looking at the list, I was like, shit, I'm gonna play that playlist back on my show. I was like, that looks like an awesome playlist.
I was surprised he passed away because you know how I saw this? I saw the post from Steven Sneed, and I was like, wait a minute. And I looked at it and I was like, Jed the Fish passed away? And I was like really surprised.
Lung cancer.
I was surprised. Lung cancer takes people out. Damn that.
He's from your area, right, Lisa? He was from Pasadena.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And
is he
the
a
only
young
reason
guy?
why
69, I think is young.
69.
Oh, 69. Okay.
That's pretty young to me.
Well, I mean, you figure I'm not gonna say your age.
Well, I
Don't
saw
say
that
when you get
guy's.
to my age.
I saw that
I'm sorry.
guy's screen name was something 69, and I thought that's what you meant, but no, you meant he was 69. Okay.
Yeah, he was 69.
That's young-ish.
Foster said, we got to start calling Lisa Right Eye. There already was TLC Left Eye, but Lisa be rocking the shit out of that.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, because you never go to the center of the fucking screen, Lisa.
Well,
you're always like fucking out to the corner. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I am very avant-garde. Okay, I am very Daft Punk with my moves. Look at Daft
So
Punk.
it's a fucking artistic thing.
I'm Daft Punk. I was listening to the Tron soundtrack the other day. That was pretty damn good soundtrack.
So it's an artistic thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am two French DJs from France.
All right. Who am I to fucking discriminate when it comes to
Yeah,
art,
who
so
are
I
you to
guess.
squander my beautiful Arvin or whatever you call it?
No, one time, me and this other woman I was dating at the time, a lot of people are like, "Oh, how many chicks did you date?" A lot of them are multiple stories from the same chick. So no, I did not date that many chicks. But we went to this grocery store because she used to live in South Pasadena, and we went to this store in Pasadena, and we ran into him there because I used to work for Richard Blade, so I would see Jed the Fish all the time. He would go to like Gecko's and Huntington Beach and stuff. Like, really nice guy. And I remember when during the 90s, he was really into collecting laser discs. And I remember I bought him the Pulp Fiction Japanese laser disc before it ever came out because I knew he was really into laser discs. He was fucking awesome. He was just an awesome guy and stuff like that. But we ran into him in a Vons in Pasadena, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm down here because my father's not doing it. My father's really sick, blah blah blah." Because he was from Pasadena. I mean, every interaction I ever had with a guy, he was just a fucking awesome guy. So I was just like, that fucking sucks, And he kept it quiet. He kept his lung cancer quiet. He didn't tell anybody anything.
Yeah, he's the same as Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick Boseman kept his colon cancer secret. I think they just want to do it because not everybody needs to know.
Vicky?
I was just going to say, you know why radio guys are nicer than TV guys?
Because we have a face only bit made for radio.
Well, exactly. And if you're not pretty, you're more humble, I think. Like the TV guys are like,
yeah, it could be.
Oh, they have egos, and radio guys are more, they're more passionate about what they do, and maybe they weren't like a movie star kind of guy. I think they're more humble. I think they're more like real people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only met one, and that's Big Boy. That's the only one I've met is Big Boy from Power was it 105.9? And I met Ariana Grande.
Well, I'm thinking of Steve West from 91X. He was he's a legend, of course. And I had a friend in high school. Yeah, a friend in high school who was a bag boy at the Safeway, okay? And Steve West used to come in and talk to him, talk to my friend Brent, and give him, tickets to, free tickets to concerts and stuff, just because they had this kind of personal relationship. Even when Brent was a teenager, he was kind. He was kind to the kids. He's like, hey, you want to go to the show? And he'd invite people, and he was just really kind, and talkative and friendly. And that's the impression I have of radio people.
It's a good observation. You're actually right. I mean, because like I said, I hung out with a lot of radio people when I went to school. Because I went to this place in Huntington Beach. It was called the School of Radio Broadcasting. Real cheesy. I remember when I first started going to the school, I thought that the school was just a fly-by-night, one of those places that is actually set up like a storefront to get like fucking loans from the government, basically. They turn around and they like put in, a student loan or whatever they get the money for or some shit. But I didn't realize that, no, there was a lot of radio stations that were picking people from that fucking, that school. And I remember at first, I had a chance to go to K-Rock. But what I had learned was in the days when Kevin and Bean were first starting, they were looking for a fat dude. And they were like saying they specifically sent over guys to look for fat guys.
Why?
But the reason why, this is the reason why. They wanted fat guys that they could make fun of on air. So they want fat guys that they could send here to do something stupid or send over there to do something stupid and that they could laugh at. And I was just kind of like, ugh, good thing I never took the call for that, because I was one of the people they turned around and said, we like that guy's voice. We like the way he knows how to handle dead air and the way he does this. Yeah. Let's talk to that guy. And I remember that week I was sick, so I wasn't able to be there. And then they picked one of the other guys, and he became the King of Mexico, which was like this other fat guy. And I mean, they tortured him relentlessly, And I was like thinking, there's no way I could have did it. There's no way I couldn't. No way.
I'll just be really honest with you. Like us big people, they like to use this as a butt of jokes. Like you see a lot of us bigger people in movies and a lot of us in TV shows. We're always used as comedic relief.
Oh yeah.
We're always used as even. That's the thing about it. It's nice to sometimes when you see a movie, you see a bigger person, you're like, oh, they got a romantic lead in the movie. It's always nice to see that.
I got clipped one time biffing it on the beach. I was carrying an inflatable raft over my head, and I was wearing sandals on a rocky beach, and I biffed it. And that ended up in a clipped video for a while. Several years ago, maybe Fox Guy 67 remembers what I was talking about. He's known me that long.
Really?
But yeah. So yeah, fat people are funny. I've been. Yeah.
I mean, I always get the you look like Roseanne Barr or Melissa McCarthy. I was like, thank you.
No, you don't look like Roseanne Barr. You sound like Roseanne Barr.
Yeah, well, I asked my dad if that was an insult or that was a good thing, and my dad goes, sweetie, they're insulting you.
Right now, I can tell you right now, Ann just had one of those How I Met Your Mother moments. I don't know if you ever saw that episode, but there's an episode where on How I Met Your Mother, they kept on picking out everybody's little, things that they do. And when they pointed out, they would hear glass crash and be like, fuck yeah, they do that. That's Lisa. The first time I fucking turned around and said she sounds like Roseanne, a lot of people went,
You weren't the one to bring it up. You know who brought it up? Someone on Rachel's Ghost brought it up when I used to be on her stream. Someone on Rachel's Ghost brought it up. So you were not the first one to bring it up.
Well, okay, let's start off with the accent. So Lisa has a California accent.
I think so.
You're right. The tone and the timbre of Lisa's voice is a little bit like Roseanne.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I lived in California all my life. I mean, I live in a boring town, but No, I can say it. My town is boring. There isn't much to do. We have a Costco, though.
You think about Ann. Me and you have been in California our whole lives. Do we have like a California accent?
Well, okay, I've been here since '75. I was born in Michigan, but I came out here when I was 6 years old. So, almost 50 years now. I'm Californian.
Yeah.
But I'm still exposed to the way my mother speaks, and every now and again someone will say, "Oh, I hear a little German," or "I hear a little Midwest," because that's how I grew up. Words were pronounced a certain way.
Yeah.
So the sofa was a Davenport. The liquor store is the Party Store.
Okay.
There's little regional differences, and I think someone who is born and raised Californian their whole life sometimes can hear a little something in me, but yeah, I'm mostly Californian.
I mean, it is true. It is true. My mom is not from here. My mom's from Vietnam. So I sometimes do pick up some of the stuff she says. I'll go curse people in Vietnamese.
But what I'm saying is like regional is what I'm trying to say. Like when it comes to the United States regional, like, like Tanya Z, like when she talks, sometimes I can like hear the Minnesota.
Yeah.
I can hear the Minnesota.
I can hear it too.
Or like other people like Nick Patterson. When he talks, sometimes you can hear like the Boston. Oh yeah. You can hear it, And sometimes, I was wondering like, do Californians have an accent that maybe like, since I've been here my whole life, I do not
Yeah, there's like, we don't pronounce certain words, like when we see Sacramento or something, it's like like they said that when we say that word, you can tell we're Californian by saying that word.
Well, like on Saturday Night Live, they have that thing that's called the Californians.
Oh, yeah.
Where they show them, they're like talking about all the freeways, like supposedly like, but they're like, "Where you here? I'm like, I don't really think I talk like that. I don't hear myself talking
sound like that. It's like so over exaggerated. I don't know who came up with that bit, but
we do have a way of speaking. It's a little sing-songy.
Do we? Do we?
A little bit.
That, maybe.
A little bit.
A little bit. Let me see here.
But okay, so my good British friend Anna, she is she was a French major. She likes words. She likes languages. She likes etymology. And she would be the person to ask about a California accent because I've known her since I was 21. And so she would be able to tell you, well, Californian sounds like this compared to other people I've heard from America,
Hey, Timmy. Hey, Tim. For you, Tim. Hey, Tim.
Well, I know that, like, in England, or I'm sorry, the United Kingdom, we'll say it that way, put them in a hole. They up and down, the United Kingdom, they have all kinds of different dialects there.
Yep.
I know, yeah. There is, I mean, you have the Cockney, People in Liverpool posh, sound completely different.
Yeah, the posh sounding accent.
Well, I was in a university in the north, up in Lancashire, and there were people from all over the country there, and so I was a little confused. I thought it was all one dialect, but of course you can be 40 miles away in England and you sound completely different.
Yeah.
So to me, it was all the same thing, and I'll have expressions, and people will laugh at me. They're like, "Oh, that's awful Cockney," or "Oh, that's awful Yorkshire of you," and I have no idea. It's just slang that I heard.
It's a different accent because I have my cousin is married to a guy from England who's from Brighton, and his accent just sounds like a straight up posh English guy, and he has the most English name, Tom. I think, and the thing about it is within the different UK areas, there's different accents. Like you could totally tell when you hear someone from Liverpool.
Yeah,
they just really, it's like you're trying to decipher what they're saying. You're like, oh, what is that guy saying? It's like I need to have like Google Translate to understand a guy from Liverpool.
Oh, so Fox guys.
He said, Pinky, can I ask you a question? Don't get pissed. Okay, now what's the question now? I'm be respectful, Fox guy.
He says, do you hold it against me that I have Fox in my name? Because my ex-boyfriend was Bruce Fox. That's Stoner Van Houten.
Okay.
That's his real name is Bruce Fox. So, no, I don't hold it against you at all. No.
It's like the Fox. Why are you gonna bring that up?
I've only met that guy once, and the only way I met that guy was on Cap Stream. He talked about how Kobe Bryant chased after him. Is that a true story?
Okay, so with Bruce, everything has a seed of truth, or perhaps it happened to someone else and he adopts it as his own.
I just wonder.
He doesn't make anything up. He just embellishes.
I just wonder because one time I was on a stream with Cap when we used to be friends, and he was on there with a guy named Calvin. They were in a trailer. And I thought it was interesting.
Well, he's got that story about Eddie Money too. Did you
know that one? I heard the Eddie Money story.
Yeah.
Listen, quiet for a moment. I haven't heard the Eddie Money story. I got to hear this Eddie Money story.
Okay, so Stoner had
if you feel like repeating it.
Sure. Well, Stoner had a drug dealer named Wolfman, and Wolfman was in Van Nuys on I can't remember the corner in Van Nuys, but Stoner spent a lot of time at Wolfman's house snorting speed. He was the speed dealer. So anyway, Eddie Money comes into town. He's promoting a new album or whatever, and he's been on the radio here and there. Anyway, so Stoner's sitting in Wolfman's living room, and in walks Eddie Money, who's supposed to be sober. And he sits down. Yeah, he sits down and he starts in on, whatever he bought. And Stoner starts teasing him about, this song or that song. He's like, and then Stoner goes back and gets Wolfman's grandma out of the back room and says, hey, this guy's a movie or a rock star. You might have heard some of his songs. And I can't remember what the whole story goes, but the joke was that grandma didn't know who he was. And so Eddie Money starts to get pissed off, and a fist fight almost erupted. And then the next day, Stoner calls into the radio station and says he's not sober. I was just, watching him, snort this speed at the Wolfman's house in Van Nuys. So it's like this whole story that goes on and on about him, like almost getting beat up or almost beating up Eddie Money while they were high on meth.
Yeah. A guy named Wolfman. That is such a funny name. Wolfman. Yeah, I've heard the story a long time ago. I don't remember it, but
does that pan out, Lisa? Does that pan out?
Yeah, because I used to go on Cap Stream, and he would always have him up there. Him and I don't know, there's some British lady at one time got angry at me on the stream, and I don't even know why she's mad at me. I don't know. There's so many people that used to come on the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I could not see Eddie Money being a fucking cop. There
you go. Hey,
holy
Steven.
Shit! Long time no see,
Steven Schnee.
How you doing, Steven?
How are you doing?
Steven.
Nice to see you here, man.
We didn't have to say level 42 3 times to get him in there.
We need to, you know what? Level 42 with Steven Schnee was like so 2022. We gotta let it go.
Yeah.
There you go. So,
yeah.
I'm like, that was 2022. Go, let it go. We're in a new era, so. Ivor Mecton said there really is no California accent. Californians speak Middle American just a little bit faster.
I've never noticed it. I've never noticed an accent, but people told me I have an accent. I guess it's like people from the Midwest and the South will say, "Oh, you have a little bit of an accent." I don't know. I've never
Stoner
noticed
actually got me hooked on Lagunita, that motherfucker.
Something or a little something. That's the one that he likes the best out of Lagunitas.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm like a total Maximus. I love Maximus because it makes you a maximum dick if you drink too many. So I'm just kidding. No. Actually, for me, he's been like, if I drink Maximus, it makes me maximum sexy. So in my mind, I like to think. So there you go. Let me see. Pink, did you ever hang out at Rachel's?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
DJ Trish.
Everybody has. Everybody has at one point.
Was there. Yeah,
I used to be season 1. I was season 1 of her show. It was me, Mason, and Dolan.
I know who Trish is. I think I was subbed to you, but I lost my channel, so I'm not subbed anymore.
Let's see if I say yes. Let me see. Steve, sorry I missed your show tonight. Oh, that's right. Tonight's Tuesday night. Tuesday nights. Stephen Schnee, Ski Lodge.
Yep.
I think he starts at 6:30. Am I right? Steve, go ahead and tell people what time you start. I'm pretty sure everybody here is like Ski Lodge.
I watched him, but also Psycho Spotter was live too, so he told me to go watch.
Was he live tonight?
He sent me a thing that said stream on Facebook.
Oh, what time did he go live?
He went live when I was at Costco, which was like about 4, 3.
Oh, okay, and then it was later. Okay.
No, yeah, it was. Yeah,
I know sometimes sometimes he takes it personally, like if somebody goes live while he's live.
Well, he tried to invite me up. I don't want to step
on his toes, so.
He tried to invite me up, and I'm like, I'm at Costco right now.
Do something.
I was like, I can't go up.
There you go. Ski Lodge is at 6 p.m. Pacific.
I have Steve in the background. I don't always comment, but I have him in the background.
There you go.
Makes for good music in the background.
Let me see. I'm sorry, Plunky made another channel. Pinky. There you go.
Oh, yes, I did. So I'm Pinky too, but it's taking me a while to resub to the people that I lost in the Big Bang.
Actually, Lisa, can you do me a favor? Because I don't want to slow down my computer. Can you look up Pinky 2?
Okay.
Go ahead and get her, put her link up so everybody here.
Let me find her.
Let
me find her. I think I can find her. I don't think there's too many people with that name. Let me see. I found her.
Who me something?
Yeah, you're the only person with that name.
With a butt. There you go.
No, it's the one with David Bowie. I know what it is. It's David Bowie.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Like at who me something.
Yeah, I just I posted it.
Thank you.
Look, I'm sure everybody
Home 2832. Is that right?
That's who me.
Who me? There you go.
I looked her up because I know the avatar. I know what to look for.
There you go, everybody. This is the new Pinky
She's the only one with that
2832. That is Pinky 2.
That's me.
For maximum sexiness. There you go. Maximum sexiness. You never know.
If you subscribe,
could be a butt. You never know.
You get a free cookie.
Gotta show up.
Not from Crumble. Not from Crumble.
A free cookie.
Not from Crumble. Crumble is cookies.
Yep.
Lisa, you're giving away the cookies. I
mean, if I'm gonna give away cookies, it's gotta be the Costco double chunk chocolate chip cookies from Costco.
She does. She gives away a lot of the cookies. Believe me.
But there's one type of cookie I won't give away. I won't even let my mortal.
Is that the cookie you won't give away? Is that the cookie?
Oh, look at that cookie!
Oh, look at the cookie! Look at the cookie! Even Mortsy's like,
wait a minute, there's a hole on her butt. Wait a minute, there's a hole on her butt. Go back.
People have told me that since high school.
You know, she tries to say, she's all, no, that was some paint. I sat in some paint. Bullshit.
Yes, I did.
That was your chony. That was your chony speaking to the hole.
I was spray painting something pink, okay? That day I was spray painting something pink.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Tim said Rachel's show was like potato chip soaked terrace.
Exactly.
I miss Rachel. I really do. She was fun. Yeah, she was fun. I've got her email. I could probably drop her a line and just see how she's doing.
She's still doing Patreon. I mean, she's still doing Patreon.
Yeah.
She just does her shows like she comes up. That's the reason why she uses the logo of a submarine, because she comes up every so often and she like shows people that she's still around so that she can get the Patreons to come in and sub to her, and then she goes back down again. So, but she does her show like under the radar.
I mean,
and I think she only does like 2 or 3 times a week too.
I would never pay. I would never pay for any Patreon, but one time I did pay $5 to get a YouTuber to say my name.
Thank you, Trish.
Yeah, I did that. Well worth it.
There was no Rachel just. I was not on Rachel's channel. What are you talking about?
Oh.
No, I mean, everybody's been there.
Well, Shapiro did King for 500,000. Yes, I would eat a urinal cake.
I got a tinkle. I'll be right back.
No, you gotta give me more money than that. 500K can go really fast in my family. It's gotta be $1 million.
No, Mama from the stream looking dude. I remember Fusco, you sound bitter and jealous. I don't think he is. Stop saying she.
Okay.
No, Ira, you are a putz.
Okay, guys, come on.
Come on now, you guys. Let's be nice now. Let's be nice.
Let's be nice. I like this song. I like this song a lot.
This is actually re-recorded. Pretty sad.
But so, for me, I like it. For me, I like it.
I think the original might have been under some kind of like contract or something, so copyright.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yes, Fox Guy, I am. Thanks for noticing. Rachel got very angry for its Twitter channel. I don't. That's a whole thing. I mean, I don't think I should probably get into that, but I don't think she quit her channel, Trish.
No.
I think she was
removed.
Involuntarily removed. Let's put it that way. No problem. Yeah, I don't think she wanted to quit. But I think she did. You know. So.
I mean, you know, like I call her show seasoned, right? I'm like season 1.
Uh-huh.
Season 1 is when she was just first starting out, so I consider myself season 1 of the TV show. And season 1 has some good people.
Okay, wait a second, Lisa. When you first started doing her streams, how many subs did she have?
She had maybe 300, maybe 600. Not a lot. She didn't have I don't remember exactly how much she had, but she didn't have 1,000. She did not definitely have 1,000, and she found me because I had made a video about how I was being bullied by people in the VC, right? And so she reached out to me and she said, "There's this poor girl named Groovy. Oh my gosh, she's being bullied. I'm gonna let her come on my streams because I love this girl to death," right? I didn't think anything of it, so I went up on her streams because this girl had reached out to me in my videos. So I spent like 1.5 years on her streams with Mason, Dolan, even Sarasota Joe was on there.
You know, Fox Guy, to the best of my knowledge, from what I understand, she had it done. She had the full transformation surgery done. I think. I mean, I'm not going down there saying, "Hey, show me what's going on down there." But from what I understand, the way that it's been explained, yeah, she did have it done. So that's the reason why I've always referred to her as she. Because, yeah, from what I understand, yeah, she did. Tons of people are re-recording their songs these days. It's much more profitable for them. So, the trolls were getting to her. I thought I was doing no joke. No, I mean...
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question, Bob Guy.
Yeah, she had it done.
I'll answer your question, Bob Guy. She had it done. She had it done about maybe, I don't know, 20 years. She had it done probably in her 30s, maybe. But she definitely talked about in her stream when I used to be a part of it that she had gone through with the whole surgery to get it done. So she's got everything done, and she's fully transitioned to a woman. She took the hormone. I don't want to be rude, so I refer to people as preferred pronoun that they want to be called, because that's what you do.
I'm just going by what I had been told in rumor. I mean, I've never been her crotch to know, so I'm not going to be like,
but she told us.
I saw it. You know,
she told us on streams that she got the surgery.
You know, so.
I don't know about surgery, but hormones are affirmative, because I asked her one time about that. I said, do you have to, and she said, yeah.
Well, they have to be on it for the rest of their life. Transgender people, they have no choice. They need it to survive.
I consider Randy Stunty, Michael they were first season.
Randy Stunty,
even Richard said it. It said, yes, Dusty Rachel fully committed, so yeah.
Well, you know, I have more inclination to believe an adult woman that she's trans than a child, and I think so many children now are saying, "Oh, I'm not a boy, I'm a girl," or "I'm not a girl, I'm a boy," and that kind of upsets me because kids aren't, you know, their brains aren't fully formed.
No, they're not. They're not. That's
I mean, they're saying it without any kind of commitment or anything. You know, it's like they're not doing anything to begin the transition. It's okay, like we have Paulina on this channel, and she's, you know, transitioning, but, you know, she's made a commitment, and she's going to her appointments. She's doing, you know, hormones, everything else, and she's got her appointment.
Woman.
Yeah. I mean, most of these people are just they're turning around and they're saying that they are. So they're saying, you know, their pronouns are different, and for me, that's kind of like, okay, so you're just going to turn and say, you know, I'm he, she, or I'm she, her, whatever. You know, it's like you're just saying it, but you're not doing anything in order to move towards that.
Yeah,
so
and I suppose to protect the folks where it's real, you know, you have to tolerate everybody that's doing it because it's fashionable or whatever.
You know,
I don't know. I mean, sure. I don't know, but I don't think people under 18 should be manifesting a different gender, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you got tomboys, you've got effeminate, you've got effeminate young men. That's fine. Mm-hmm. I mean, you should be who you are, but to say, okay, I'm changing genders before you're 18, I think is irresponsible.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, that one transgender person,
I agree. Actually, I'm sorry, I tend to agree.
She did that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you have to think about when you were a child. I mean, you were so flippant. You have to think you're so flippant about things. So why would you want to do something that would permanently, might end up having some kind of ill effects to your health or something like that, So yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. But
you said, it's a commitment. You have to understand what that means.
It is a commitment, and it is expensive to get those kind of surgeries.
Yeah.
And from what I've read, a lot of trans people have a shorter life expectancy versus a normal person because of all the hormones they have to be on. That's what I read, but I could be wrong.
Well, in surgeries, I mean, it's hard on a body. It's hard on you.
It is. Yeah. But, if it makes the person truly happy inside to be who they've been fully wanting to be for years and years, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it because if it makes them happy to get to live their true identity, then let them be. But under 18...
Okay, I'll be right back. You guys be good. I have to use the little boys' room.
Anybody under 18, bring your tweezers. No.
Bring That's your tweezers. Anybody want to join me?
I stand by what I say. Anybody under 18, I think, no. But if you're over 18, you want to do it, free power to you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just have a lot of opinions about it, and I don't want to get into it because I might piss off some of my transgender friends.
I don't want to piss anybody off.
I don't either.
And I know some people who are transgendered will tell you that their entire life they knew.
I think that's kind of most of them knew their entire life. It was like a missing piece of the puzzle for them.
Yeah.
What changed? Why change what got made you? Well, because for some people, DJ, in the simplest form, some people just feel like they were born inherently in the wrong body. And they realize when they're at a young age that they were born somebody that they do not wish to be born with. And I think at a young age, people kind of know that they are trans. Just like me and Pinky know that we are natural born women and we don't have any issues about it. That we know.
I'm cisgendered.
That's what trans people call it.
Heterosexual.
Yep.
I'm a woman. I identify as traditional female.
That's what I have on my profile.
That way. Yeah.
I have she/her profile so people don't get mistaken. I'm just doing it to be,
But you know what? I'm an ally.
Me too.
If you were an adult and you were consenting and you're not hurting anybody, you're just loving. You're expressing love. I mean, who the fuck am I to intervene? But if you're not 18 yet, you gotta wait.
I mean, I'm totally an ally too. I have a cousin that's a lesbian, and she's known for a while, and I support her fully. It's 2025, people. You may not like what people are doing, but just at least respect their pronouns. I like my jeans and t-shirts, but me too. There are times when I just love to wear jeans and t-shirts. I went to Costco today and I bought some shorts for $7.99, and I was like, oh my God, that's such a steal. So I bought 2 of them. When I see a good deal, I pounce on it.
Yeah, if I want to do something that's male, traditionally a male-dominated arena, I'm still gonna do it. I learned how to shoot guns one time. I learned how to shoot a shotgun.
Yeah,
that's like a male thing, but
I don't see it. I don't see it as a male thing. I think gender should not define what you want to do. I think at the end, if you want to do things that are primarily made for male, like I collect records, and most of the people who collect records are male.
That's true.
And so I kind of I'm in a space where when I go to a record store, I'll see mostly male at the record store, but I still will do it because I'm like, it doesn't have a gender.
No.
Nothing has a gender to me. If you enjoy it, do it. Yeah. Respect them unless they are asshole. Of course, Fox Guy. Of course, Fox Guy. As I said in the past,
okay,
doesn't matter.
I'm like way behind here on some of this stuff.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, Fox Guy and ivermectin kind of going at it.
Yes, I remember that Fox Guy. I kind of forgotten about that because I put that behind me. As one does.
Okay, if I was going to say it's only because you disagree with me, you kind of people argue free speech unless it's, you know, let's try and be a little bit more open here, Fox Guy. Just a little. Just a little.
Yeah, Fox Guy, I'm open to what you have to say.
I am too. As long as you're not being disrespectful towards, LGBTQ plus people, I'm open to it.
I try and let it be open here for like liberals and conservatives because I mean, me myself personally, I'm a liberal.
I would never shut down a conservative view. I know a lot of liberals, and some liberals on this platform will do that. They won't hear any dissent. Me, I will if it's factual. But it's got to be factual. It can't be based in emotion.
Recently, Obama said something. He had recently said something that like really kind of resonated with me because I was like going, that's the way I feel like I do things. He said, what you need to do is when a conservative is telling you something and you're really, really upset, he's all, you need to let them finish what they're saying.
Yeah.
And then after they finish what they've said, you tell them why you think that is wrong. He said, when someone has been able to give their whole spiel and they have told you everything they feel they can say, they're more receptive to listen to what you're saying after you've let them speak. Which, I was kind of like, okay, well, that sounds true. Not every conservative is willing to listen, but
I don't know who you're talking about, Fox Guy. I don't know.
But in general, people do want to be heard. They want to. They want to know that you've heard them and that you've considered their opinion. And I think that's where diplomacy has failed in recent years in American politics, is we're not listening to one another.
No one has patience.
Yep.
No one has patience. And I think that's one of the things, I think especially in like politics, you would really, really have to have patience in ignorance to be able to like listen to the people say their speech and let them say their spiel and listen to it and then open your mouth. And I think that's one. Maybe I should go into politics. Maybe that's what. I'm a good bullshit.
Oh, you would make a good politician.
I'm good at like listening to people and then being like, well, not necessarily because I'm good at that. So I should.
You have a good politician face. I don't know. I can't pinpoint why you have a good politician face, but you do.
I did study a little bit. So
cutting off the twig and berries. Cutting off the twig and berries. You know what? I don't understand why there's so much more transgenderism now than when I was young.
I think
there is a difference
now.
That's what I'm saying. Now. Well, Lisa, let her finish. But no, it's true what you're saying.
Well, it could be more acceptance. It could be something. It could be something environmental. It could just be more accepted. It could be that it was always there and it wasn't accepted. But there could be something going on, either culturally or environmentally, that is influencing, the whole nature versus nurture kind of thing. And I think that for a lot of people who've been through trauma of one sort or another, that's one response is saying, well, I'm going to change my identity entirely. Whether or not you are truly trans, I don't know. I think it's so complicated. It's like homelessness. You can't say there's one cause. It's the same with trans people. It's not one cause. It's so complex. It's so complex. Yeah.
But I mean, there's like certain things. It's like, okay, I'm hoping he's not, like I had seen this, post from a friend of mine, and I respect his lifestyle. I most definitely respect his lifestyle. Him and his spouse, they have a polyamorous, relationship, and they're happy in it. They've been doing it for like as long as I remember, years and years, like almost close to like 30 years now.
Wow.
But I saw they recently did a post. I mean, they're very happy, so maybe I'm just being a fucking cranky old fuck by being like, how could they be happy doing that,
I'm on
Obviously,
the same
they're
boat.
happy. They've been at work,
boat.
And what basically I saw is like in the post, he had went to like some kind of a thing. And if he's here, I mean, he can go ahead and like give his 10 cents, and he actually come up if he wants. I'll throw him a link. But him and his spouse went to this thing, and they said they were very happy. They said, yeah, me and my spouse and her partners and my partners went to this thing, and they had a really good time. And to me, it's like pictures of everyone. There's like all these people in these pictures, and to me, it just seemed very messy. But then again, I'm looking at it through my eyes the way I think. So I kind of like turn around and say, okay, well, that's the way I would think. That's very messy. I would not do that. And I try and like stop myself, be like, you know what? No, that's my thinking. The way they think is okay. It's whatever. But it's like, I wouldn't want to go with my woman and, she's there with her men or her women, and I'm there with my women.
Well, I have a good friend in Boston. She's polyamorous. She's been married to a woman for 25 years. But they also have a guy that they call the beau. And also, if anybody is stricken by somebody that they want to have an affair with, they consult with the group and say, this is somebody I like. Is that okay? What do you think? I'd like to bring them around. And everybody, it's kind of like a democratic kind of situation. It's almost like a group marriage. And they've been doing it for 20, 25 years, and it works for them. But I think that's rare. I think that's so rare for somebody to be so not jealous. I'm jealous. I'm a jealous woman.
Yeah, I was about to say, I have it in my nature. It's like, I don't want anybody, I'm sorry, I'm going to be blunt. I don't want anybody fucking my woman.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I
know a lot of people will
agree.
say, oh, that's like, people will be like, oh, that's a totally masculine thing. That's a macho thing. It's bullshit. I'm like, I'm sorry, maybe
but
that's
then again, who's it hurting?
Nature.
It's not affecting me, so why would I care as long as they're happy,
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I'm all for monogamy. I'm not the type of person that would like the idea of someone going around sleeping with my boyfriend, because I would get really jealous. And for me, it's like, I know some people are going to be like, well, it's not that really big of an issue, but for me, it's like, I've always been a one-woman person. I've always been with one person, and that's the way I will continue to be, because for me, I think it's nice if people decide they want to be polyamorous. That's up to them. But for me, no, I can never do that. I'm a one-person person. I'll be that way until I go down to the grave at Rose Hill. I'm going to be a one-person person. I don't know. I mean, I've watched a lot of those videos because I kind of wanted to know what it was about.
Yeah.
And I learned about it. And I just think that the whole idea of polyamory, I just think it's, some people like to explore. They like to explore other people. Or I don't know, is it because they just like to have open relationships? That's why they do it? Like, why do people do it?
I'm agreeing with Andrew L. here. As he said, the left is lost. It isn't just one side in a country anymore. I'm not American, but the whole left-wing agendas have been pushed on the entire world over the last decade or so. Okay, no. Okay, wait a second. Now, I thought he had said we'd been pushed out. I'm sorry. So I'm disagreeing here. Well, the wrong people in power, just look at my country, the UK. The country is on its knees. We've had tough times, but this is unprecedented. We voted the left in as America voted the left out. It's scary what would have been if both left wing parties controlled the two best. Right now, we're like in crisis, constitutional crisis here, Andrew. We are in constitutional crisis.
There's a power grab going on.
Yeah,
and
it is bad.
Yeah,
it is bad.
Yeah.
We are like in dire straits here right now.
I'm scared.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we're going to probably talk a little bit political there for a minute basis, so hang up for just a minute and I'll let you out.
I'm scared about what's happening in our country, to be honest.
Well,
I mean,
okay, this is the thing. Like I sent you guys, remember I sent you links in the private chat, Lisa, with you and Lena?
Yeah.
Is that I was talking about how they were saying that there was going to be supposedly they want to declare martial law on April 20th, which would end up being, the H word's birthday. It would also be, of course, the, holiday or whatever.
Yeah.
I have not seen a reputable mainstream, news outlet say anything about it yet. But, it's like, who knows how many of those, like,
stranger things have happened lately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Crazier things have happened. Yeah. Now, the thing is, I'm seeing I was looking at some of these, like, YouTube videos from some of these people explaining what martial law would mean in the United States. And they were very cushiony. And I was like saying, are these videos designed to make us accept this, that, martial law would be an okay thing, it's good, we understand, blah, 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 so we would accept it? I don't know, because that's awfully scary.
Do you still get your Temu?
I'm sorry, what's that, Pinky?
Do you still get your Temu? Because that's what really matters to people, their cheap shit. Do you still get your cheap shit?
Oh, my dad gets it every day.
You're right. No, I know. I understand exactly what Pinky's saying. Are the tariffs, affecting it yet? It's like, are these tariffs bullshit? Are they real? Exactly.
Well, and until you hit people where they live, as long as you don't take their job, you don't take their Social Security, and they still can have their cheap shit, everything is fine.
Wait, are the tariffs
cheap eggs, cheap gas, cheap Temu shit, cheap Coca-Cola, cheap Levi's? But we don't make that shit here anymore. It's so messed up. The whole thing is messed up.
So they're not going to affect Temu?
But, as long as your little bubble is not infiltrated, people don't generally tend to do anything.
God damn it. I wish they would.
Well, like I told the vinyl community, I turned around and said, I remember the vinyl community when they were going around, they were saying, these tariffs, whatever. And I said, okay, that affects the vinyl community also. And they were kind of like, how? And I said, you do realize that most of the pellets come from China.
Yep.
Most of those materials come from China. And if we put heavy tariffs on China, what do you think is going to happen when record companies and pressing plants have to order that shit from China?
Yeah.
The tariffs are going to raise the price on it. Yeah. And what is going to happen with those raised prices? It's going to fucking come over to us when we buy records, which is already starting to happen anyway, because the fucking RIAA, Record Industry of America, is already fucking greedy as it is. They're not going to come to their profit margin at all. They will fucking pass those fucking charges over to us. What are you going to do when it's like, you go and buy a double LP and you're paying like $80 for it, $90 for it?
I mean,
then what? Then you're going to fucking cry about it?
I paid $45 for this. I paid $45 for this.
$45, but I'm telling you something, in the next year or two, if we let things go the way they're going, that fucking 2-record LP is going to be like $70-$80.
No, they're already, some of them are already $60 for 2 LPs. The thing about it is that...
Hey, James.
The thing about it is when I bought that record, I knew I was going to be paying $45 because that's like the going rate for a 2 LP nowadays is $45. A single LP is upwards of $30 to $40 now. So you're not really going to get cheaper prices with records unless you buy used. I was hoping they would raise the tariffs on Temu so my dad wouldn't have to buy more shit from that place. I'm sick and tired of seeing Temu come in our house.
People are trying to only good for cheap goods. That company's abused. You promote slave labor and child labor when you buy cheap Chinese products. No one needs China.
And they also steal artwork too.
But, like I follow a lot of these like channels that like sell. They buy Gibsons. I don't know if you know what Gibsons are, but people who are into musical instruments probably know. Gibson guitars out here in the United States, they make guitars that are like $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 a guitar, right? You can buy the same exact guitar from China, through Temu or AliExpress for like $300. And they're saying that's the actual cost of how much it costs to make one of these guitars. And these are the same luthiers and the same people who are making the guitars for Gibson, to sell to us for $1,300, $1,400.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Fox Guy said, fake Gibsons. It's like, I don't know.
I mean, but do they sound? Do they sound as good as a regular Gibson?
Okay, the thing is, okay, a lot of people are saying they'll say, okay, the pickups don't sound as good. You know, blah blah blah, whatever. You know, the thing is, the body and everything else is the same. If you really feel that you need to have these, you know, better pickups, go ahead and buy real Gibson pickups. But still, even if you buy real pickups, you buy real pots, you buy real fucking tuners, by the time you're done with the guitar and the pots and the tuners and the pickups, you're still paying way under what you would pay for a Gibson if you went to like fucking Guitar Center for it. You know, you're still saying you're probably like maybe $600 at most, which is still like half the price, if not even less than half the price of what you would pay for like a Gibson custom shop or a Gibson custom in fucking Guitar Center or online.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking like $1,400 for one of those fucking guitars.
You know? I mean, if you think about it, when we buy cars, right? Most of us probably own cars that are from Japan because Japanese people make good cars. Like my dad has a Toyota Prius, and I've just noticed that all the cars that we have bought over the years in our house have been from Japan, except with the exception of the GMC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, everybody hates China. Well, you know, that's okay. Us Chinese people, we're gonna screw you over anyway. Might as well accept it.
You know, but what terafloats do that follow the Fox Guy? You know, like I said, you know, Fox Guy, I love you to death. You know, I know that you're a Trump supporter. That's great. You know, that's great for you. You know, I still love you to death. Same thing with like Fred Dobbs. He's a total conservative.
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me some Trump stuff today.
You know, but it's like, you know, but there's something I don't agree with.
Yeah.
You know, they don't follow what terafloats. It's like, he needs to show me what terafloats they do not follow before I'll be like, okay, well then, yeah, I get it. The fact is, ivermectin makes him awesome in my book.
I distrust the Trump administration because of all the demonstratively false things they say.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything they say. Nothing, because so much of it is bullshit.
Yep.
Some of it might be true, but how do you know which part is true anymore?
If they tell me the sky is fucking blue, I'm gonna go outside and check.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like yeah. You know, so yeah, it's, you know, like recently they turned around and they said, you know, he weighed 224 pounds. Yeah. Was it 224 pounds? And he was 6'3".
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and they were showing like pictures of like NFL football players who were the same size, the same weight. And they're fucking like these muscle bound fucking monsters. Yeah. You know, and everybody was like putting in memes. They're going, okay, well, we better get ready for Trump to be in the next NFL fucking draft. You know, it's like 6'3", 224 pounds. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
You know? No, I don't think so. You know, I don't
know. You know, I got a degree in political science back in the day, and this is unprecedented. This is not the way the founding fathers wanted our country to go.
Nope.
No, they didn't. But you know, when I was in college, I didn't get a degree. I didn't put my major in political science, but I did take a lot of political science because I went to law. But you know, I did take a lot of political science because I wanted to understand what the fuck was going on. Because I didn't want to be ignorant. And you know, so you know, when you end up studying a lot of like, you know, you take a lot of like political science, you take constitutional law, you find out a thing or two. You know, so there's a lot of things I watch on TV and I'm kind of like, that makes sense. You know, I mean, of course I'm 53 now. I don't remember everything. You know, I learned when I was like 19 or 20, but you know, I remember a lot of it to be like, that doesn't make sense. You know, and I'm like, it's not the same, Dusty. Come on. Like I said, Fox Guy, I don't want to like, you know, offend you or anything like that. Yeah. So, you know, the quality of the guitar is completely crazy from Chinese cheap one. That's what I was saying. They use cheap ass parts. What I was saying was, if you buy, you know, the guitar, I mean, you're talking about almost like the same type of like luthier that may have like made an American one. Of course, you're gonna have to like, if you're really hardcore into your guitar and you're doing gigs and you're playing, you know, different shows with it, then of course you have to change out your like pickups and your, you know, your pots and your tuners You know, I could see that, but if it's like a dad guitar, let's put it that way. You know, you have your dad guitar who maybe has a couple like guitars in his like den that he plays every so often when he's listening to Pink Floyd or some shit.
Yeah, my dad has a guitar from Spain.
You know, who gives a fuck? He's not gonna turn and play that guitar on a fucking like full-on mini tour or some shit up and down to Seattle and shit.
That is very true, Triatrix, but also you got to take into consideration we have less record plants now that are producing records. So the turnaround for a record being produced, according to Jack White, is 10 months. 10 months.
There's plenty of fucking record plants now, Lisa. All of us fucking paid into that shit.
Yeah, we did, but I'm saying...
All of us dumbass record fucking collectors paid into that shit.
Oh, yeah, I got 600 records. Did. I fucking paid into that shit. I have 600 plus records. So, yeah,
you know, the thing is that most of us record collectors do not want to admit that they're fucking us in the ass, and we're just fucking bending over saying, give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
I've been fucked in the ass. I've been fucked in the ass. I bought a record that was $70 because I need to have it. So, yeah, I've been fucked in the ass.
Yeah, I mean... So Lisa lives on. I like it in the butt, especially at record store. I love it. I love it.
Why I said that, man? It just came out of nowhere.
Chipson's used 6-piece bodies. Gibson is 1 or 2 at most. I mean, yeah, it could be. I mean, I've never gone on a dissected a Chipson. I've never bought a Chipson dissected, but
I think it'd be kind of cool video.
Let's think of it this way, Fox Guy. If you go to a gig and somebody's playing a Chipson, are you going to have the eye to be like, that's a fucking Chipson? That guy's playing a Chipson. You know, especially if they, like, you know, swapped out the fucking, you know, pickups for real Gibson USA pickups. Humbuckers, you're not going to fucking know.
You said Chinos really don't build anything great? Hello, I'm a Chino. I was built great, okay?
Chinos?
Yeah, because you said Chinos don't build anything great. Look at me.
Here you go, Lisa, Chinese. Bend over and show them what Chinos
make.
I'm part Chinese. Bend over, Lisa. Bend over and show them what Chinos make. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm defending my people, okay? My people are not perfect, but I'm defending them because I'm 25% Chinese.
Maybe Pinky? Bend over and show some skin.
No, Dusty, me and Pinky are not trying to get your stream taken down.
Have you heard the Sleaford Mods do this tune? I've played it before. Sleaford Mods doing this.
Mm-hmm. I love this song. I love this song.
Look it up, Dusty. China does not follow the rules. Well, of course we don't. But then again, neither does this administration.
Of course we don't follow the rules.
Does this administration follow the rules, Fox? I'm just kidding.
Think about it. My mom didn't follow the rules. That's why she ended up with me. I'm just
playing with you. You know I love you, man. Just, you know. Why would any American trust the word of any politician?
Yeah.
That part right there, I remembered. Tariff can be a good thing if used carefully. The problem is they're being used very irresponsibly, even dangerously. Okay. Now, there was a point where he had turned around, made all the tariffs, and then he turned them all back. All the other countries were starting to say that they were going to come to the table, and they were going to discuss it with them. For a minute there, I had a small little, like, pinhole, you know, shining of light, where I turned and said, maybe he knows what he's doing. Maybe. That died pretty quick.
Yeah.
Where's Mason's link? Oh, there you go, Flash.
Lisa! Whoop, 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 whoop.
Come on, Lisa, you need to dance too. Come on. Lisa dancing. That's what link is.
I took dance lessons as a kid for like one day.
You know, Mason, you're completely right. When it comes to politics, I don't believe that we should let difference opinions destroy friendships.
Exactly.
You're not based on politics. It's not common interest in music. Exactly. That's the reason why I don't let it. Like, you know, if Fox Guy says something, Ivermectin says something, I don't let it happen.
I'm friends with like people who voted for Trump on Facebook.
That's kind of feels that way during every administration. People didn't trust the last one either, and they won't trust the next. I can guarantee you, had Harris won, a lot of the conservatives would be complaining about stuff right now.
Yeah.
And they would be upset. Just as much as us people on the left are. So, yeah. So, not everyone's ever going to be happy. So
no, we're never going to truly be happy as a country, so that's just the way it's going to be.
Just using multiple part bodies, not metal plastic paint. It goes to you too.
Well, I didn't say that us Chinese people were the smartest in everything. I mean,
I've seen a couple of bridges that look kind of what did definitely questionable. Where yeah, they would not stay until.
We are cheap people, the Chinese people. So we go into a grocery store and we take all the fruits out and leave you with the bad ones. True story.
Efficient. And you're efficient.
True story. There you go. Well, that is true. That's why you go to their concerts and you support them in their concerts. That's where they get a lot.
No, because record companies have 360 deals now. Remember? So now they're dipping their fucking hands in the artist profits from their tickets and their merchandise now.
Fudge.
Before it was they would put the money, the artist would go ahead and record the album, and they would recoup whatever money they got from the sales of the album. Now they go ahead and they fucking dip their hands in their ticket sales and their merchandise sales. So no, it isn't that way anymore.
Well, because I used to always go to concerts, support the artists, that kind of stuff.
What's Paulina going to back me up
on? Paulina's a Democrat, right? You do know that, right?
A whole new generation has grew up streaming music. They still need to still collection music. These kids are not going to understand until certain things start disappearing from their generation of music. When they start going, oh my God, all of the freaking, all of the freaking Taylor Swift albums have been taken off because of a dispute between her distributor and blah blah blah. Then they'll understand. Until then, they're not going to understand.
I mean,
when
I totally understand.
They're not going to understand till then.
I totally
They're not going to understand the importance of having a backup or having the actual record, having the CDs. They won't understand that until they go to play the song that they want to hear, and it's not there because of some kind of fucking dispute. So, let's see. Yeah, you would be laughed at when he's competing in school. I'm like that. Jazzmasters. I really actually like Fender Jazzmasters. I like the Jazzmaster bass style. I was seeing what someone's rocking on stage. Same thing here. The same thing here, Andrew. I mean, I pay attention to that shit, but the thing is, not everybody does. Where we look at the headstock, and we look at the, We have to respect each other as good news. Part of the problem is that people can't talk to each other right or left. Be nice. Exactly. That's what I try and do. That's the reason why with my channel, I try and be open to both sides. Make this an open space for both to go ahead and discuss. And like I said, on my channel, I've always said you guys can say whatever you want to each other, as long as there's no racism, there's no threatening of families, anything like that. Go at it. Say what you need to say. I do not freaking muffle anybody.
Love this song.
Dance, girl, dance.
Yeah.
No country can trade differences is stupid. Maintain a federal debt that's deep. Well, I imagine, pretty much agree with that. So, terrifying the entire world at the same time, alienated everyone, hard to deal. Trust. Just trust. Well, Dreamscape. The midterms are coming. Let's see what happens. Hopefully that blue wave that we're always told about is coming, so.
Yeah, hopefully, my Democratic people get some cojones.
No guitar talk.
That's right, I said it.
I got an old dad.
Well, I got a dad who's 84, so of course I know about records.
I've never owned a Gibson. Fuck that. I've owned a real Gibson. I've owned an Epiphone, so I've been able to compare those two. Never had a Gibson versus a Gibson.
No,
maybe I should order a Gibson
better than Oasis. Blur is better than Oasis. Take that back.
It's so funny given the conversation.
I know, it's like, this is like, it's like we have you guys going ahead and you guys are on your own groove and they're in their own groove. It's like two different vibes going on at the same time.
Well, Lisa and I and we've all got our headphones on. It sounds so good and I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like,
I love me some Blur. My favorite album of Parklife.
Japan is great.
Yeah. Parklife is a good one.
I was a young kid when this came out. I was like in elementary school, but I was vibing with it. All I gotta say about Oasis, Kimba, is they are wannabe Beatles, but I like them. I like Champagne Supernova.
Yeah, I won a couple of Epiphone Les Paul customs. I thought they were great. You know, I had like a Silver Burst and an Alpine White. You know, and then I had a real, Gibson, gold top. So, I mean, I know what the difference is between the two of them, so.
You need a Mick Jagger lip. Yeah.
At least she's gonna dance like Jagger. You got moves like Jagger.
Moves. Oh, I hate that song, but yeah. I just don't really like Adam Levine much after songs about games.
You got boobs like Jagger?
I wish. I got
more boobs than Jagger.
Look, let me tell you something. I got boobs, but I don't got a lot of them, but I got some. I don't have a lot of them.
I guess you have enough. So you got enough.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh my God! Somebody mentioned Oasis because there they are.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Somebody mentions Oasis and they pop up. Motherfuckers. Yeah. I'm really not an Oasis fan.
My sister wants to see Oasis. So you know what's gonna happen? My sister wants to see Oasis.
Fast forward it. Oh. Pass.
Well, Sean, tell us some.
You've got
don't worry.
You got a little problem in there.
That's okay. He's saying something.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Bye, guy. It was funny, Shaw. Wow. Have fun.
Like, I get that in my streams, too. People come into me, and the most common thing I'll get in my streams is, you got a double chin. I was like, oh, tell me something I don't know about myself. I got a double chin?
I got more chins than a Chinese phone book.
You know what I told them? I told them I need the double chin for when I go and whoop your ass.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, because, I got double chin. I love the song. I found this album.
Favorite shirt, Boy Meets Girl?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got this album at Amoeba for like $9.
Oh, Amoeba. We have an Amoeba up here in Northern California.
Oh, yeah. I know they have one in Berkeley and San Francisco.
8th Street, yeah.
I've only been to one in Hollywood.
It happens, Fox Guy. I remember when I was like doing nightly streams, and I was starting to build up a little bit more of a following than I have now. When all the weirdos start showing up and shit, same thing happened. It was like I started getting these fucking like ShamWow dudes. So who the F is this a-hole? I don't know. I keep on banning him, but he keeps on showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bots.
They're bots.
Oh yeah, look at that. Sometimes if you put the have to sub for 5 minutes on there, it slows them down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Can I do it midstream though?
You have to.
Yeah, you have to do it in. You have to do it in YouTube Studio.
Okay.
You can do that midstream because it's in YouTube Studio. You can open that separately.
Yeah, and then you change the setting to sub only.
Yeah, so you go in there and you go to content, and then you go to live.
Okey-dokey.
And then you pick your live stream that we're on right now. A little pencil there.
Okay.
Yeah. Customize.
Customization.
There you go. Now, say you have to sub for at least 5 minutes.
I would just put sub only, because if they really want to, be a part of it, they would sub.
You see it?
Yeah, I got it. Okay. And I got it, and the changes were saved.
Yeah,
Later,
they think they're being original. I'm like, dude, tell us something we haven't heard already.
Okay, let's see.
That should slow them down anyway.
We never had that happen. I don't know why today of all things.
Well, it's like when you get later on in the evening, some of them start coming out. They start coming out of their fucking holes and shit. Well, cutting the budget and starting a massive trade war was just irresponsible, but billionaires don't care how badly they hurt working people. This is true. Wow, this is crazy. I got rid of all of my things. Did I get rid of them? Yeah. You say, Nick, what the hell? Andrew, you think the least reading is due to no? He probably owes money.
He does. That's what I think. You know, they had him sign an NDA to make sure that they show up to the tour.
You keep on hitting the fuckers. Accidentally.
Yeah.
Okay.
How was that for on-the-fly instructions? Should I be in a call center? How was that? That was pretty good.
Big time. That was pretty quick. You told me how exactly to do it. I was like, boom, boom, boom. Later, fuckers.
I was gonna suggest that, but I was thinking, I was like, if they come back,
but you didn't, Lisa. So be quiet. But anyways, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not as quick. Okay?
I'm always fucking poor, Lisa.
I'm not quick. I'm on a spectrum. Okay, give me 5 minutes to actually figure it out.
I know, but I like to fuck with you. You know how that goes.
You know what? I'm used to it.
Yeah. Lisa knows she loves it. She likes big weenies too, so like that. So.
I looked fucking hot in that picture.
It was a good hair day.
Good hair day. I mean, my hair has been all over the place. I've had short hair. I've had B. Arthur hair. I've had all the hairs.
You know, Lisa was on TV, right?
Really?
You know about that, right,
on Pinky? The TV? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was on Jerry Springer one time.
Holy shit! Ah!
There was a time when I was binge watching Jerry Springer, the audience roast, because those were my favorites. So I was watching compilations of audience roasting the people.
Yeah, all the time. What was up with that one picture I had of you? Oh yeah, I was saying that Lisa is one of those people that's she's totally famous for the fucking thumbnail. She's the queen of the thumbnail, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is totally the queen of the thumbnail. Let me see. Do I have it here? Let me see.
You do.
Oh, there it is. One time, I swear to God, I came home and I was looking, well, who's online? Who's on live? I try to turn on my fucking notifications or whatever, my subs. Who pops up? Boom.
Yeah.
That was one time. That wasn't the best one. This was the funniest one right here. I turn around one day, same thing. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, I was dyeing my hair and I thought, wouldn't it be cool to go live with a Walmart bag on my head? And so I did.
But oh my God, that freaking, you were like.
People have always told me that I make good facial expressions, that I should be an actor.
Okay, let me see. I gotta see what's going on here. Okay, Nick is getting into this. Why the F would I do that purposely? You guys are friends. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he didn't. You didn't do that. You didn't do that purposely. I think that once the bots get a hold of your account, they can make other moderators unhide them because of hacking.
Okay, well, no, he still has this, Reg.
No, I know, but
talking politics, bring on the trolls. We should stop. By the way, I respect everyone's opinion. Okay, You're saying that talking politics probably brought out the.
Because that happened on Dolan's stream. Dolan had people, and they would get timed out and then untimed out.
Well, I like to think that I'm a quicker intelligence than Dolan. I can handle that shit. So.
Well, obviously, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out.
TBD. China's been conducting economic warfare against the USA since we were stupid enough to grant them most favored nation status in the 1980s. They still IP dumb products as this event now.
Man, we've been busy on Chinese
sounds like
people.
A pretty Fox News, their argument, but that's your thoughts. Well, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but
the Chinese
sounds like a pretty
busy.
Fox opinion to me. Let me see. Yeah. By the way, did you know there was a record player in the 70s called Electric Banana?
Yeah, I looked it up.
Electric Banana. Did they say Electric Banana?
Look, I'll show it to you. I have a picture of it. Of course I do.
Electric banana like that.
Oh.
Yeah, I buy my bananas at Walmart. That's how you get big ones.
And she stuffs them in her mouth like that.
Ah!
Oh, I know how to eat a banana. Can't say that for everybody else.
Let me see. Agree. All the more reason we need to be smart, not egotistic, or emotional, or angry. Romantic.
There you go.
What's that?
The electric banana record player.
Okay, I thought it was a penis.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's good.
It goes for $900.
Oh my goodness.
Poor Lisa. She gets so much abuse. I know. We abuse her so much. She loves it though.
I get way more abuse. I get way more abuse at home.
Well, she loves it though.
I don't care.
It's terrifying when the force the EU to confront the possibility of coming down.
I can defend myself if someone's saying something out of the...
Love this guy. Me too. Is Dylan still talking about
No, I messaged him on Facebook. I told him don't message me about that again. And he never did. I said, I'm serious, Dolan.
What's happening, Mr. Black TV?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, Juan.
Welcome back, Juan. Remember the VH1 show where they put old bands back together for a show? What was it called? These guys were on it. It was called Bands Reunited.
These guys are called Romeo Boyd, I think, but I don't know what the show is called.
Yeah, it was called Bands Reunited. I remember they talked to her. She was like talking about how like the record companies went back her because she was fat. It was a really sad story. Because I always thought she was pretty sexy, even for being heavy. And they were showing her now, or more recently, like 15 years ago. She was a lot thinner. She was very attractive. But she was like saying, yeah, the record companies went and fucking backed me and blah, 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 whatever else. And I was like, fuck, that sucks.
Well, it was a very visual era. You know, videos were so important then.
And then also she was like, I mean, the videos and the music was talking about sex and shit like that. So I'm pretty sure like her was like, well, she's heavy, she's not sexy.
Well, because they're trying to, promote an image.
They're sexy. Heavy women are sexy. Give me all that booty. Big booties. We love them. We love them big.
Yeah, that's right.
We love them big.
But they had like an image. They had an image to like uphold in the 80s. And it's sad that plus size women didn't get hold to the same standards as regular size women. It's just sad.
I loves my big women.
I know you do.
If your butt ain't big, it ain't for me.
He likes the tortas. You should show him a picture of a torta.
Yeah, I like. Well, that's what Mexican dudes call them. They call them tortas.
There's a saying. If they ate 280, they ate something or 285.
No. I know what you're saying. It was like if they ain't something, they ain't for me or something like shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to be a little bit under 200 someday. I would like to be slightly under 200 someday. That's my goal. I don't want to be a skinny mini. I'm still gonna be thick, but I think for my health, my blood pressure, and my cholesterol and all that, maybe 190, 195. That would be good. I would. Well, that's where I would like to be. Yeah.
And you're pretty sexy. I think you could take a little bit of a chest pain once in a while for that.
I mean, I get where
for
you're coming from.
I think you take a little once in a while. I think you can take it.
It's all about portion control, according to my sister, because she's on a weight loss journey. It's all about upping your protein. I mean, I'm not skinny eater, so I get it. I'm not skinny eater. You know what my doctor gave me? My doctor gave me a pamphlet for plant-based eating because she's like, Lisa, I love you, but you're a little too chunky. I was like, thank you, doctor.
Okay, all right. I mean, we're talking about Pinky's, like, big booty, but okay, yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah.
No, because she was talking about losing weight, so I was just.
Ivermectin. I have not tried keto because it's not sustainable. I've always wanted something that I knew I could keep up on. Because most people I know who've done keto, they do it, they lose a bunch of weight, they look great, and then they put it all back on, plus a little bit more.
I mean, keto is hard to do, but my brother did it, and he's done it for the past 3 or 4 years now, and he sustained it. But I think the best kind of diet to do is just have a well-balanced diet.
Away. Yeah, the sax player from Romeo Void, he passed away. I think it was like this past year, actually.
I mean, don't do what I did. I did vegan for like almost a year. It was torture, but I did it.
Fred Thompson enlightened him. I learned about tortas the other day. Fred enlightened me. I probably enlightened Fred about it. That's probably the reason why he knows now.
Fucking Fred. You know who Fred is. You know who Fred is. Fred's been torturing me for years. 10 years ago, he called me at work. He called me at fucking work. So Brian Davis docks my phone number, and Fred decides to call me at work.
Really?
And yeah. So that guy's a fucktard. He got into like the real life. Some friends of mine in Minneapolis. Then he moved back on down to fucking Ohio, wherever he is. Fucking Ryan. That guy's an asshole, man. He's gotten into my real life. That's Fred Dobbs. Everybody thinks he's a funny little troll. He's not harmless. That guy's not harmless.
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I've never had a bad experience with him yet. So it's like, I do like him, but, you know, I mean, if you had a bad experience with him, I understand that, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I mean, because I know
perpetually rude to me too. So I'm over that guy. I'm over that.
Yeah, I know he pulled a lot of shit years ago.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
I don't know how recent, but I know he pulled a lot of shit before.
Yeah.
Thankfully, no Fox Eye. Pinky, have you tried keto?
Yes.
Keto doesn't.
No.
Keto's crap.
No, I have not. No, I have not. No.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna say it's crap, but I've never tried keto because it's like.
I could never do keto because I fucking love burritos, so no keto for me.
Let me see your message, your girl link. Okay, give me just a minute there, Paulina. Let me see. Lisa's pretty dang adore. Whoa!
Okay, thank you.
Isn't she? If she shows her full face.
Thank you.
Because usually she doesn't put her full face on freaking.
I don't know. Sometimes
stream, so
I get self-conscious about showing myself on screen, but thank you.
So now I'm getting hungry for a torta, at least a couple of tacos.
That's why I can't be keto, because I love Mexican food too damn much to be keto.
Fred is a member of the old TLB days, Pink.
Yeah, there was a TLB chat room there that was it was not moderated. It was not there were no like taboos in there, and I got raked through the coals daily, all day, every day, like with bounty. But you know, for some reason I'm a troll magnet. I'm a fucking freak magnet. And back in the day, Fred was one of those guys who just like, you know, gang pile me daily. I don't want to say gang rape. It wasn't that bad, but I mean, one time they did say something about, you know, I should get fucked with a pool cue. I'm so fat I probably wouldn't feel it. He was in on that, so I'm very anti-Fred.
No, I understand. I totally understand, Pinky.
Yeah.
But like I said, you know, it's like, you know, I'm friends with him. I'm friends with you.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know.
Right.
You know, I try to maintain between the two. It's like, I mean, I'm not the greatest of friends with, you know, I you know how it goes.
I know.
You know. I mean, if he did something really fucking outrageous in front of my eyes, then I'd have to be like, nah, dude, not cool.
Yeah.
It was many years ago. Maybe he's different now. Wink, wink.
I called him out. I called him out on things.
You know, because, I mean, to tell you the truth, when we first met him, he was so fucking horrible to Lisa. It was like, he was horrible to all of us.
Right.
You know, and all of a sudden he just did this like 360 shift, you know, where he was just like,
I told him, you've been an ass to me in the past. I told him you used to bully me. And he goes, I know. And I was like, yeah, you were I said, you were a little stink shit. I'm not afraid to tell Fred.
Lisa's been cleaned by the big black cock? What are you talking about?
No, I thought you meant the British Broadcasting Company. BBC?
I don't know. BBC, you know what that means? Have you ever watched any porno, Lisa?
First off, Fox Guy, I've never had a big black cock, so I don't know what they're talking about. I walked right into that one.
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. Okay, Lisa. Say that again.
I've never had a big black cock.
Wow, I have never been harder in my life.
Oh
I'm
my.
just kidding. Boner. No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, I love that's gonna be clipped. That's gonna be clipped. People are gonna.
That is a clip. That's a clip. That's a clip right there. That is a clip. You cannot win against Brian. Don't even try. Which Brian?
Yeah, Brian Davis. He's talking about the old TLB days still.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Dad.
At least his dad is watching. He's like, Lisa, why are you saying big black cock? Say, because Dusty's part black, eh? I'm just kidding. Remember that asshole Tom Goalie Pinky?
Yeah, he's a Facebook friend of mine.
See, there you go.
Yeah,
Lisa, that dude that said you were adorable.
Oh, yeah. He's a nice guy.
Look at his name.
Ron's a nice guy.
No, you know what? The guy who said she's adorable, I've known him for years. I've actually jammed with him before. He's been like so many different bands, guy. Juan Black. I jammed with him in a band. I tried playing keyboards for him. Awfully, I must say. In a band called Shiny, Shiny, Pretty, Pretty. And he's had many bands like Elegant Bastards. Right now he's in another band called Until We... Well, go ahead and put the name in there, Juan. Which is actually really good. I've been following. Really good. I wish I could be a part of that. But the band's all the way in Indiana. Because I would totally want to be a part of that band. But...
You should start a band. Call it...
Well, no, because I play keyboards and samplers and all that stuff. I would love to be a part of the new project he's doing. But
I play keyboard too.
But he has a channel which is Black TV. Go visit him, of course. I think he's put his channel in the chat before. Go ahead and do it again, one. He does a podcast too with another person called subscribe to called Cryptic Jasmine. If you want to go ahead and sub her too. Really cute little chick. You know how I like my little goth chicks, chubby little goth chicks. You know how that goes. But she's one of those. But they do a podcast together. But yeah, I've known him for many, many years. I'm talking like since like 2001, 2002, something like that. So yeah, I've known him for years. No, you did great. I still got the MP3. I know. I think on your channel you have a video of it. It's like, I remember I was like playing with Brian Gage, which was your guitar player at the time, and he was a little bit more experienced. And he was kind of like, I know he really didn't have the patience with me, and I was kind of like trying to get what you guys were doing. The drummer, who's been in a lot of bands, I forgot what his name was, Juan. He was a little bit more patient. He's like, oh, let's do this, do that, whatever. Yeah, it was great. Until We Are Dust, exactly. They're like more in like the Sisters of Mercy, She Wants Revenge type vibe, which was what I was trying to look into doing, so I would have loved to have been involved in that. So, we can still work together long distance. Hey, let me know if I can do something for you. I still got all my keyboards, still got all my samplers, still got all my shit. So, let me know. There you go. At Juan Black TV. There you go. That is him. Oh yeah, I do. We want to hear Dusty play the keys. I mean, I'm not the best keyboard player, but I can hold my own though. Me and Brian did a song together a few months ago. Nice. I mean, Brian was an awesome guitar player. It's just that I think the thing with Brian Gage is I think he was just a lot more established than I was. So he was like, I don't think he has much patience, which is cool. I understand. So.
Convince yourself.
Yeah, I'll get together with you. Juan, we'll work something out. I can send some samples over your way, or you send some raw stuff over my way. Maybe I can put something over it or something. Let me know. A lot easier now with the technology now. A lot better than it was like 20 years ago. So, Talk, Big Roxy music influence on this track. Most definitely.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great track.
And for all of you who are in the chat, can we just take a moment to take a moment and just notice how beautiful Pinky looks this evening. Oh! I'm sorry, Pinky. I'm so enamored with you. I mean, it's just I'm like your simp. I just can't help it. I cannot help it. And so, let me see. Five Guy said, remember that time a few years ago when that dude wanted you to play One of his raps. Yes.
Oh,
he
yeah.
About 16 N-bombs. Yes. I remember that guy. Was that him at Warp Speed? This guy comes in. He's like, "Oh, hey, can you play one of my? This is a lady on my rap." I play it. He's like, N-word, 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 N-word. I'm like, dude, really?
Is Mason still here, or did Mason leave for the day?
Sweet one. Sweet. I said, okay, I'm out. I'll have you join. I have to join y'all next time. Good night, y'all. Yeah, let me know. Next time, what I'm going to do is I have you on Facebook. You know, when I go ahead and I go live, I'll send you a link. And then if you want to come, you know, you're perfectly welcome to. You know? Said, said Pinky is super cute too. Well, isn't she? Isn't she? I'm telling you, I'm gonna make her an honest woman. I'm gonna make her an honest woman. She's scared of me. She's scared of me. She's scared.
No, you're scared of me. You're scared of the Kraken. I am the Kraken.
Hello,
I'm like, I'll lift those legs up, y'all. There's the Kraken. Let's get it.
Oh, you are so
It's cracking jokes. There you go. So weird. So Mason said, nope, I'm still here. Didn't he offer to pay for you to play his music?
Yeah.
He's talking about the guy who was like, N-word, 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 N-word. Yeah, I'm like, Yeah, I was kind of like, what?
I mean, I've had people offer to have me play music.
Already got two partners on. Should be well. I don't know. I mean, it depends. What do you bring to the table there? Well, you know, we might be able to do a sister wives type thing. I don't know. What do you think, Pinky? That's a brain fart that probably means no. More likely no. No. There you go. There you go. But you know,
I was just looking at the time and realizing I have to go to the office tomorrow, and I should probably get off here.
Okay, sweetie.
I know.
It was so much fun having you here, though.
Yeah, I had a good time. Thank you to both of you, Dusty, Lisa. I hope we meet again soon.
We probably will.
Yes, what I'm going to do is every time I go ahead and go live, I'm going to send you a link because I want you up here. Because I like looking at your smiling face. Cutie patootie, you know how it goes.
All right. Well, I will do my damnedest to be available on all future streams.
Yep.
At your service.
Okay. Good
all right. See you later.
Good night, sweetie.
I think you can finally send Mason a link because he's, been loyal and he stayed in our team.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and send out the link to Mason because I know he's been wanting to come up. And let's see, I should have him in my Facebook here.
Was this intentional? Just kidding.
What?
The song.
It's telling you what you should buy is what it's saying.
Okay, fine. Okay, guys, you got this in Word, guys. When I go to Left of the Dial, I will buy a copy of The Queen is Dead so we can shut this up for once and for all.
There you go. Mason, it's been said to you. I'll be back in just a moment. I gotta go pee. Dude, I've got a little bit of a buzz there myself, Fox Guy. I'm feeling kind of good.
I can already tell. I was like, Dusty's got a buzz. He's buzzing.
You see, showing us pretty good record.
That's a good album.
Say, good night, Pinky. Good seeing you again. Bye, AJ. I'm drunk as a fuck, eh? It's a wild listen, Nicky Will goes off into some unusual territory, but I dig it. But do have a serious Mason question. Well, Mason hopefully will be coming up soon. I sent him the link. If he goes ahead and comes up, I'm gonna go wee really quick. I'll be right back.
Hey guys. My name is Lisa. No, but guys, I really need to get more out of place. That is the thing I really need to get more of. I don't have to take care of my niece for the next 6 months, guys. I get a break for the next 6 months of taking care of my niece. I'm like, I'm gonna go and enjoy my time. I'm gonna go to a bunch of concerts and be like, bye-bye. Let's call him Busy Bee. Oh, I love the song. Sometimes I feel I've got to run away. I've got to run away. I'm the pain you dive in the heart of my love we share. There's nowhere. And I hate this, my child. That doesn't turn. I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you. Now I find you. And that's not nearly you. Tainted love. Tainted love. Now I feel I've got to run away. I've got to get away. Don't really want to tell me. Yeah. Good night. Once I can do it. Now I come to Hey, Mason.
Dusty's not there, so do you have the ability to bring me up? Oh, Dusty
No, yeah, I told Dusty to bring you up
right
because you've been patient.
Hey, do me a favor. Does my camera look really fuzzy tonight?
No, you actually look very clear.
You look fine, good. Mason.
I've had trouble with this MacBook Pro all day. Dusty, I was editing something on here earlier, right?
Uh-huh.
I get up because my feet are cold. So I go to put on some socks. I come back, and all of a sudden, green and purple lines flashing all over my screen like my screen was about to crap out.
Oh, that happened to me.
Really?
So I'm like, wiping the whole system, any junk mail that I have in there, anything that could possibly be linked to a virus out. And now it's seeming to be stable right now, but I'm still monitoring it.
James Farley said, "Hi, Mason."
Dusty. If this could be caused because I put too much content, let's just say, on it, right? And then the issue happens, right? But then I start immediately removing the content. Should it revert it back to its normal self, or have I done irreversible damage?
Wait a second.
Okay, I'm just gonna play frank with you. I put 4,000 freaking photos. Stored them on iPhoto on here temporarily because I needed to store them somewhere.
Okay.
And then I got up, came back, and the issue happened, and then I'm like, okay, delete. So what I'm saying is, when I put all that stuff on there, was that going to give my computer irreversible damage?
I don't think so. I don't think it should.
No.
No, I think it should be fine.
Or maybe it's just that the thing needs a software update.
Probably.
They do say in those software updates bug fixes. I'm pretty sure what happened was a bug. But the weird thing was when the screen was doing this thing, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even do a restart on it. I was like my mouse was moving, but nothing was happening. And when I finally could get it to semi-be stable, I did restart it a few times.
Okay, Fox Eye asked a question to Mason.
Okay.
Dutch singles for what? You got to be more specific.
I think I already know what this is for, so I'm gonna be like, I think I know.
Okay, if he's asking about BBs, no. We're not going there tonight. I already promised Dusty no talk about that subject matter.
I'm proud of you, Mason. So, Mason, how has your life been? What have you done exciting this week?
For days on end, I've been...
I know it's the weather's hot in Texas.
A little backstory on what's been going on. Around this time last year, I decided to literally fuck around and find out, and lost like 4,000 photos of like family photos going back years and years and years.
Oh,
right?
That's not good.
They weren't mine to lose. Basically, what happened was I plugged the USB in. The USB became corrupt, and then everything was just gone. So fast forward a year later, I found this program called Wondershare Recover It.
Yeah.
Paid $91 to get it, or what I could back. Basically, it did a deep scan through it and pulled whatever it could that wasn't written over.
I thought when you said fuck around and
so
find out.
I was temporarily storing all of that on my computer. And my question was, in doing that, did I create irreversible damage to my computer that where if I'd be like, okay, I see this issue happening, I think I know what's causing it, I'll just remove it all and put it on a flash drive so that there's nothing eating away at the memory on my computer. But what I'm saying is, once it's been done, can it be undone? Basically what I'm saying is, if I delete a bunch of stuff that I put on here, will my computer start running faster again?
It might. I mean, do you have like a system restore point by any chance? Like set up on your computer?
Huh?
Like Fox Guy said, do a system restore, Mason. If you have a system restore point, which is like a restore point before you made those changes, it'll take your computer and restore it to that state before you made the changes. And it'll make your like computer act like it did before.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to restore anything and lose any information because I have to store this stuff on here for the next month because until I can bring my computer down and transfer all this information back over to its original owners of the files.
Then you might have to end up waiting until you're able to like transfer that information. Then I mean, the only thing I can think is
I'm deciding to go the cloud route this time. I'm going to put everything in the cloud. USB drives will become corrupt. Put it on a disk. Those things can scratch and or break. You know, cloud, the best storage possible these days. Nothing is 100% reliable, but I think the cloud storage is the most.
That's the only thing I can think of is like you're gonna have to like deal with it until you're actually able to like transfer that over to who like it belongs to or who needs it.
Well, here's the thing: I already jumped the gun and just like after this issue happened and I finally got it stable again. Okay, I'm not gonna wait around until this happens again. I'm not losing this information that I worked so hard to get back and paid hard-earned money to get back.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a flash drive that is completely empty and load it all onto it.
You can't do a system restore?
I don't want to do a system restore until
because I
got
used to do
this
that.
information taken care of.
Yeah, I used to do that when my computer would go whack. I would use a system restore.
So let's just say, Dusty, the main reason I asked for a link was because I've been stressed all day and just wanted to come on here and chill and do anything to keep my mind off of it.
Oh, I love this song.
Yeah, because the only thing I can think of is that, like, you know, to the best of my knowledge, you're probably going to have to sit on it until you're able to, like, transfer it over. That's the only thing I could think of. You know, because you were saying you don't want to do a system restore.
I don't want to do anything that could lose the information that I have right now, especially before I get it back to its original owner. See what I'm saying? Which won't be until May.
Is that a lovey face for me there, Laura? Tell me if it is. Laura. Have a drink, Mason.
Like I said, cloud storage is the best for that kind of stuff. I mean, Dusty, I'm sorry. I know you find your hard drives, external hard drives, very reliable for your music. That may be so for music, but I got an external hard drive for Christmas one year. Put my entire photo library that I had at that time on it. It was a 2 terabyte external hard drive. I mean,
sometimes like photographs can take up more room than music, so it's like sometimes JPEGs can take up more room.
But I did it, and the next time I checked the hard drive, it wasn't that they were gone, it was that a lot of them came out looking real fuzzy quality and stuff like that, so it deteriorated the quality of them. So I'm like, okay, well, mistake made, never touched an external hard drive with stuff like this again. So I didn't. And then what broke my trust on flash drives for permanent storage was like, I looked around and found out with somebody else's stuff, and I plugged the USB into my computer one day, and it became corrupt, and boom, everything gone. Fast forward a year, working so hard and spending so much money to get the good bulk of it back.
I gotta be honest with you.
And then tonight I ran into this little roadblock, which I'm hoping is all that is. I'm hoping that tomorrow I'll wake up, turn the computer on, everything will be fine.
Yeah, don't fuck around and find out.
I think the best thing I can do, right, is literally just go easy on the computer until May comes and just try to give it as much rest as possible.
Wait, that's next month, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
overall, I think what really did it was the screen just became very tired, because I, like, for 1, 2, 3, 4 days solid was spent editing photos. And what I mean by that is, when I got all of this back, it came back with like 4 or 5 duplicates of each photo, so I had to go in and delete all the photos. And I think it was putting a strain on the computer, constantly being on it and not really giving it much of a rest for that amount of time. You know what I mean?
James said, "I don't trust thumb drives burned on DVD."
Well, and here's the thing: DVDs are fine, but they're not really like. The easiest thing to do is put it in the cloud. That way, it's on your phone, so you can look at it anywhere you're at. But the DVD, you have to like either have your computer or something with you, or be at home to look at it.
I just want to say something. These motherfuckers got me real good. I thought they were opening at Cat's Deli in Los Angeles, and I was like, I'm gonna take Dusty there, and it's an April Fool's show. Fuck you. I was like excited. I was excited to try the best pastrami in this side of New York. Yeah, when you said, Mason, when you said fuck around and find out, I thought that you had like a sexcapade with someone, and you fucked around and you found out.
Just a moment, I'll be right back.
No, I literally, I was using that analogy to say,
I know, but I was
messed around with somebody else's photos, and found out what the result was, me getting corrupt and losing all of it.
Oh,
and then the guilt that was weighing on my shoulders for the entire past year.
What happened to
Adam?
And
the minute I feel like I can put that guilt in the past because I've got it all back, that issue happened, and so far I'm winning this battle compared to the last time, because it was just a little glitch, I'm hoping, and it seems to be stable now.
Yeah. No, because I remember Adam. Adam used to come and ask Beans questions all the time. What happened to that kid? Like, one time he used to write me all the time.
You know, James, we know James, you know.
Yeah.
James, Winston, whatever, the guy with a million names on channel.
I don't watch him much.
For some reason, he has it out for Adam, and I don't understand why. I mean, I guess I kind of do. He was funny, but could be annoying at times.
Why would he have it out for Adam?
He just says, he just thinks that he was his worst co-host.
Well,
and that's the thing. Adam wasn't the type of guy that could really be reliable for a co-host. He was the type of guy to just have on there for a good laugh, like kind of like Dolan,
I'm just gonna be honest. With you. I think Adam, he had his quirk, and he wasn't, but his worst co-host. Come on, James.
Look, I loved Adam for everything he was. He may have been a little annoying at times, but he was funny. He always gave me a good laugh because he would just ask all these stupid questions. It was so funny.
I mean,
I wonder whatever happened to Adam. He just kind of disappeared.
He used to write me all the time, and he would write me concerning messages on Facebook that would concern me. And I would be like, Adam, no, don't go there. Don't go there. Like, let me just tell you what I mean concerning is that he would write me
Coachella shows.
He'd write me some depressing stuff, and I'd have to remind Adam that he belonged here. To not, go down that path.
Carl Sagan was awesome. We should clone him billions and billions of times.
I love Carl Sagan.
Is my connection good tonight, or am I freezing up a lot?
Huh?
Is my connection good tonight, or am I freezing?
No.
To me, you seem good. I don't know if we're freezing up for everybody out there.
Well, I just want to make sure that
my stream's been kind of funky, I think.
I just want to make sure that my little glitch that I had this evening was just a little bug, and we can move past it. I only have to wait till May 9th. Just hold out till May 9th. Hold out till May 9th. Hold out.
What happens at midnight? What happens at midnight?
Not midnight, May 9th. May the 9th.
Oh, May 9th. There you go. Okay.
I just
You're going okay.
Stay in stable mode until then.
You're going to be fine, Mason. I have to remind myself I'm going to be fine. That everything's going to go okay.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Dr. Squirrel's Nut House. Dr. Squirrel's Nut House. Is that my ex-girlfriend out there? There you go. Okay.
I mean, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if that was her other account.
James Farley Winston, Sinatra Bowie always has his mom looking at the background. Dolan and Anthony Perkins style.
Oh yeah, one time. You remember the time when the puppet was up there, and then she was going at it with the puppet? That was hilarious.
Oh my god, that was funnier than shit. Oh my god, I remember that.
And the puppet was telling
Are we talking about his phase where he brought on his Miss Piggy puppet?
No, we're talking about
that was puppet. Remember when James went at, or not James, but his mother went at with a puppet?
We're not making fun of him. We're just laughing about old memories.
No, I'm just laughing about something he did or something that happened on the street.
But we're not using it to make fun of him, are we?
No.
No, I mean, but it was funny. It was a funny fucking moment.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, you had the one guy who was like, okay, you had the one guy with the puppet who was trying to make points of certain things that had to do with James' stream, which, some of us always agreed with, but I remember he got into it with James's mother. And James's mother was like, listen to me, I'm freaking so many years old, and blah, 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 put up with your shit, whatever. It was crazy. It was like, what the fuck's going on here? But, and then I remember James got all pissed off at the puppet guy and told him listen here, you whatever. And then when he left, he's a motherfucker. And I was like, James, oh my god, my ears burning.
I mean, James, when he starts cursing, I'm like, your mom let you curse, James?
No, not making fun, but classic. Yeah, it was a classic moment. It was one of those classic VC moments. I don't know if I've ever been involved in any classic VC moments, have I?
I'm trying to think. Let me think.
Anybody out there, and there's 21 of you out there right now, is there any classic
moments? Dusty, this is a good one. You might remember this one. Lisa remembers it. Lisa, remember when I was on Ron's stream and he booted me off because I came on wanting to play classical music.
Yeah, you talked about fucking Mozart, and we were not buying.
And I was remember I was dressed up in a suit.
Yeah, you were like, I want to hear Mozart. I'm like, dude. I was like, are you drunk? And he's like, you're like, no. And then
it was so. I thought it was.
Ron Beaudry does not want to hear fucking Mozart and Beethoven and Bach. Okay.
I at the time thought it was pretty funny because but Dusty, I came on all dressed up in a freaking suit, being like, I want to hear some Beethoven and Mozart. And I started playing it, and I got booted off.
You know it'd be fucking funny when I go to okay, this is gonna be fucking funny. When I go to Record Store, I'm gonna find some Mozart. And every time you bring up Mozart, I can show it on the stream and be like, this guy, I'll buy a Mozart record just for the sake of it. But no, it was funny, but
that all had to have been like before before people were able to like capture shit.
Yeah.
Because had that been like in the days when people were able to capture shit, it would be on.
Well,
that'd be all over the internet
right
now.
Let's put it this way. This is how long ago it was. I was still hanging out in the garage at that point.
Yep, the garage.
Oh yeah, Lisa, show the pussy. Show the pussy.
Okay, fine. Here we go.
Pull up the pussy.
The pussy.
The pussy.
Lisa's putting her boozy up on there again.
You want to know what's so funny is that Poacher and Plastic had like a set of the Boosie records for sale, and I should have bought them just for the hell of it.
There you go, Lisa. Dr. Squirrel said, "We often play classic music. It helps keep the residents calm." There you go, Lisa. You can go there. You can go there and have Dr. Squirrel be your doctor.
Let me tell you something, Dr. Squirrel. I played piano for 8 years. That's all I ever played with classical music. Pretty much. I don't have anything against classical music, okay? I love Mozart. I love Chopin. I love Schubert. I love classical music, but I'm not like...
Well, I can't get over it. It's just how brilliant I was. Like, you just had to really be there, but...
Wait, you're still brilliant.
Not only did I just play classical music, but I dressed up in a suit.
Yeah, and then you one time said, fuck the Beach Boys.
Hey, shush, we're not talking about them on this stream, remember?
Well, you wanted classic moments.
Well,
for dormant bungalow
Lisa,
depending upon the individual's needs.
Lisa, I know you remember this classic moment. Remember Who's Roy?
Nolan?
Do you remember the Who's Roy thing?
No. I remember Gentle Ben.
What?
Oh, you had to be there. There was this guy that used to come to our stream, and he had a fucking booster on his shoulder. And he was on our streams, and one time Gentle Ben came into our stream, and the guy
Wait,
was like,
was this the guy that I heard so much about? Was this... What was his name?
Like,
Grizzly?
Yeah, he's like, Gentle Ben!
Is that his name?
He's like, no, this is how he is. He's like, Gentle Ben is in the stream bugging me again. Can you block Gentle Ben?
Did I get the name right, though? Was it that Grizzly guy?
Yep, his name was Grizzly. We were friends on Facebook.
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. We were friends on Facebook, and he called me when he was in the middle of a tornado. You should probably send Tim a link. He was in the middle of a tornado.
No, we can't talk about Jan and Dean because their biggest single was actually supposed to be a you-know-what single.
But I'm just being honest. One time, there was a tornado in Kentucky, and Grizzly called me during a tornado. And I was like, why are you calling me during a tornado? He's like, because I want to know what you think about the tornado. And I go, you don't get any in California.
What was it like the definition? From what I remember, because I wasn't around that long on the stream while he was there. From what I remember, if I remember correctly, he was pretty much the definition of redneck.
Well, no.
He wasn't.
Let me tell you. Damn. Let me tell you. He's a Temu Post Malone. That's who he was. Temu Post Malone. Like he was like a country version of Post Malone. Like if you look up Post Malone in a country version, that's Grizzly for you. I told him that. He's like, you think I'm Post Malone? I go, without the tats, you're like a country version of Post Malone. And no shade and hate to Post Malone, but I love Circles. That's a good song.
Yes, I did, Dr. Squirrel. That was fucking hilarious. Did anyone happen to see the skit on SNL Goth Kid on Vacation? Fucking hilarious. Goth Kid on Vacation. Yeah. It was pretty funny. That was Lisa on Vacation, most definitely.
Oh my God. I did in the early 2000s have a little bit of a Steve Kid phase.
Hey Tim, how you doing?
What's up?
What's up, Tim?
What's wrong with Jan and Dean, Mason?
Well, I promised Dusty that there would be no mention of my favorite band.
But Jan and Teen aren't your favorite band.
Yes, but
there's something wrong with their biggest hit.
One of their biggest singles has connections to my favorite band. As in, it was supposed to originally be
I'm just kidding.
A single for
Knock
them.
yourself out. I'm letting you go. Go ahead. I'm just kidding, Mason. Go ahead. Go. Whatever you have to talk about,
you were saying that they did something wrong besides dying.
Can I at least mention this? I'm just going to keep this short and sweet and to the point. A few nights ago, I attended a Beach Boys tribute concert.
Okay, who was it a tribute band or was it a...
Yeah, it was a tribute band. They were calling themselves Endless Summer.
Can I say something that's at least half serious?
Okay.
It can't be any worse than Mike loves Beach Boys. I'll say that.
Yeah.
You're telling me. I've seen
it twice.
Let's put it this way, Tim. If I go to see any more authentic Beach Boys live shows, like as in shows that aren't tribute acts, shows that actually feature members of the actual group, next time I'm looking at getting tickets for the Pet Sounds Band, which is the Brian Wilson band renamed because Al Jardine takes over.
That's Darian probably, and a guy I know is in this band. At least he was in Brian's band. I don't know if he's in the Pet Sounds band.
I mean,
Dusty, I don't know if you read that Rolling Stone article, but you know, Brian Wilson retired from touring, and you know, rightfully so. I don't blame him at all. At this age, I think he just wants to sit back and enjoy whatever.
He's not doing well. He's
I mean, he's got hopefully 5 years at the most, baby.
So
a few years at the most. So might as well enjoy whatever he's got left.
So Al is basically taking over his band, his touring band.
You know,
I mean, he wasn't singing anyway. I mean,
the
last tour Brian did, they would walk him out there, and he would sit in front of his piano and just sit there. He wouldn't sing. He wouldn't play. He just sat there while everybody else. And it's like, well, what's the point?
I think Lisa saw him that tour, didn't she? Lisa, are you there, Lisa? I'm pretty sure Lisa's.
Well,
I think Lisa saw him on that tour.
I think even as early as that last tour, that there were already signs of his dementia.
Well, yeah, no,
the official diagnosis happened. The official diagnosis only happened after the passing of his wife.
You know, Jim Laspiza was in his band, and I know him, and I said a comment, and I saw a clip, and I'm like, you were singing more than Brian. And he wrote me back and said, yeah, unfortunately I was.
Now, Lisa, didn't you see him on that tour? They're talking about this last tour? That they were talking about where they you saw Brian Wilson on that tour, didn't you? Where he was talking about where they just basically put him in front of the piano.
2017. They did the same for him.
Okay, no, he was still singing in 2017.
He was, but recently. I know, but he was still being put out on the stage by people because he couldn't go out.
But he probably wasn't playing much on his piano by then, but he was at least still singing.
He was.
The last tour, he wasn't even singing. He just sat there, and everybody else sang.
No, but they when he came out for the 2017 tour, they had people helping him. They gave him a chair. He was in rough shape in 2017.
Yeah, he's in
very rough shape. He was kind of incoherent some parts on the stage, and they had to remind him, okay, Brian, you're gonna sing this, that, and that. Well, because he was losing his memory by then.
And I'm kind of sorry I brought it up, but not really, because I saw for the first time finally today. I saw Love and Mercy.
Oh, that's
Brian Wilson movie. I'd always wanted to see it, and I've never been able to find a copy.
You've never seen that, Tim?
I went to my thrift store today, and sitting on top of the CDs was the slip cover for it, and I'm like, is the actual DVD here? And I scoured the shelves and I found it. I was like, yes. So I bought it and I watched it today. and it was better than I thought it was. For one thing, I will say that.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
What did you think of Paul Dano's performance as the '60s Brian Wilson?
I thought they were both good, actually. I mean, he looked more like him, but
I think Paul Dano did a great performance, and John Cusack did a hit or miss performance.
I think he did. I think he had the mannerisms down. Cusack. He doesn't look as much like him, but that's okay. That
I thought Paul Giamatti was great as Dr. Landy.
But the weird thing was, this is the first time this ever happened to me watching a movie. I'm watching a movie, and they're in one of the recording sessions, and I'm looking, and I'm like, I know that guy. This is the first time I've ever watched a movie, and I'm like, somebody I knew was in it. And I'm
did you didn't know that Mark Lynette actually portrayed the role of Chuck Britz in that movie?
I don't know who Mark Lynette even is.
Well, he's the one that basically did all the remasters of the Beach Boys stuff for like those CDs and stuff in the 90s and stuff like that.
But mates, I'm talking about somebody that I personally know, a friend of mine, Jim Laspiza, who I was just talking about, who was in the Brian Wilson band, played the percussionist in the session, in the Pet Sound sessions. I was like, holy crap! I knew Teresa Cowles was in it. I knew that, but I did not know Jim Laspiza was in it. I was like, holy cow!
I mean, this album is fantastic. If you ever do see it, it's scored by Atticus Ross. Love and Mercy.
Yeah, no, I bought that. That was a Record Store Day thing. I bought that when it came out, and I never.
Oh, it was? No, it was a Record Store Day thing. I bought it on Amazon.
Okay, well, yours probably black. Mine is a blue copy. It came out on Record Store Day first.
No, my copy is let me see. No, my copy is blue too.
Okay, well, Amazon gets leftover Record Store Day stuff, but that was a Record Store Day album. I guarantee it was. I bought it at one of the first Record Store Days I ever went to.
Because I got it from Amazon. It was sold by Amazon, so.
Well, just because it was sold by Amazon doesn't mean that people put stuff in Amazon all the time. They don't buy all their own stuff.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is usually when I get something from Record Store Day on Amazon, it's sold by a third party, not Amazon itself.
Well, no, but there's two ways to sell on Amazon. You can just sell on Amazon, or you can actually ship them your stuff. And if you ship them your stuff, then it's sold from Amazon. Period.
Yeah, but it was still really cool to get this.
But yeah, so I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm 95% sure that was a Record Store Day album.
Yeah, because I paid like I forgot how much I paid for it at the time. Maybe like $32. And then Paulina ended up buying it for $20 off of Discog.
Yeah, I bought it Record Store Day.
I like Atticus Ross. He does some good stuff with Trent Reznor.
Paulina's saying it was too. I was pretty sure it was. I remember buying it on Record Store Day.
I just want to make a comment real quick about Love and Mercy. I've owned my DVD copy of that since it first came out back in 2015. The first time I watched it, I wanted to see it in the theaters, but it was only in select theaters, and it never came anywhere near my area, sadly. So I waited for a DVD or digital copy to come out. And when it was first released, I actually ended up renting it, I believe on iTunes, and watched the whole thing on my phone on this tiny screen. But then a little bit later, I was in Walmart, saw the DVD in there, went ahead and picked the DVD up, and I've had it since then.
But yeah, this guy is classic, Atticus Ross. He does a lot of stuff with Trent Reznor. He did the Challenger soundtrack with Trent Reznor recently, and one of the best soundtracks they did together was Social Network.
Social Network, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic soundtrack.
One of the things I learned about that movie from the special features was that they let Darian, who obviously was one of the supervisors on the thing, they let him pick out the actors for the musicians and like the recording Steve.
Oh, I didn't know
that. Probably why Teresa Cowles and Jim
got in. Cool, I didn't know that.
They let him cast them because they wanted people. They want people that could act but could actually play. They originally started out miming, just, and eventually they're so good, we're just gonna let you play and film that. I mean, that's what they're. A lot of the music and the recording things, not the vocals.
I mean, he did a great job.
But the music is actually the musicians. Those people were all musicians, and they were actually playing it.
Yeah, Paul Dano should have been nominated that year for an Oscar, but he didn't.
His performance was so good.
Yeah, I really liked him. I really liked him as Brian Wilson.
For me, John Cusack was okay, very hit or miss, like I said, but Paul Dano really nailed
Paul
Brian
Dano,
Wilson.
I think, was nominated at one time. I think he might have been nominated for There Will Be Blood. But,
thank you, James.
He's a phenomenal actor, especially in that film.
I mean, I thought the casting of John Cusack as older Brian Wilson was a little odd. But,
no, but his mannerisms are right,
Yeah, the mannerisms are right.
And I thought it was pretty good. I thought originally, before I saw it, I'm like, this is ridiculous. But then I saw it, I'm like, I thought he pulled it off.
It really is one of the best recent biopics out there. I mean, What other good biopics have I seen besides that one?
Don't forget the Weird Al Yankovic documentary. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, I agree, Paulina. But I thought it was great that they let Darian, cast.
I thought it was very cool that and interesting that, because I expected going into the movie the first time I saw it that maybe Smile would be lightly touched upon, but no, they actually devoted a good chunk of a few scenes about the rise and fall of Smile. It's like, yeah, they went there, and I didn't really expect them to go there.
Look at your pals here.
Biopic.
Hey, my little pal Moondog is here. We're shaking, Bacon. He loves you.
I just saw a tribute show for your band, and they did better than you guys did.
Couldn't do worse. I also watched a couple days ago. I watched Rocket Man.
Oh, that movie was a hit.
No, you know what? I didn't hate it. It was so much better than I thought it'd be. It's better than the Queen movie. To me, it's way better.
Dude, come on, man.
Sorry, but
because
it wasn't trying to be historically accurate. And then when you're not trying to be historically accurate, you can do whatever the hell you want, and that's better.
Okay, let's be honest. When it comes to the Queen movie was a skim over, kind of like a Lifetime movie.
Yeah.
Same thing with Rocket Man, but the Rocket Man was a little bit more original because they had like all these musical sequences, fantasy sequences. Yeah. It made it a little bit more entertaining. Other thing, Lisa, I'm going to correct you. I've seen you saying in your streams you call them Time Life movies. They're Lifetime movies.
Okay, who cares?
She keeps on saying Time Life, and it drives me fucking nuts.
Well, there is a thing called Time
Lifetime movies.
Yeah, well,
Time Life is the one that makes us
Washington,
about like all
next door to the building that my ex-wife moved into after we got divorced.
I'm gonna say something.
I know exactly where Time Life was. It's right in Alexandria, Virginia. Actually, it's not in.
The guy who played Freddie Mercury in that movie didn't deserve the Oscar. I thought there was other people that were better actors.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can get behind you on that, Lisa.
Let's get the topic off of Bohemian Rhapsody for a moment to talk about another biopic. I'm probably going to get canceled for this, and I saw this one in the theaters, and I expected it to be a lot better than it was. But the Elvis movie, not as amazing as I thought it was going to be.
It wasn't that bad. I kind of liked it. I watched it a couple times. It wasn't that bad.
Tom Hanks was not a good Colonel Parker. He stuck out like a sore thumb to me.
To be perfectly honest, that Elvis movie was just all fucked up. I just thought it was all fucked up.
I haven't seen that yet, so
I really felt like it was garbage. I
don't really like bio.
Well, what kind of hindered it a bit?
Johnny Cash film like a month ago. I don't watch bio.
In my opinion, what kind of hindered it a little bit was why they felt the need to bring in Doja Cat to make all these modernized hippity hop shit in it. Like, we're talking Elvis.
You know why they did that, Mason? You know why they did, Mason, is because they wanted to get the teenage girls and the teenage kids. They wanted to bring them into the fucking fold.
Adults don't go to see movies. That's another reason they do that. I'm sorry, but they don't. Kids go see movies.
They were hoping that they were going to spark a whole Flash
in an Elvis movie about Elvis's life.
Hey, Paulina.
Can we just say that has ever made a good movie about Elvis? And the answer is no.
There is I am sorry, I got to side with Paulina. There has never, ever.
Actually, in my opinion, there was one. It was not particularly about Elvis, but he was referenced in it, or the character of Elvis was referenced in it. And I think, Dusty, you know where I'm going with this. But Dewey Cox.
Lisa Gump.
Dewey Cox was amazing. And the Elvis cameo was pretty good in that movie.
I mean, that's the only performance.
Chinese. That was.
Yeah. Like World War II. Well, God, I could pick them out of millions and millions and millions, and out of millions and millions, it picked me to be a king.
Watch out there.
Also, the one that Forrest Gump was pretty decent too.
Both biopics are very good, in my opinion. So I'm not a biopic person.
There's a lot of people that say Elvis and Me, which was one with Kurt Russell, was a fucking good movie. I mean, Elvis and Me was a fucking movie that, like, I think the one Kurt Russell was the one that, like, encouraged, like, Depeche Mode to, like, write that song, Personal Jesus. Where the fuck that came from, I don't know. What the fuck Martin Gore was smoking, I don't know. How do you watch fucking Elvis and Me and go like, oh yeah, Personal Jesus, sounds good. Like, I don't get it.
Maybe Elvis is the personal Jesus to him.
Maybe. But still, I mean, the way the song went, it was like, if you're trying to say that you're trying to say, like, oh, well, he's like one of these, like, false gods, prophets, but fuck, I still don't get it. I will never get it. I'll never get it. And I love Depeche Mode, but fuck me, I'll never get it. I'm sorry, I don't.
The goat ass.
Nixon Elvis was good. There was a good Elvis TV movie made.
Are we talking about
that tribute show?
Nixon?
I was churros behind you, Moondoggy. I was going to give you an autograph, but Steve almost got sick from the 3 corn dogs, popcorn, and whatever else he ate. Barcelona night.
Hey, Paulina. I don't know if I've ever asked you this question, but you're into a lot of modern female pop artists like Olivia Rodrigo and Sabrina Carpenter, right? Where do you stand on Tate McRae?
Tate McRae? Love Tate McRae.
Wait, is that her new album, the one that came out this year?
Yeah.
I haven't heard much. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've heard really anything from that one. But I need to get more into her because I'm familiar with Greedy and X's, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to sit down and just listen to an entire album. I've been wanting to for a while though.
She's really good. The funny thing about this album, right here, is like she's really letting her Canadian brothers fly with this one. Because there's even like tracks like Calgary and let me see, Let's Ride On Your Zamboni and stuff like that, So, but she's really cool. A great Canadian artist, people.
Well, the one thing I can say about the music that I've heard of her so far I dig it because it just sounds fun. She just sounds like she's having a lot of fun making the song. And that's something that I don't really hear, among other things, from a lot of modern artists. It just sounds like, well, we got a formula, we got to do it this way. It seems like with her, it's like just making a song just to have fun.
I mean, Michael, would you agree? Best female singer of all time?
That's the beauty thing about that's the beauty thing about the current female pop artists right now is they're learning to take control of their
direction. Don't let the record company control everything, you know.
Like Olivia Rodrigo, like Olivia knew from the bat that she wanted to make records that sounded a lot like it could have been made by the Cars or some of the other great new wave bands from the 80s and stuff like that. She knew what direction she wanted to go. Sabrina Carpenter, she knew that she wanted to go a direction with her music as well. You know, so I have to give these girls their respect because they know how to control their musical destiny. Whereas there's other artists that, like Katy Perry and stuff like that, that follow the advice from the producer and not actually going with their own intuition.
Right. What I love is that these artists like Olivia Rodrigo, Sabrina Carpenter, and Tate McRae, they're doing all of this, and it's still commercial, and they're still mainstream. Mm-hmm. This is the kind of stuff that you would think that a few years ago you would really only expect from indie artists.
Yeah.
And it's awesome that we're getting it mainstream. Like, Olivia Rodrigo strikes me as a modern pink artist, almost. I don't know if you get that same vibe. But with songs like All American Bitch, I mean, I hear it all over that one for sure.
But when it comes to, like, really current female artists...
Oh, look, it's Dusty.
I love indie artists. That's why I am so head over heels for Sarah. Because her music is, you know, she's writing her own music. She's actually playing instruments on her own music, arranging and everything. So I give her mad respect. You know, I recommend anybody to listen to Sarah. And I'm also in love with her. But she's great. I love her.
Yeah, it's just like I said, I'm just blown away that a few years ago you really only saw this stuff with indie artists, and now in recent years we've got all these artists, these mainstream artists that are really seeming like they have taken more creative control over their own music, and it's great because I'm like, finally sticking it to the record companies and saying, you know what, you're not going to control us and how we make our music. Not at least not 100%.
And that's what I love, especially when there's artists that work on a major label. They decide to go indie. They decide to fund their own music and stuff like that instead of relying on a label. Plus, a record label would dictate what kind of album an artist uses. If you're the kind of pop artist that really would rather have someone else take control of your destiny, or an artist that's just totally weak to not stay with the album you want to make.
Well, it's not like the artist has any control over it. I mean, I read, you know, a nice not autobiography, but a nice biography on Cheap Trick, and their 80s years, they had new management at Epic Records, and they were forced to go pop. You're not getting your album released, period. You know, you're gonna cover these songs. We're not gonna put these songs on the album. You're gonna cover these songs instead, and they didn't have a choice. They either did it or they didn't get the record release, and then they were dropped from the label. But
hey,
that's the record business.
21 and 25 and 19 were good albums by Adele, but this one not so good. But I got it for free. I got it for free, okay?
No, if Dusty could just go back to that grin, I would love to capture that.
Someone wants to screenshot it. Looks like you're having diarrhea, Pookie.
It looks like he's freaking constipated.
Do I have to go and DoorDash you some Teo Pete?
I mean, good grief, Dusty! You look like you just pulled out a Taylor Swift record.
My goodness, it looks like at least you just showed me her butt or something.
You don't make that face when you see
Actually, that wouldn't be the worst thing, would it?
You're a liar. You get all excited.
Come on.
But I'm just gonna wrap up that conversation and trigger warning. It's gonna go back to the Beach Boys because I think this is a good example to make. Had this indie artist movement really been a thing like back in 66, 67? Because if we remember, one of the things hindering Smile's completion at that point was that Capitol was not showing much support for it at all.
Well, neither were the Beach Boys. But
if they were successful at breaking away from Capitol and being in control of their own music at that point and everything like that, and in the making of their music, 50-50 chance that Smile could have been released in 67 had not been involved.
My view on all that is that I feel like both Smile and Pet Sounds should not have been Beach Boys albums. They should have been released as solo Brian Wilson albums. Had they were released as solo Brian Wilson albums, then I think Capitol would have been able to make a push to find a way to market.
Yeah, and Smile eventually.
But the reason why they didn't do that was because the name Beach Boys is synonymous with surf music, and these were not surf albums. So they just didn't know how to market the album as Beach Boys album. It was very fairly new for a band to.
Yeah. You didn't do solo albums in that either. Yesterday should have been a solo McCartney track. But there's no way, and it was suggested. It was suggested at one point, and shot down instantly. No, this is the Beatles. This is a band. There are no solo.
And let's not forget, Paulina, that your theory could easily be debunked, and I'll tell you why. Caroline No was pulled out as a solo single, and it did not even chart.
Yeah, they tried it, but they didn't push it either. They didn't, they didn't. There was no backing behind it. But you're wrong about something, Mason. The 50s and 60s were the golden age of independence. There were so many independent labels around in the 50s and 60s. It was incredible. Almost every group started on an indie label. And then, but if they wanted to make serious money, they signed to a major label. And then, but that was the golden age of independent labels, was the 50s and 60s. There were hundreds and hundreds of them.
And I think by 67, the Beach Boys, and more importantly, Brian Wilson, were fed up with Capitol's shit. And that's where Brian was trying to get their own label started, their own independent label, Brother Records, which worked about halfway. Capitol still ended up being in control, overall control. So, Smile was released with the Brother Records label, but funded from Capitol Records.
Yeah, well, somebody has
it wasn't like with the Beatles.
Distributed and promoted anyway.
They were in complete control.
That's the problem. Singles are easier, okay? A single, if it catches on, if you've got people pumping it to local radio stations, giving people a few bucks or bringing a case of beer or whatever it took to get your record played. That was much easier than an album. An album is much harder to promote than a single, at least back then. A single is easy, relatively, compared to an album. Radio stations didn't play albums. They played singles, and people heard your music on the radio. That was the only place they heard your music, was on the radio.
Randomly, I'm just going to ask this, Tim, and this is actually going to be towards the Beatles. And this actually goes for everybody on the panel, but like I was literally just like in the mood to just run through the UK albums discography and just listen to them. But it's been a minute since I last played them all, and you know I was at a Hard Day's Night today, and while I'm on the subject of it, do any of y'all have a particular favorite song off that album? Or is it the thing where every song is just 10 out of 10 perfect on it?
I don't think every song's perfect. I think there's a couple of semi-clunkers. I don't think the Beatles have any clunkers. Well, I don't think When I Get Home is such a great song. That's one that pops into mind.
The thing about that album for me is that there's a few that I could say are probably my favorite off that album. One that comes to mind is And I Love Her, just because of how unbelievably gorgeous the production on that one is. And then on side 2, I really like Anytime at All. And I'd probably say if I fell, let's just say that those are probably my top 3 favorites off that one right now.
For me, it's Things We Said Today. Has been since probably the first time
Actually,
I
I'll
ever
add a
heard it.
fourth one to that. What was the last? Like, I know the song by heart, but I'm forgetting the title of it. It was the last song on the album.
Well, I'll Be Back.
Yeah, I'll Be Back.
I knew.
That's a great one.
I have a hard time associating that with A Hard Day's Night because it was on Beatles 65 in America, and I remember it. You know, I grew up with. You got to remember, I'm older. I grew up with the U.S. albums. I was in my 20s when I'll Be Back was on A Hard Day's Night for me. You know.
I agree with Tim because I feel like truthfully I never even heard the U.S. Hard Day's Night soundtrack either, because all the songs that were on that album were basically on something new.
Yeah.
So when I think of stuff that was on that album, like Things We Said Today, Anytime at All, and Happy Just to Dance With You, I kind of like associate it with something new and not exactly a Hard Day's Night track. Same with the song "I'll Be Back." I associate that as well with Beatles 65. When it came to when the CDs started to come out, it was kind of weird, like seeing a lot of these songs appearing in albums that I never remember them being part of. Like, you know, when you think of I Started Standing There, I think of Meet the Beatles. I never thought of it being on an album called Please Please Me. When I think of You Like Me Too Much,
I had Introducing the Beatles, so for me, I Started Standing There was not Introducing the Beatles.
Yeah.
But I will say, like, I've Just Seen a Face and It's Only Love will always be Rubber Soul tracks. Always. Because that's...
Here, as well as
they fit better with the theme of the album than some of the tracks on the UK version. Like, Drive My Car, I can't explain how, but I feel it really works better opening up Yesterday and Today.
Well, I think it might be the Beatles' worst opening track of all time, actually. It's not that I hate the song, but I don't love the song, and I don't think it's a good opener for an album. I think I've Just Seen a Face is a much better opener.
I will say that I think Nowhere Man should have just been left on Rubber Soul because I think it works with that album. I don't see it working much with Yesterday and Today, but I do agree that It's Only Love, and I've Just Seen a Face, like it just opens Rubber Soul so well.
Yeah, I don't know.
I also agree that taking what goes on off Rubber Soul and putting it on yesterday and today was probably a good decision. Because if anything off Rubber Soul, if there's anything on that album that takes me out of the mood of Rubber Soul, it's what goes on.
Yeah, but you want a Ringo track on it. You know, you want a Ringo track on every album, and
lyrically it kind of fits with the theme of the album, but production-wise, I'm not really feeling it there.
The only other choice would have been If You've Got Troubles, and that's it's even less than What Goes On. It's way less than What Goes On.
It's like, okay,
that was the interesting thing about Yesterday and Today, is that it was like the first album, kind of, that has 2 Ringo songs on it.
Yeah.
It has What Goes On and Acting Actors.
Yep.
All the songs on this album totally fit each other.
Yep.
It's like it was just hearing Can't Sing, and then after that stage, and hearing If I Needed Someone after next, kind of makes sense.
That was the second album I own, Beatles album.
I think leaving Andrew Bird Could Sing on Revolver, it would have been just fine, especially because Revolver is a very psych-heavy album, and that track is no exception. It's very heavy in the psych with the guitars. Putting I'm Only Sleeping, Andrew Bird Can Sing back on Revolver, I think is a great move.
I hate it when people pounce on the American Revolver. It only has 11 tracks, and 3 of the John tracks are missing, and blah, blah, blah.
Well,
publishing works different in America than it does in the UK. In the UK,
here's how you
publishing
solve that problem, Tim. With the American Revolver, it only being an 11 track, yeah, they could totally make it longer. But you know what they could do?
They couldn't.
They could put
what
Paperback Writer and Rain on it. It just makes sense.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. They couldn't make it. They could, but then they would not make as much money. In the UK, albums are 14 tracks because UK publishing is paid per album. In America, publishing is paid per track, which is why you don't get 14 tracks on albums in America. You get 11 or 12 because they're paying per song. So America was never going to say, okay, we'll pay for 3 more tracks to be on this album. Never going to happen. So America called George Martin and said, we're putting out this compilation, and your next album is only going to have 3 more tracks in America anyway, 3 less tracks in America anyway, so send us 3 tracks. And George Martin picked the tracks that he sent America for Yesterday and Today. So if you want to blame somebody for Yesterday or for Revolver in America, blame George Martin, because he's the one that picked out the 3 tracks to send.
Definitely.
So it could have been any 3 tracks, but no, he sent those 3. So that's
it bugs me. It's just kind of a little annoying nitpick.
And it's not annoying because Beatle fans. This is what other people. This is what the other thing people don't understand. Beatle fans bought all the albums anyway. Okay, so it's not like you're missing 3 tracks from Revolver because you've already got Yesterday and Today with those tracks on it anyway. You've already heard them.
Right. It's just always been a bit of a nitpick. It kind of bugs me and annoys me a little bit that with those US albums, for example, Paperback Writer and Rain, excluding compilations, are not on a single studio album.
Well, in the UK, they're not on any of none of the singles are on the album.
I know, but the whole thing that used to excite me about these US albums were like, hey, here's Meet the Beatles, and guess what? We have This Boy and I Want to Hold Your Hand actually on the album. That ain't on anything.
Yeah, but you had to buy 2 or 3 extra albums to get all those tracks.
And then you have a rare occurrence, right, where you have this song called what is it? Well, I just played it the other day.
Are you talking about Bad Boy?
No, not Bad Boy. It was I'm Down. a song that is neither on any UK or US studio album.
Yeah.
And it's a great song, too.
Well, there's many. The only thing I'll say about that is Hey Jude should have been longer. Hey Jude should have included I'm Down, The Inner Light. There's probably one or two more other songs that they should have put on there. Because there's only, like, what, 9 songs on Hey Jude or something? It should have been a longer album.
And I kind of agree with that guy, Pop Goes the 60s, that I think when it came to early Beatles, they should have added From Me to You, at least.
Oh yeah,
From Me to You on the album. But then again, it's the same thing that's happening. It's like it had to be an 11 song, 11 track.
Yeah. Well, they did 12 sometimes, but no more than 12 ever, because of paying for the publishing, they're paying the copyright, and
so there's a rare exception there.
I think maybe if Capitol was smarter, maybe they would have taken off one of the instrumental tracks from the Help album and add I'm Down to the album. So it would have been like, you know, like you have like the soundtrack songs and then you have the B-side to Help, I'm Down.
Yeah, but then it would be too. Then it would be pretty much copying the UK Help.
They wouldn't do that because back. You gotta remember, this is the '60s, and Help was a soundtrack album. It was the original soundtrack, and Help wasn't in the film. I'm a little surprised that they didn't add She's a Woman, to be honest, because She's a Woman is in the film.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, back then, a soundtrack was a soundtrack, and it was songs from the film. You didn't add other, unless it said specifically. Look at Elvis albums. On the bottom of every Elvis album, there's songs not in the film. Plus, these great songs not featured in the film.
Yeah.
You know,
but
that's what they did then, you know.
I just want to reflect on what Paulina was saying. I've always thought what was so special about the U.S. Hard Day's Night and Help soundtracks were that they were unique when compared to the UK ones. We're like, okay, we're gonna do this our way. UK ones had their own formula of the A side was the soundtrack and the B side was whatever singles were floating around that year. And what
it wasn't singles. It was
on I'm Down or something like that. I feel like
singles. It was tracks.
I feel like they would have been kind of copying the UK formula a little bit.
They had a rule in the UK. It was a Beatles rule. It wasn't an everybody rule. But the rule was, if a single came out before the album, it wouldn't be on the album. Okay, so the only singles, if you look at release dates in the UK, the only time a single is on the album if it was released the same day. That was so like A Hard Day's Night could be. Well, Can't Buy Me Love was because it was in the film. That's one of the rare exceptions. But like A Hard Day's Night was a single because it came out as a single the same day. In other words, once an album is out, you're not going to get a single from it anymore.
Yeah. Tim,
that's the way it works.
Right about that because
you'll notice a lot of singles, like Help. The single Help was released the same day the album came out in the UK.
Yeah. And you're right about that because that reminds me. I remember hearing somewhere that the Beatles preferred that to make the songs on the albums exclusive to those versus the singles, and to make the singles exclusive to that. I guess they saw it as making it more special to get the 45s in the album.
In England, there's a phrase that was used back then and still used today. It's called value for money. And Beatles were trying to give their fans value for money. They didn't want to make you buy things twice, which is the opposite of what we did in America. wanted you to buy it 12 times in America if you would, but in England they didn't want that, it's like, but Apple was bleeding money. So in 1969, like a month or two after Abbey Road was released, they released Something Come Together. That was the first time in the UK a single had ever been pulled from an album that was already out. And then they didn't even do it with Let It Be, which was surprised. They did it once. I'm surprised they didn't pull The Long and Winding Road as a single in the UK, but they didn't.
Hey, Dusty, you feeling pretty good? Notice you have a drink in your hand.
I am feeling great, my guy. And I don't have to do anything tomorrow but sleep, so carry on.
We don't have to talk about the Beatles stuff, the boring poor Dusty.
No, I'm cool. No, you guys, I'm good.
But speaking of Beatles, I found at Coachella a couple of
no shit.
And these
are those OGs?
They're promos.
Oh, they're promo copies. Okay.
They're actually, these are from the 80s. So these are like the Wally of the album. But I was like, oh my god.
When you first showed those, I was like, no way, those are OGs.
No.
No, you can get OGs. They're still around.
But, yeah, but in that condition,
And of course, I've also got my RC tattoo. So I got the Secret Life of the This is like my number one choice.
Sweet.
And the cool song, my favorite song on this album, I also have the part, which was programmed by my friend Billy Steinberg. So I even did a video of it and I put it on my Instagram and Billy saw it and it was like, oh my god, that's so awesome. The God and it's amazing. This is like a single, a single with like a certificate. And I like this because we do a live version of Rebel Yell, and it sounds really amazing. I got Lassie, A Night at the Symphony at the Hollywood Bowl. I'm really into Lassie. I'm really into music. So I'm glad to get this. I got Records, which is Michelle Branch. I didn't realize that this was coming out on Record Store Day 1, so when I saw it, I was like, I'm getting this. I do like the music.
He was also in a band or duo or whatever that is.
Mm-hmm. And then the next one was Sarah live in Paris, which is a double disc as well. So it's great to get that as well.
Man, does that chick have
an interesting thing that I found is that there's also Record Store Day UK, and some of the choices that they come out in England are not part of the USRC here in America. So there's a couple of releases that they put out that I didn't realize were coming out on vinyl, and that was Reason by Melanie C, like her second album, and Color is More Wave by the girl band Sugar Babes. And so I was able to order those from England. Actually, I ordered one from England, and I ordered another one from a record store in Canada. So they're both already been shipped out to me.
I saw people doing videos, a couple stores doing videos that actually get some UK stuff. I don't know how they do it in America. I don't know how they do it.
Americans getting UK?
Yeah, a couple of American stores getting UK stuff. I don't know how, but they were.
Coachella was amazing, Trish. I was enjoying myself. Like, it was great seeing, bands like Jimmy East World, they take that. I always want to see Jimmy East World. Their music is amazing. It really takes me back to high school. And so they were amazing. Marina was amazing. It was awesome to see Green Day. I've always wanted to see them since I was in high school. So to see them actually was a really awesome experience, and even did one of the songs that my band did when we were together. I was in a band in high school, and we did "Hitching a Ride" by Green Day, and so Green Day performed that. So I felt like I was like back in high school again doing that stuff. And let's see, I did see Clairo. So I was there. I was actually front row, and I was able to see Bernie Sanders also talk. Bernie was amazing. I yelled a lot. I lost my voice later on that night because I was all burning out. So I did see Clairo. I saw a couple of artists that were K-pop artists. One girl named is Jenny, and the other one named is Lisa. Not just Lisa, but another Lisa. Yeah. And I got to see like a few other artists, so it was pretty fun. I had such a fun time, and those are things where I told myself that I was gonna try not to be so tired by the end of the night that I cannot be able to see all the other artists, So I was able to stay out and see as much artists as I can. And next weekend, I'm gonna try to see the Marias. I love their music. I always want to listen to them. So I'm gonna stick around and see them, and maybe not Lady Gaga. I saw some of her set on YouTube when I got home, and I was like, no. So, but in most part, I had a great weekend. I can't wait to do it all over again next weekend or this coming weekend. But yeah, I had a fun time. It was a great time that I had.
Cool. Pauline, I want to tell you, just remembered that you might be interested in this. And I'm going to do a plug while I do this for somebody else. The Material Issues podcast is moved from Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, so figure it out, to Sunday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern. And May the 4th, they're having Andrew Sandoval as their guest.
Wow!
Which is pretty interesting.
Do you have their link, Tim? You have their link, Tim?
No, I don't.
Okay, I was gonna say, Lisa.
We're having I forget, either the week before that or the week after that, they're having Vicky Peterson and John Cowsill as the guests. Their new album came out on Record Store Day. They didn't have.
Can you link their YouTube page to our chat?
I'll have to look them up.
So
I'm not subscribed to them.
2 weeks in a row, they're having some really good, pretty big, high priority guests. So that would be.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna tune in when they bring in Andrew Sandoval.
May the 4th, 8 o'clock.
I don't know why you don't have more subscribers.
Deb, I haven't really heard much on the subject matter. Just that it's coming is all I've heard. Is that it's coming.
And on a personal note, they didn't have a guest this Sunday. It was the 200th episode, and it was their first Sunday night show. So they played a different version of the game they play, Stump the Bash. And I always play at home. And for the first time ever, I beat David Bash. I smoked him.
So they're moving to Sundays permanently now?
The questions were just, for me, they were just flying. I just knew every one. I'm like, what is going on here? I knew every question, and David's sitting there not knowing them, and I'm like, this one I got. The first 5 questions were 10 points each, and I knew 3 of the 5.
Are Material Issues moving to Sunday permanently, Tim?
Yes. They're trying to get an audience, and they had on YouTube between 8 and 10 people, which is more than they ever got on the Wednesday show. So
okay, everyone here who is not subbed Material Issues, they do their shows on Sunday.
They're really good. They're entertaining even without a guest. They're very entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway,
go ahead and sub them up. Check them out on Sundays, live streams, most definitely.
And David was getting a little mad at me. It was funny.
I'll be right back.
How is he? I wound up with I think David Bash wound up with 43 points or something like that, and I wound up with 59 points. Holy cow! And they had 2 bonus questions at the end, each worth 10 points. I got both of those. It's holy cow! Maybe I did. Maybe I only got one.
I'm glad that they're moving their times, because it's a thing where I know when they're doing the regular show during the week, it's the time when I'm working.
Yeah, so a lot of people are. That was the problem.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're finally.
But now, but he's got his IPOs, his International Pop Overthrow concerts coming up, and this will clash with those greatly for the most part. So they're going to have to try to work around that. And foreign guests. They're having a foreign guest in a couple weeks. I forget who it is. They just had somebody from Sweden who was nice enough to stay up at the regular time and do it. That was actually on their last show, so it wasn't that bad. But, they're having somebody that if they did it, it would be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when they go on. And they're we can't do that, so we're going to have to work out a time. But that's the only downside, and like I said, his IPO shows aren't going to work so well. But other than that, but it works better for Mark Hirschberger too, because he calls basketball games and stuff, but they never play on Sundays. So he's always got Sundays off, so it works better for him too. So.
Now, how many are starting to average along their live streams? Is the number starting to go up, or?
More people were watching on YouTube. More people watch than on Facebook and YouTube. But
okay.
They had between 8 and 10 people watching, which sometimes I'm the only one there. I feel bad. Snee watched. Snee commented a little bit. But anyway, I was having the time of my life. I just the questions, I just knew them all, pretty quickly. And I was just are you kidding me? This never happened. I go up there and actually play it, and I get 1 point. What's going on? I'm sitting here playing it. But I've never beaten him before. And I don't cheat either. And I think they realize I don't cheat, which is why they like it when I play along, because they're realizing I'm not cheating. I don't see the point of cheating. I never have. If you can't do something, don't do it. Anyway, that's enough of that. But Andrew Sandoval is a great guest to have, and so is Vicky Peterson and John Cowsill. So those would be great shows. And they've got other big shows coming up.
Yeah. We should be at way more subs for the amount of years they've been doing it.
Oh, yeah. No. That was their 200th show. So do the math.
That's after 200
almost
shows.
4 years.
After 200 shows in 4 years, I would think they'd be at 1,000 by now.
Well, they should be. But I've told them this, and they know this, but there's not much they can do about it. Their only content is that show. They should, figure out how to do some shorts at least, or something. Do some other comment. Because not everybody wants to sit and watch a 2-hour show, and the shows are usually between 90 minutes and 2 hours, and that's the problem. But anyway, they're great guys, and I like them. And it's funny that these two guys have never met. We're kind of like me, and we know some of the same people, and we live on opposite coasts. It's just weird the way it works.
That was a strange thing with also kind of like with Schnee, because it's I've been friends with Teresa Cowles on Facebook for the longest time, and I even did a thing where did the live. Was it her or was it Lisa Michael? No, it was Lisa Michael. But same thing. It's like, I knew Teresa House, I knew Lisa Michaels, and all these other people from LA, but it was like never once I ever knew a person with the last name T. I never knew who Mike T was. I never knew who was T. It wasn't until this whole YouTube streaming stuff that was happening that now I know who T is. I know who Mike T is and all these other people. But it was like before then, I just knew Teresa. I just knew Lisa Michaels.
I met years ago online on Facebook. I met Kit Brown, and it was weird when after I met Schnee that Schnee knows Kit Brown, and then we're talking one day and Schnee knows Jim Laspiza. I'm like, you're kidding me, Jim Laspiza? I've worked with Jim. I've been in Jim Laspiza's bedroom, It's just so weird. I've gone thrifting with Jim Laspiza. It's just really, it's a small world,
And I also knew Robin Gregory, who was part of Brian's band. As a matter of fact, we spoke to each other a lot, and he actually helped me out workshopping a few songs because I was recording my version of Carousel 44 by the Zombies, and but there's that that one part in that song where it goes, "The talking used to talk and they could be so nice." I didn't know, I couldn't figure out how to play that part, so I asked Pravin, like, hey, can you ask Darian what part is that's being played in that one section? And he said, like, oh, I know that part too. As a matter of fact, I possibly taught Darian how to play that part. So, can you sing all this? So, yeah, so he it out from me and stuff, and I went back to my friend's studio and started playing with it using the chart, and I was like, whoa, easy. And he also helped me workshop some other stuff too. So he's a great guy to talk to.
I'm jealous. Both of you are friends with people who are from the Brian Wilson band.
Yeah.
It's all about great networking. That's the big thing about Facebook. How around that time was like, a lot of people just network with one another. It's like I was like friends with Dominic Fiore, who did a lot of stuff for Brian.
You get it. Oh, really? You're spoiling me here.
I was lucky because I lived in Buffalo for a long time, and in the 80s, Buffalo had a thriving music scene, and that's why, and I worked at a record store, and I hung out and went to the cool places that you should go because they were cool places, and cool people were there, and people liked me. So, I knew. I knew like Green Jello, and I knew the Goo Goo Dolls, and I knew, and these people, and they'd come into the record store. There were other minor bands too that were just as good, but we never would have heard of them. The Mystic Eyes, really good friends with the Mystic Eyes. A band called the Jack Lords. I think one of the best names for a band ever is the Jack Lords. What a great name. I knew a couple of guys from the Jack Lords. There was these kids. What were their names? Oh, the Splat Cats. I knew the Splat Cats. What was this other band? Started with a W. I can't remember. These were just kids. They were still in high school when their album came out. These kids were young. It was neat. But again, working at a record store, there weren't that many cool record stores. I worked at one of them, so it was nice. They would come in and say hi.
But I gotta ask Paulina, you know Darian on a kind of a personal level, right?
Who?
Darian.
I've always wanted to speak with Arian. I remember I tried trying to talk to him before, but he never really accepted. Even though we do have like a lot of mutual friends in common, like Robin.
Oh, well, I thought you were telling me before that you've actually spoken with him.
No, just Dominic Story.
Okay.
Dominic Story is a guy that does like a lot of the.
Yeah, I'm familiar with who he is. He talked to. He had a lot to do with that Brian Wilson songwriter documentary stuff. He was a part of that.
Mm-hmm. But as far as like his band goes, the only person I knew was Problem, and maybe Nicky Wonder.
And Probin, he's the one that always did the stuff like the trumpet and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
All the horn stuff.
Mm-hmm. I was also was friends with Billy Hanish, who was.
No shit! You knew Billy Hinchy?
Yeah. Yeah, we were friends on Facebook, and as a matter of fact, he did not say hi to me when I went to see the Brian Wilson show in 2017.
That's really touching because he passed away, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was sad. I cried.
How long had he been touring with the Beach Boys since like the 70s?
I want to say late 60s.
That early on? Wow.
Yeah.
Nah, you're dope as hell if you need people like Billy Hinchy.
I like a lot of things.
But I think for me, I just got that knack from my dad. Because my dad was also someone who was really good at networking. I mean, like when he went to high school, he went to high school and went to NWI, and he was in a band, and his bass player was Jack Blade, who would later on form Night Ranger. Did that song Sister Christian and stuff like that, and he also will form Yankees as well. So Jack Blade was like my dad's bass player, and we knew each other and were great friends. He knew Alvin Taylor. He drummed for George Harrison. He would go on to drum for George Harrison. Before, when they met, he was officially drumming for his brother. And they did like a session with some of the guys from Barry White's band, So then, as time went on, when my dad worked at a record store, he was friends with a guy named Jabez. He was a very famous songwriter from the 60s. He wrote a song called Nature Boys that I think National Focus. Of course, he became friends with an upcoming songwriter named Billy Steinberg, and this is when Billy had just given Linda Ronstadt the song "How Do I Make You," and he was starting to work with Pat Benatar around the time when he was doing the Kind of Passions album, and he was writing songs with her and Neil Giraldo. And so he knew like a lot of these people, and then it just became like this really cool thing where he just networked with people a lot. He talked a lot to Billy Preston. He became with Stan Romero, the guy that wrote this and Fake, and so I kind of found my knack of like knowing some of these cool musicians like 2008. Robin Gregory. I used to see Brian Ray a lot. He was part of guitar players. We talked a lot about music. He does like a lot of work here in the desert as well. So I learned a lot from how to network within the music community.
The secret is if you meet them, don't treat them like they're gods. Treat them like people. Don't be a fanboy. They hate that. Just treat them like they're ordinary people. I mean, I've told you guys, I went to see the Replacements at this live gig one day, and I'm always up front and blah blah blah. And then after the show, there was a bar, like the stage, like 20 feet away. There's a bar. And then people spread out around the bar, and the bar stays open during the show and everything. So I'm having a beer at the bar afterwards, and up walks Paul Westerberg and starts talking to me, and I wound up going out and drinking with him because I didn't go all fanboy over him. I just had a conversation with the man. That's what you do. Karma is some of it too. It's just lucky, right place, right time, right attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just thinking at some point I should message Jim Laspiza and just ask him what happened to everybody else in Green Jello. Because I've always wondered that after they split up. What happened? Are any of them still in LA? Did they go back to Buffalo? There are some of these people. I didn't know them all. There's like 12 people in that band or something. I didn't know them all. But I knew CJ and I knew Bill Manspeaker, the lead singer, and I'm just wondering whatever happened to him. I have no idea. Jim clearly stayed in LA.
What is this? I like ABC.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of the other people. I told you guys I met Susanna Hoffs. Again, I wasn't being a fan. I didn't get in her line. That's how I met her. She had a line of people getting autographs. I didn't want an autograph, so I was just next to her and talking to her the whole time she's signing everybody's thing. It's like, oh, fanboy.
Yeah.
You should treat them like a human being. That's it. Tony Evans from Badfinger bought me a drink.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
You meet somebody, and you want to meet these people. I know it's harder these days than it used to be, but if they play small shows, go see them there.
Yeah.
You'll never meet anybody going to a stadium show. It just won't happen. You go to a small show, it's got a good shot at meeting.
Love me some McDonald's, Bell.
I think the most entertaining meet I ever did. This is like back in, I want to say it was 2010. Yeah, it was 2010. This October 2010. My dad and I, we were at Lake Las Vegas. It's sort of like a private place, but they're doing this very big thing that weekend because they're having the U.S. premiere of Nowhere Boy, that film about John Lennon, and Robin Leach was going to be the host, and they had the Quarrymen performing. So my dad and I, along with the family, we were there setting up as kind of like a vendor stuff. And so when my dad and I were done setting up, we saw that there was like a gelato place, so we went to sit down and we had some gelato and just relaxing. And then my dad turned around and he's like, "Hey, this is not Flavor Flav." And I looked and I was like, "Holy shit, that is Flavor Flav." and so the Flavor Flav looked at us and he waved and we waved and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's her baby. He has a clock around his neck, you know.
That's kind of a giveaway.
You must wear all this clocks all the time, you know. So he was like, "Hey, how are you guys doing?" And we're like, "Oh, we're doing great," you know.
That's actually a good sign. That's a sign that he might actually be a fairly nice guy, because if he didn't want to be recognized, he wouldn't have the clock around his neck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, clearly he didn't mind being recognized, so he'd take that thing off. Oh wow.
From what I understand from a lot of other people, he's like a really nice guy. Flavor Flav. So I was like,
I love Flavor Flav.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, he was a great guy. I enjoyed meeting him. He was probably there for the Beatles thing too. He's probably a Beatles fan. So yeah, okay. He's great in my book.
But that goes to show, like, people that you, like, would not expect it. It's like, you know, you go to meet someone, you think they're going to be a certain way, and it turns out they're, like, completely the opposite. Flavor Flav obviously is one of those people.
Yeah.
You know, you go like, I'm trying to think, who have I ever met where I was like, you know, I met them, I was like, wow, that was completely the opposite of what I was expecting. I can tell you, actually, you know, one of the people who's probably the top of my list for that would be, for you people that are young, do you remember a show that's called What's Happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember Dwayne from the show? I mean, his whole, like, catchphrase was like, hey, hey, hey.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I saw him at we went to this, like, it was like a fucking burger shop on, like, Melrose, whatever, and he was, like, hanging out, and I remember walking up to him, and it's like, you know, I was like thinking, dude, I watched this guy my whole life. I'm like, you know, what's happening? You know, Dwayne, you know, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm like, thinking it's going to go one way, and, like, I went up to him, and I was, like, talking to him, he was a total fucking asshole. And I was like, dude, I've, like, watched you, like, you know, every afternoon of my fucking, like, life when I was a kid. You know, I'd watch you on Channel 9, you know, before I watched White Shadow. You know, I was like, dude, what the fuck's up with that, you know? He was a total asshole. But, you know, that goes to show you, you know, you never know, you know? It's like, someone, you know.
Yeah.
I was like, God, I expect you to be like totally like the character on What's Happening. You'd be like shy. And be like,
same goes for Little Richard. Little Richard was an a-hole when I met him. Yeah.
I wouldn't expect Little Richard to be a nice guy. He never pretended to be a nice guy in character in his Little Richard thing.
No.
I'm the greatest. I'm the, you know, he's Muhammad Ali of rock stars. You know, I'm the greatest.
Exactly.
That was Little Richard. You know, total ego. You know, I wouldn't expect him.
Although, I mean, you end up like taking the story that Dave Grohl told. Where Dave Grohl was like, you know, he's like, I was in the airport, you know, this guy comes up to me and says, hey, I saw an interview that you're like, you know, you totally wanted to meet like Little Richard, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, I love Little Richard. He's like, well, Little Richard's my father. And he's like,
oh, wow.
Really? And he's like, it's the guy here. And he's like, oh, no, he's all, follow me. And Dave Grohl follows him all through the airport. He's like, Dave Grohl's I was following him all through the airport. And we get to like the exit. We walk up on this limo. You know, and somebody rolls down the window, and he's on his fucking. He's like, look, it's fucking Little Richard. He's like, oh, Dad, this guy really loves you. He's all, Little Richard had like a stank look on his face. He's on. So this guy was like, Dad, this guy like really, really loves you. He wants to meet you. He's on. Little Richard's like whole facial expression changed. He was like, well, hi, baby, how you doing? You know? But he was like, up until that moment, he's all Richard, you know, he's like, Little Richard had like this, his face completely shut down, like, who wants to talk to me? Who wants to talk to me? I don't give a shit, but who wants to talk to me? So he's like, he's a big fan of yours. He's been wanting to meet you for years. We're like, well, hey, baby. You know? And I was just like thinking, well, okay, that's probably how Little Richard was, I guess. I don't know. But I guess like Dave Grohl was like, I never, you know, Because I didn't hold it against him. He's like, because he had to be guarded because, he went through a lot, with his, homosexuality and whatever else, So he didn't trust just anyone, type thing. So I understood,
It was rough. Being a black musician in the 50s was a tough gig. And I don't blame any of those guys. I don't even blame Chuck Berry. He's probably the biggest a-hole of all of them. But I've never held it against him. They went through some rough stuff, man. They're the star of the show, and they got to go through the back entrance. If you want something to eat, they got to eat in the kitchen, and it's all the typical stuff that they had to go through. They had to stay at the seediest motel in town. It was the only place that would take them. Or sleep on the bus, I don't
had to do what they had to do. Did you ever see, what was it? I'm sorry.
I really feel for Chuck Berry. It's like, just to perform on TV, and then right in his left, he hears.
No.
Well, you also have to think like those, like when we end up seeing movies like, Walk the Line and stuff like that, where they show like, Johnny Cash and Elvis Presley and Jerry Lee Lewis, and you see them all going on these mini tours together. Chuck Berry wasn't allowed on any of those tours because he was black.
Exactly.
So if you really think about it, you go back and you think about it, these guys are like talking about these tours and, all of a sudden like, oh, that's so iconic,
Exactly. Berry had to play at the Apollo viewpoints and stuff. And I've said this before, so if you heard this, I'm sorry, but there's a reason that Little Richard had his hair all up and wore mascara and stuff, because you couldn't be a desirable black man on TV because white women might like you, and that's no good. So the thing to do if you want to be on TV, you got to be feminine. You have to.
You had to fruit it up. You
have to play the role of being an effeminate male, and that was the only way. And the only way Chuck Berry got away with not doing it is he was older. He was teenage girls weren't going to be with Chuck Berry because he was in his 30s. But other than that, you look at all of them, and they all had to do that, and they all had or find some other way, it's one of the reasons I think a lot of the vocal groups and stuff all dress alike and sometimes in bright colors and stuff, but they were grouped together and one couldn't really stand out because if they did, it was the times, and I'm not defending the times, I'm saying that's what it was. And you have to. So when people get bitter after that, after years and years, and you can't really blame them. And Chuck Berry, for the last show he ever played, wanted his cash up front before he played. I mean, that's just because he'd been had a couple times back in the 50s, and that was it. From that moment on, you're paying me, brother. Then I'm playing. No pay, no play.
I love that part in. If you guys saw Ocean's 13, that's the one with, shows up with the villain of the whole thing. And, he has to, he tends to be like this guy that's like a devil kind of guy. He's like, hey, Mr. Banks. You know what Chuck Berry says every night before 1, 2, 3? Hey! Cash.
You guys ever seen I think it's the film the Newport Folk Festival or not Jazz Festival, I think it's 64, but it could be 63. They filmed it. They only filmed one, I think. It's right on the water at Newport. It's really nice. It's got Anita O'Day and these great people, but Chuck Berry was there, and Chuck Berry played the Newport Jazz Festival, and he never had a band, so he's got a jazz band behind him, whoever volunteered. And you look at these people's faces, and they're not happy to be playing with Chuck Berry, and they're trying to screw him up. And you see Chuck Berry looking at these guys, shaking his head, going, "No, he's doing that," because it's these jazz guys, and he's trying to rock, and they're trying not to rock, and it's pretty interesting.
Have a little horchata here.
Horchata,
Good
I love
night,
me some
Trish. Thank you so much. You would probably like this, and if you like horchata, you would probably love this stuff.
Rum chata?
Oh,
I've
you
never
would
drank
probably
before.
love this. What you just take this and you mix it with a little bit of like eggnog or a little bit of milk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, better yet, do you like Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Yes.
If you mix this with Fireball, you don't even taste the
Yeah,
alcohol.
I know what you're on about, Dusty.
Ooh, it tastes like cinnamon. Lisa would
They
be like,
call
"Oh,
it
this tastes so
we-
good." Next thing you know, Lisa would be like, "Get the fuck out of my face!"
We call those fire extinguishers.
You don't want to get me drunk.
Lisa would be like, "Get the fuck out of me! I'm gonna kill you."
I'll be like this. Get the fuck out of my face! Why are you looking at me that way?
I'd have to be like, "Come on, Lisa, bring it on, let's go."
First off, I would not fight you because I know you could probably kick me pretty good. I would not fight you.
Yeah, I'd have to pop you in your nose and you'd be like unhappy. So, bap.
I'd be like this, and you'd be like this, and I'd be like, "Ow, that hurt."
And you'd be like, "I'm gonna kill you."
I don't want to kill anybody.
So yeah, I had something to say earlier with what we were talking about though. See, you totally ruined the whole line of talk, conversation, Lisa. What was we were talking about? I don't even remember. I had something to say about that. I forgot what it was, but never mind. Oh well, whatever. Okay.
It'll come to you later.
What usually ends up happening is it'll come to me after the conversation has progressed on 10-15 minutes, and they're talking about something completely else. I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that was right," and I'll be like, "No, fuck it, shut my mouth." They're talking about something completely different now. It happens all the time. So yeah, but oh, good night, Trish. I'm sorry, I didn't even say that. Good night, Trish. Okay, guys, said, well, shit, I would hope so. It's 3:10 in the morning over there, right?
Yep. It's 12 here. 12:10.
Yeah. Come on, Lisa, do some dancing. Come on, Lisa, do some of that haircut 100 dancing. You gotta stand up, do that haircut 100 dance. Come on.
Oh, I can't stand up.
Oh, come on, Lisa. You used to do. You used to always do your interpretive dance. You don't do it anymore.
Well, because then all you see is my boobs, and nobody wants to see that.
What about your boobs?
Well, I'm sure you got your fans somewhere.
Do you have a shirt on?
Yeah.
Well, then who cares about seeing your boobs then? Get your shirt on. Go ahead, dance.
There.
Get up and dance.
Okay, fine.
Take your headphones off to do that.
There you go. And she's wearing overalls, and she's talking about her boobs being all out.
Yeah.
She made it sound like she's wearing a white t-shirt or
wearing
something.
half an overall.
There you go.
Oh God, this is bad.
Come on. Lose yourself. Lose yourself in the music. Lose yourself.
There.
Lose yourself.
Oh, that was bad.
She's still there. That's all you
I
get.
have a question for you guys. I was talking to this happened Friday or Saturday, and I was talking on DocStream about it on Sunday. Has YouTube changed for any of you?
And what
it
case,
did for him,
kind of
and it did for me. On YouTube, you get this priority screen on top that tells you the categories of your most watched videos and stuff. Mine completely changed the stuff I have no interest in. So I have like your stream. I had to go down 100 videos to find it because it's giving me all of this crap that I've never watched. I mean, you guys know how I feel about the 80s. The 80s is my third topic right now. It's I don't watch.
Yeah.
It's what the hell? And mixes is number one. I don't watch mixes. I don't hit these videos with mixes. and podcast is number 2. 80s is what the hell? So I'm not getting any
weird.
of the videos that I watch all the time. I'm getting none of them. And
I don't have that.
Me off.
I don't know. Is it a new
don't
feature?
think I have, but you know, I tell you the truth, I don't watch YouTube mostly on my computer. It's mostly on my Fire TV.
Okay.
So I think Fire TV would probably be a little bit different, but
yeah.
Even on my computer, I don't think I'm having anything like that.
All of my favorites are still there and stuff, and it's giving me also a lot of videos. If it is a video I want to watch, I've already watched it. It's giving me tons of videos I've already watched. I'm like,
I think YouTube is trying to sell
I don't get it, but it's team. But I finally figured out that you can at least hit those 3 little dots and tell them you're not interested, and eventually some of it might go away. But it's like, it's such a pain in the butt.
I mean,
so if anybody out there that makes videos, if I don't watch your video, it's because I don't know it exists. Because YouTube is taking it away from me and is feeding me 5-year-old news stories. I keep getting these videos. My number 1 video is some news story from 5 years ago. I'm like, what the hell is this?
That's weird.
And I go, not interested, and it gives me another one.
I keep on getting a lot of Lisa nude videos. You know, a lot of those keep coming up. I'm like, what the hell? I click on it. It's like Lisa nude, showing her boobs and stuff. I'm like, Lisa,
you're the one Googling it, so it's not my fault.
Me? Well, I don't know if it's because
you're out there. You're out there.
There are plenty of channels out there that I watch every video, and they're not coming up now. It's like, wait a minute, I've watched every video this channel has ever made, and now they're not coming up. Oh, and by the way, Wood Girl's back, if you guys don't know.
Yes, I
did manage to find Wood Girl somehow. I don't know how, but
I mean, probably right now, my stream is gonna go, but okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do it anyway.
No, right now my YouTube showed me a video for constipation. I was like, are you subconsciously reading my mind right now? Because we just talked about that 2 hours ago.
And I'm getting things like Jane Pauley's Sunday morning segments, and I'm like,
Jane Pauley,
I've never watched one of these things in my life, and I keep getting one, and it gives me another one, and I'm like, what's going on?
Well, maybe they figure you like Jane Pauley. Oh, what's she gonna make this week? Is she gonna make a CD rap?
Terrific.
Yeah, she has a new thing. She did a promo video too, saying she was coming back. And the new thing is she changes her outfits at the beginning of every video now.
Oh my goodness.
This is her new thing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
She gets into her wood.
Lisa, take notes, Lisa. Take notes.
Well, yeah, okay. Short skirt, got it.
Lisa should be taking notes right now, but she's not.
I can put it in my head. Short skirt.
So, that's wood. Like dusty. That's a wood. So I gotta chop it down like a dusty penis.
Clearly she's not making Mason a CD rap.
I mean, this is every guy's fantasy right here. A woman in a short black dress with a chainsaw.
Definitely. The thing is that Lisa has the body where she can pull this off. But Lisa's just too shy.
No, because I'm too fat. Too skinny.
Oh, no, you're not.
No, Lisa, you have those thighs in that butt. Lisa, you could totally pull thousands of freaking subs. I'm telling you could.
Yeah. I'm just
build some
self-conscious.
fucking Legos or some shit. I don't know.
I'm self-conscious about showing my body like that.
Fucking build some Legos or some shit. Anything. I'm like, damn.
I mean,
some fucking tongue depressor. Fucking barns or some shit out.
I don't have good legs.
Thank you, Laser List. See, there's one person that's having them, and not everybody's having them, but I've been having them. Doc Dawkins has had them. With YouTube issues. I don't know. They've changed something, and it's screwed up.
I mean, what's a good place to buy short dresses besides Shein, obviously?
God, look at her thighs. I mean, it's just like, oh my.
No, she does. She does have nice. Her nice. The lower half.
She does.
Pretty cool.
Right, this was just a huge warehouse.
I'm gonna take a
This
guess.
one makes the sports
I'm gonna take a guess and say she's making posters.
She's not making posters.
And that's
Oh my.
He knows her audience.
That's a patented move right there. The little walking move with the patent.
We better be careful. Tim and Dusty's movie might get hard. Yeah. I'll get a message from him. My wind's hard. I'll be like, yeah, I know.
Well, you can see I'm not arguing. I'm just
Right? Oh,
it's Dusty Spin.
I think there is actually somebody.
You know what?
with
I'm gonna
her
tell you
this
something.
time.
She puts a
there
lot
might
of
always
tape.
be, but you see her laugh for a second.
Yeah, I'm sure she has someone with her, but you're not gonna tell me she doesn't have tape on her clothing in the right places to make sure it's right.
Yeah, but you know what if she
It's double-sided tape.
a butt slip?
I know that Lisa uses one.
I need more than double-sided tape. I need Dusty for my big ass.
Although in the past, Lisa has been known to show, some booty cheeks and stuff.
Yeah, that's alleged. That's alleged rumor. I've never shown him on
Really, baby. Really, baby. Really, baby.
My point, Al, is that there's something very classy about her. Even though she wears night dresses, there's something just very classy about her. That's why I like her. If she was all flaunting everything, I wouldn't like her. There's plenty of other channels that do that.
She leaves a lot to the imagination, is what it is.
Oh yeah, no, I think she's very, very classy.
Oh, she's watching herself out. Don't you get all turned on? Oh, guys.
You know, I mean, I picture her like living in like a $10 million house. You know, I'm sure she doesn't, but I just picture her as
what is she making?
very
Is she making
classy woman.
Ooh, she's staying there. Staying there.
Is this what you guys do late at night on here? You watch Wood Girl?
Well, Wood Girl's been gone. Wood Girl's been gone for months and months. So, no.
Yeah. Mason, do not judge us. Be quiet and just watch.
But
she
did a few days before this. She did a Wood Girl's back video for like 2 minutes. And then she actually came back.
Dusty is Post Malone. He's having an Asian cake.
Lisa, you be quiet too, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Where did we ever find Wood Girl?
I found her. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tim found her. It was, I'll admit it, yeah, Tim found her.
She's my discovery. And the only reason I watched the second video, and this is the God's honest truth, I thought she was cute and everything, but I caught her on her second video, and she already had something like 10,000 or 20,000 subs on her second video. I'm like, what the hell? So I watched her first video and she had like 10,000 on it. Then when she did her next one, she was averaging like 10 to 12,000 new subs per video. And I'm like, holy
all this
crap.
just for candles.
What the fuck?
Candle holders.
No, I'm not down with this. I'm not. No.
Candle holders. I thought she was making.
Dude.
Well, you need candle holders.
Those are cute.
You need candle holders.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? That was all just for a candle holder?
Most of the stuff she's made in the last year has been
she makes what
great,
she
I don't
needs.
think. But
She makes what she needs.
I'm not watching Wood Girl to learn how to make
Anyway,
candles.
guys, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for the night because I'm getting sleepy.
He's gonna go watch the rest of the
Okay,
Wood
good
Girl
night.
video. You're not fooling anybody,
Thanks for
basically.
having me
No,
on,
I want to
guys.
see more Asian booty, so Lisa,
Okay.
show us some more Asian booty, Lisa.
You're trying to stall to keep
Okay, I
me here,
take it.
aren't you?
I take it Lisa's not going to show us any more Asian booty.
No. This is not the street
You're
for that.
being stingy with the Asian
Hey, I
booty.
mean, Dusty,
Stop
she
it.
just
You can show the picture.
Dusty,
You can show
Dusty,
the picture, man.
Dusty, she just showed us something better. She showed us the pussy.
You said the pussy.
Okay, cool. Well, now I'm going to have to like show Lisa's Asian booty, so now I got to show it myself. So there you go. There's the
Why
Asian
does
booty. There
my
you go.
Asian booty looks uneven?
No, it looks.
I don't know. That was you. I mean, you took that picture, not me.
Oh, of
So
course
what
I
did
did. Of course I
No, I was
did.
about to say Lisa clearly didn't take that picture. I don't
All
know
right,
how
guys,
Lisa
I'm heading
didn't
off
take
for the night. Take care.
Good night, Mason.
Good night, Mason.
Good night, Mason.
Right, Mason.
The only reason
You know
that
what?
picture
Hopefully, I don't wake up
That's
tomorrow to my
Lisa's
computer
okay, so
having
yeah.
exploded.
I sure did. I sure
It
did.
wasn't like Dusty was there with her like it was. Right?
No, I
Take
sure
I
it,
didn't
did
take that picture. Lisa, who took that picture?
I did.
How did you take that picture by yourself? That's like so
How did
far
I
away.
do that? I used a tripod. What do you think?
Dusty, you must have like
Fucking
really,
liar.
you must have really long arms to do that, and we all know that you do not have long arms because that
Nope.
it's like someone took that of you.
Nope, nobody took that. I took it myself.
Then you must have
And who
mad
else to know?
camera skills. Then.
I do.
Oh, did I already get rid of it? I was about to say we already know she does not have long fingers. Oh my god, I lost the finger picture. Oh my god.
Her longest.
I don't know.
Her longest finger is this thing.
Yeah, it's really, really short. It's like about as long as
Yeah.
my pinky. So there you go. I'm like, oh, come on, Lisa. You need no, there we go. There's some booty cheeks right there.
She always used to dress like that, but Jenny girl, when she'd go out, she'd never wear a belt. Her booty
Hey.
would be hanging out.
Don't talk that way about my girlfriend. You need to stop.
Yeah, well,
Stop.
she was in jail for 2 days. She was a jailbird.
I don't care. That's my lady. Stop it.
I always make the greatest face, don't I?
Yeah, you always do. But anyways, all right, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get off. It's already 12:30. You've been here for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
Almost
amazing.
6 hours. Been here for like forever. So,
All right.
go ahead and get
Nice
off,
seeing you guys.
Yeah, nice seeing you
Nice
too.
seeing you.
Nice seeing you
I
too.
left
Who's
for a
still
while,
here?
by the way. I want to own up, but I left for a while because you guys were getting all political, and I'm like, I don't need this, so I left for a while.
Yeah, Oh, what was that?
Oh my gosh, where was that from? Oh yeah, another
This little
thing.
purple hair. You want to see some of my pictures? I was just spitting on this thing.
I mean, I do some pretty extreme facial.
Oh my god, there you go.
Oh, I look bloated in that picture.
Right?
Bell saw. Oh, sweetness.
I'll send those two to both of you guys.
You know what's a funny thing is people always tell me I make good facial expressions.
No, because the way that I took those was like, because I will click onto YouTube and then when it goes live, that's the picture that you see when And then it shows that Lisa is live. And I was like, why are we taking those? I had to send those to
I don't know, because like when I go live, I just take a random picture and that's how it ends up.
No, it's YouTube that's taking those pictures of me.
YouTube was like, let's fuck her over.
But anyways, good night to Loser List Bells. Who else to hear? Groovy chick. Let me see. That's about it. DJ Trish. No, DJ Trish.
DJ Trish.
DJ Farley. That's all I see. Wow, you guys are
Kimba.
like commenting at the end. Kimba.
Kimba, Nick, Thingy, Andrew.
Let's end the stream. I think it's time for me to go 99. I'm like so tired. I'm like
get some sleep. Good night, Sean.
Okay. Good night, guys. Good night.